In the shadows of a towering wall, a lone orphan boy stood frozen, secretly eavesdropping on a lecture forbidden to commoners. An elder mage was revealing the arcane secrets of magic to a group of high-born children. The master declared that the path of the mage demands two things no mountain of gold can purchase. Only with unyielding effort and a spark of divine insight can one ascend to greatness. A flame of hope ignited in the boy's chest. Could a peasant really reach the heavens? But suddenly, the old master's voice pierced his mind, inviting him out of the shadows. His heart stopped. He had been discovered. Panic seized him. Should he flee? He was nothing but a filthy peasant in rags compared to them. But as he trembled, a bolt of clarity struck through his fear. If he turned back now, he would remain a prisoner of his station forever. With grit in his teeth, he vaulted over the barrier, landing before the Grandmaster and the elite students. The old man was none other than the legendary headmaster of the Magic Academy. But as the boy stepped into the light, the noble children's expressions twisted into sneers of disgust. "Get lost, filth," they spat, revulsed by his very presence. Yet, the headmaster ignored their venom, beckoning the boy closer. He sought the truth hidden in the child's eyes. The boy confessed he only wished to witness the miracle of magic, a wonder he knew only from books. The nobles laughed, mocking the very idea that a dirty commoner could know how to read. Desperate, he pleaded for just a glimpse. Smiling, the archmage summoned the winds. A sudden gale swept them all off their feet, hurling them toward the sky. Terror gripped him as the ground vanished, but when he opened his eyes, he was soaring. While the others screamed, he landed softly and asked the question burning in his soul. What is the true nature of magic? Book knowledge was merely a shadow of the truth, and his insight stunned the Grandmaster. Instead of a simple answer, the sage decided to test this prodigy right then and there. He challenged a noble girl to enter the spirit zone. With eyes closed, she divined the exact number of coins hidden in his palm, 6 golden pieces. She had expanded her consciousness, sensing the world through pure mana. The headmaster explained that true mages see not with eyes, but with their spirit, breaking the limits of the 5 senses. Masters can count falling leaves from miles away. He told the boy to find a quiet sanctuary and meditate for years if he ever hoped to awaken this power. Why wait? The boy thought. He closed his eyes right there. Instantly, his mind shattered the chains of reality, slipping into the spirit zone as if he were born for it. The physical world faded, replaced by a symphony of sensation, where he could hear the very heartbeat of the earth. The mage was floored, but the lesson had to end, sending the boy back to his harsh reality. As the boy walked away, the headmaster lamented. If this child possessed noble blood and had been trained from birth, he would be a king among mages. He possessed a talent that could eclipse them all, yet his bloodline was a shackle he could not break. This is the tragedy of Cyrone, a boy found abandoned in a stable. Adopted by humble commoners, Cyrone was an anomaly. While other children played in the mud, he was starving for knowledge. His eyes always turned toward the horizon. He devoured every book he could find. Fate led him to the city with his father, guiding his steps to that very wall and the destiny that lay beyond it. Back in the present, Cyrone vaulted the wall, his mind reeling. He had done the impossible. He had entered the legendary spirit zone on his very first attempt. As he raced down the road, the sensation lingered. He felt his consciousness fragment into 1,000 stars, scattering across the universe until he became the world itself. Tears welled in his eyes. The feeling of being infinite, unchained from his mortal coil, was too beautiful to bear. But in his trance, he failed to see the danger ahead. Crash! He collided with a stranger. He scrambled to apologize, but he had run into a pack of wolves, thugs looking for prey. A heavy hand crushed his collar. "You think you can just walk away, rat?" The threat of death hung in the air. Suddenly, a cold, imperious voice cut through the tension, demanding attention. It was a noble daughter, seeking amusement to cure her boredom. The thug bowed and scraped, lying through his teeth that Cyrone had tried to kill them. Cyrone cried out his innocence. "Silence, trash." The thug's fist sent Cyrone into the dirt. As he trembled, the crowd jeered, mocking his birth and insulting the mother he never knew. Rage began to simmer beneath his fear. Just as the beatings intensified, the noble girl, Amy, halted them. But her eyes held no mercy, only cruel curiosity. Cyrone gasped that he did nothing wrong, but Amy's smile was venomous. "Why not sell him to the southern slave markets?" she mused. "He's just a peasant after all." She treated him like broken merchandise, ordering the thugs to inspect him for damage. The men grinned, eager to strip him of his dignity right there in the street. "Check his face," she commanded, masking her unease. She had sensed something strange about this boy, but she only intended to toy with him before discarding him. Unknown to them, Cyrone's terror had pushed him back into the spirit zone. His senses expanded, perceiving every shift in the air, though he knew not how to control it. The memory of the headmaster's wind magic flooded his mind. As the thug yanked him upward, Amy realized too late that the atmosphere itself was screaming. "Stop!" she screamed. But the seal was broken. A vortex of wind exploded from Cyrone, blasting everyone off the ground. He stared in shock. He was wielding magic. His heart hammered like a war drum. He landed, watching his tormentors groan in pain. Amy, disheveled and frantic, demanded to know, "Who are you?" A farmer cannot wield such power. Guards were approaching. Amy launched herself into the sky with practiced grace. Cyrone was awestruck by her skill, but survival instinct took over. He turned and fled into the shadows. Racing back to his father, the bitter truth of the world froze his heart. Meanwhile, in the opulent halls of House Karma's, Duke Shakola watched his daughter return. Amy looked like she had been through a war. Her father prepared a scathing lecture on her truancy and disheveled state, furious at her behavior, but Amy cut him off. The encounter with the peasant boy had ignited a fire in her. "Send me to the Magic Academy," she demanded. Now, seasons turned, and the bite of winter arrived. Vincent searched for his son, horrified to learn Cyrone had gone to the logging grounds in the middle of a blizzard. He rushed into the snow, haunted by the memory of that spring day when Cyrone returned with strange eyes, claiming he had merely lost his way. A father knows when his son has been changed by destiny. Deep in the snowy woods, Cyrone stood alone, his mind drifting back to that explosion of wind. He had tried to summon the magic again, but the power remained dormant. It was a miracle born of instinct, and he lacked the theory to control it. But the spirit zone was his to command. He slipped into the trance, the world slowing to a standstill. Every grain of wood in the tree before him became visible to his mind's eye. With absolute precision, he swung his axe. Crack! The massive timber shattered in a single blow. Cyrone stared at his hands, realizing he had just stepped onto the path of legends. He realizes he has touched the realm of true magic. But his father stands frozen in shock, mistaking this supernatural feat for a legendary thunderstrike axe skill. The boy knows this isn't a martial art, but a miracle born from mana. Yet he resolves to practice this sensation 1,000 times over, knowing that luck is a fickle mistress. Only true knowledge guarantees power. With that steel determination, 3 years fly by in a blur of cultivation, and now his senses have transcended the physical realm. He places a hand on the tree, and with a single, aura-infused swing, he shatters the timber. But snapping back to reality, he realizes he's been lost in deep meditation for 5 hours. Inside the spirit zone, he doesn't just observe nature, he becomes it. He feels the swaying of the forest, the whispers of insects, and even the roots drinking life from the earth. The immersion is so profound that 5 hours feel like a mere blink. Remembering the headmaster's teachings, he finally grasps what it means to be one with the world's flow. Returning home, his senses flare with warning. A pristine white carriage sits outside his humble shack, a symbol of nobility that screams danger and opportunity in equal measure. Inside, the atmosphere is suffocating. A refined man sits with an aura of authority. His parents urge him to sit, and the stranger introduces himself as Tamaran, head butler of the prestigious Ogent family. While the boy analyzes the butler's intent, Tamaran's sharp eyes dissect him, asking if he possesses the gift of literacy. Our protagonist calmly reveals he has mastered reading since childhood. Confusion clouds his mind regarding this interrogation, but before he can deduce the motive, Tamaran drops a bombshell that will alter his destiny forever: a job offer at the House of Ogent. The butler lays out the terms of this monumental task. The Ogent family's great library, a treasure trove of 10,000 books, is relocating, and he needs a guardian to ensure not a single page goes missing. This massive undertaking will consume 2 years of his life. While porters handle the heavy lifting, his duty is organization. The realization hits him like a lightning bolt. He will have access to thousands of books. Hidden among them might be the secrets of magic he craves. But the butler's next words freeze the blood in his veins. If a single book leaves the grounds, your parents will pay with their lives. The brutal reality of the noble world crashes down on him, explaining the terror on his parents' faces. The butler sweetens the poison with the promise of a fortune. The sum is so astronomical that a hunter couldn't earn it in 10 lifetimes. Turning to the father, the butler insinuates that greed is the reason Vincent is selling his own son. Vincent explodes with indignation. It was never about the gold. He is swallowing his pride solely to let his son chase a dream that poverty had stolen from him. But the cynical butler laughs off the sentiment, unable to comprehend a poor man's dignity. Vincent ignores the mockery and demands to know if Cyrone will truly be allowed to read. The butler confirms it, but warns that work comes first. He scolds Vincent for filling the boy's head with impossible fantasies, triggering a painful memory from the past. Vincent remembers a 6-year-old Cyrone, a prodigy who devoured books with a radiant intellect, that made him question if noble blood secretly ran through the boy's veins. If only he were born a noble, the academy gates would have opened wide. But reality was cruel. Vincent had realized with growing dread that he was dragging a genius into the mud. He was turning a dragon into a mere lumberjack. That guilt is why he begged Tamara, casting aside his honor to give Cyrone a chance. But hearing the butler's condescending tone now breaks him. Vincent snaps, shouting that he doesn't want their dirty money and ordering the man to leave. The butler prepares to depart, while Vincent trembles with the rage of a father insulted. The butler is baffled that a peasant would throw away a golden ticket, but suddenly, a calm voice cuts through the tension. Cyrone stands firm. "I will take the job." The butler challenges him, reminding him that a single rumor of a lost book means execution. Yet, our protagonist looks death in the eye, accepting the risk for the sake of knowledge. Impressed, Tamaran gives him 1 week to reconsider before the contract is sealed. But from the moment the offer was made, the boy's heart had already left the forest. As the guest leaves, Vincent begs his son to reconsider, calling himself a fool for even suggesting it. He tries to cancel the deal, but freezes when he sees the boy's face. Cyrone is weeping not from fear, but from pure, overwhelming joy. He calls this sacrifice the greatest gift a father could give. Vincent pulls him into a crushing embrace, tears flowing freely. He makes his son promise to return in one piece, his heart swelling with the bittersweet pride of finally doing right by his child. The family shares a tearful, silent vow. 1 week later, the urgent carriage arrives like a reaper to collect its due. Vincent signs away his rights, and without delay, the boy is whisked into the luxury transport, the door sealing his fate. As the wheels turn, Cyrone dives into the spirit zone, projecting his senses back to the shack where his parents are sobbing. He yearns to comfort them one last time, but he holds back, severing the attachment to focus on the path ahead. He has seized a once-in-a-lifetime miracle, but entering the viper's nest of high nobility could cost him everything. After a long journey, they arrive at the majestic city of Creus. Looming over it is the Ogent estate, a fortress of power and influence within the kingdom of Tormia. The House of Ogent isn't just a rich family, they are a dynasty of warriors. With a level 3 general as the founder and a level 4 knight as the current head, they are the supreme military authority. Standing before the colossal manor, Cyrone feels the crushing weight of the hierarchy. The sheer scale of the estate is terrifying, prompting the servants to sneer at his country bumpkin reaction. They warn him to watch his tongue, for in this place, a commoner's life is cheaper than dust. He gazes around, awestruck by the intimidating grandeur of the second-class nobility. He is ushered to the servants' quarters, his prison and home for the next 2 years. Moments later, Tamaran appears, commanding him to follow for the briefing that will decide his fate. The doors open to reveal the great library, a cathedral of paper and ink. Cyrone is breathless. Tamaran explains the mission. Classify and move this mountain of knowledge, week by grueling week. He is given a manifest of books to secure. The schedule is brutal, 9 to 6, every day. His free time is his own, but the boundaries are absolute step out of line, and he dies. Handing him the list, the butler asks if he has questions. Cyrone remains silent, fully aware that he is walking a tightrope over a pit of spikes. Failure is not an option. He asks when the mission begins. "Tomorrow," comes the reply. The next day, donning his uniform, he dives into the list, instantly realizing the hidden complexity of the task. This is why they needed a genius. It's not just moving boxes, it's categorizing wisdom. Does the history of swordsmanship belong in history or literature? The nuance is critical. As he sorts, a revelation strikes him. History is the root of all knowledge. To understand magic, he must first understand the timeline of the world. He devises a master plan. He identifies 850 history books among the 10,000. He resolves to devour them all to build the foundation for his mage awakening. Suddenly, footsteps approach. He scrambles to hide the books, as reading on the job is forbidden. Tamaran enters, eyeing the progress. "Working late again?" he asks. Cyrone nods, trying to mask his racing heart. The butler advises him to pace himself for the marathon ahead. But then, Tamaran turns back, gripping the boy's shoulder with a heavy hand. Cyrone freezes. Has his secret thirst for knowledge been exposed? At the next moment, Timur brushes the dust from the boy's shoulders, lecturing him sternly on the importance of appearance before the master and the young lords. He commands Cyrone to tame his unruly hair, and the boy obediently complies. Cyrone exhales a breath he didn't know he was holding that was too close. Now alone, he knows he must walk a razor's edge of perfection. He binds his hair in his father's style, and later that night, dives into the history of Tormia. However, the wall of reality hits him hard. Reading is a far greater beast than he anticipated. He debates memorizing the text blindly, but decides to truly comprehend at least one fragment of history. He pushes forward, but exhaustion is a relentless enemy. As his consciousness fades, he collapses onto the pages. While he drifts in the realm of dreams, Tamoran enters and gently pulls the book from his grasp. The old man gazes at the history book and scoffs at Cyrone's ambition. He knows it would take half a month just to parse the text. To him, this isn't dedication. It's a futile effort that will bring the boy no success. In truth, he would ban the boy from reading entirely if Cyrone sought practical skills. Timoran departs, his heart heavy with pity, believing our protagonist is nothing more than a dreamer chasing clouds, just a foolish boy with delusions of grandeur. It has already been 3 months since Cyrone began his life within the great library of the House of Ogent. Currently, he manages 4 massive stacks for the porters, his efficiency skyrocketing. He has evolved into a master librarian, but the peace is shattered when a servant arrives to claim a book for Master Rian. Cyrone protests, noting that the previous tome hasn't been returned. The servant explains he tried to reclaim it, but the masters care little for such trivialities. Yet, if a book goes missing, the blame falls on the weak. Cyrone would be the one to face the consequences. Our boy realizes a harsh truth. The nobility views books as mere ornaments, while peasants like him must bleed to protect them. They must walk on eggshells, for a single mistake could cost them their heads. He resolves to become invisible, a ghost in the library, but his thoughts are shattered by a blue-haired blur rushing toward him. It is the youngest son of Ogent, Leon, fleeing from his instructor in a desperate bid to escape training. His master's roar echoes through the hall, threatening a punishment of 100 laps. Leon dives under a table, begging Cyrone to keep his location a secret. Moments later, the instructor storms in, his presence filling the room as he demands the whereabouts of the young master. Cyrone trembles, nervously asking for the man's identity. The intruder introduces himself as Leon's instructor with a voice like thunder, demanding the truth. Cornered by fear, Cyrone points a shaking finger beneath the table. Master KL drags the young noble out, the sight making our protagonist wince in sympathy. KL promises a hellish session of mental endurance training, while Leon shoots daggers at Cyrone with his eyes. Cyrone stands frozen, justifying his betrayal. The instructor holds authority rivaling the housemaster himself. He had no choice. Following this disaster, rumors spread like wildfire. Whispers tell of how Leon was dragged to the mountains by the demon instructor. A month drifts by since the incident. It took Cyrone 20 days to conquer his first book, but now he devours knowledge at a terrifying pace. In the span of 4 months, he annihilates over 80 history books. Having unlocked the code of language, he realizes the remaining volumes hold no new secrets for him. After consuming 200 books, the rest are mere child's play. He once doubted if studying history was the right path, but after analyzing the patterns of legendary figures, the truth becomes clear. By studying the activities of ancient mages, he achieves enlightenment. He realizes that while scholars research theories, a mage is a transcendent being who forces those theories into reality. The defining chasm between a scholar and a mage is the ability to enter the spirit zone. He slams the book shut, his resolve hardened. He will forge this vast backbone of knowledge into his very soul. He will become a mage. But before he can plot his ascension, the library doors fly open. There stands Leon, battered, bleeding, and burning with a fury he has nursed for months. Cyrone gulps, sensing the impending storm. Leon's voice is ice cold. He declares that he climbed the cliff repeatedly, fueled only by the desire to return here and exact his vengeance. Cyrone realizes that logic will not reach him. The young noble is blinded by humiliation. Leon demands he speak, branding him a coward for his betrayal, accusing him of selling him out to the instructor after he begged for sanctuary. Cyrone protests that he merely spoke the truth, but Leon seizes him by the collar, rage pouring from him. He screams that a warning should have been given if no help was coming. At that moment, our boy realizes the vast social chasm. As a peasant, defying an instructor was never an option. Desperate to de-escalate, Cyrone asks how he can atone for his sin. Leon pauses, noting the boy's calm composure too steady for a mere servant. A wicked grin splits Leon's face as he orders Cyrone to follow him. Under the cloak of midnight, they arrive at the training grounds. Cyrone wonders if he is destined to become a human punching bag. He prepares himself to endure a beating, willing to sacrifice his body to keep his place in this house, an opportunity bought with his parents' dignity. But fate takes a turn. He is stunned when a wooden sword clatters at his feet. Leon demands a duel, commanding him to fight like a man, not a rat. Cyrone protests, claiming he is but a servant born to obey. Leon deadpans that he is a traitor who sold his master to save his own neck. He turned his back when loyalty was needed. Finding no escape, our boy realizes he must fight. Determination ignites in Cyrone's eyes as he grips the hilt. Leon offers a handicap 3 free strikes before he retaliates. Studying the noble's stance, Cyrone realizes the terrifying truth. Leon's eyes possess the true killing intent of an Ogent knight. Cyrone calculates his strategy. If he loses, he is exiled. He pauses, his mind shifting gears. Since he has 3 free swings, he can utilize the spirit zone. He enters a state of hyper-focus. His first swing flies out, easily parried by Leon. But Cyrone isn't trying to hit him yet. He is measuring the distance. He grips the sword tighter, launching a second strike. Again, Leon blocks it with a wide, arrogant grin, taunting the boy, asking if he has ever even held a weapon before. But Cyrone is already deep within the spirit zone. He knows he has one chance left. He calculates that Leon cannot block this next blow. He strikes with everything he has. Leon, confused by the shift in atmosphere, freezes. The noble thinks it is finally his turn to attack, but his eyes widen in shock. His own sword explodes into splinters from the sheer force of Cyrone's impact. Cyrone stares, stunned by his own success. His plan was absolute. Sense the flow with the first, learn the timing with the second, and shatter the defense with the third. He unleashed Thunderstrike, a technique honed over 3 years of labor. Leon, trembling, finally finds his voice. He stammers, demanding the source of this swordsmanship. Cyrone answers honestly, it is the Thunderstrike. Seeing Leon's confusion, he clarifies it is the technique he mastered for chopping trees in the mountains. Leon is utterly baffled. A peasant learned to wield a sword by cutting firewood? Meanwhile, Leon has trained for 15 years. He cannot fathom that his noble arts were matched by a lumberjack's chore. A memory surfaces the time his genius brother Rian broke a sword in the exact same manner, earning praise from the heavens. The instructor had declared he had nothing left to teach Rian. Rian was a monster, far surpassing his age. Back then, Leon was ignored, a shadow beneath the blinding light of the Ogent genius. The heartbreak of inferiority washes over him again. Now, he sees the image of his brother overlapping with this lowly servant. He screams, refusing to accept this humiliation. Cyrone tries to apologize, but Leon shuts him down instantly. Leon unsheathes his real blade, the steel singing a deadly song. He tosses the weapon to Cyrone, who catches it with trembling hands. Leon reveals a terrifying decree. Breaking a wooden toy proves nothing. He gives the boy 1 month to prepare. They will duel again with live steel. On the other side, Cyrone's hands shake uncontrollably as the reality of death settles in. Facing the cold steel of death, he begs for mercy, admitting his ignorance of the blade. But Leon's eyes are dark voids. He offers a cruel ultimatum: shatter a wooden sword. After mastering the art of chopping trees, with 1 month to survive, escape is not an option. Leon will hunt him down. So, our hero retreats to his sanctuary, the library. Despair grips him as he tries to unravel this fatal mess. He recalls the bloodline of House Gent, a lineage marked by the midnight black and ocean blue of their hair. The patriarch and the eldest son possess raven hair and lethal swordsmanship. The daughter, a blue-haired virtuoso of the piano. And Lai, a sword prodigy touched by the gods. Then there is Leon. Despite his black hair, he is the stain on a pristine legacy, nameless and desperate even with elite tutoring. Cyrone realizes his grave error too late. He should have just taken the beating. Instead, he shattered Leon's fragile ego, already cracked by the shadow of his genius brother. Now, staring at the ancient texts, he remembers his creed: knowledge is power. He cannot perish here and endanger his parents. The solitude of the mountains forged his will. Now, the library must save his life. Survival requires only defense. He gathers every manual on blade arts, determined to decode the sword. Meanwhile, Leon is pushing his body to the breaking point with 100 laps. Following Master Kate's regimen, something feels off. The usual whining is gone. When questioned, Leon spits back with venom. This garbage isn't even a warm-up. The master is thunderstruck. Exhaustion is etched on the boy's face. Yet Leon snarls that if he can still stand, the training is too soft. Kate realizes something has snapped within his pupil. He suspects it might be jealousy of Leah's achievements, but quickly dismisses the thought Leah is in a league of his own. He warns that such intensity could be fatal, but Leon welcomes the pain with a manic grin. Elsewhere, our protagonist uncovers the concept of schema, the swordsman's spirit zone. It is the ultimate awakening of the physical form. A master of this technique commands every single cell in their body during the dance of death. He realizes with a jolt, this is the antithesis of his magical spirit zone. But desperate times call for desperate measures. He closes his eyes to synchronize. He enters the mental realm. Unlike the self-erasure of magic, schema requires total self-immersion. He attempts to lift the black curtain to unlock the first phase, but he aborts the attempt. Pouring mana into a contradicting system is suicide. Suddenly, the image of Amy flashes in his mind. Was she using schema? The realization of her monstrous talent sends shivers down his spine. Enough theory. He steps onto the field and draws steel. He attempts a forbidden fusion, Applying his spirit zone to the sword arts, he begins the 8-directional slash, calculating every trajectory. Meanwhile, Leon is tearing his body apart. Master Kate intervenes, warning his muscles will explode, but Leon keeps smashing the log, screaming that his limits haven't been reached. He is drowning in frustration. His body holds, but the schema remains out of reach. Seeing the boy's madness, the master forcibly ends the session. A hand on the shoulder breaks the tension. Kate probes the boy's turmoil. Leon deflects, complaining of pain, but the master notes that his progress has stagnated. "That is why I must bleed for it," Leon shouts. Kate ignores the outburst, asking the cruelest question. Has Leon ever considered he might be fighting the wrong battle? "I only know my failures," Leon admits. Kate replies with cold truth. "That is precisely why you are not a genius." Leon snaps, telling him to silence his mouth. But the lesson continues. "A true genius," Kate declares, "intuitively knows their path to greatness and pours their soul into it without hesitation." As Cyrone devours the sword manuals, Kate's voice echoes, "The greatest tragedy for a genius is chasing a dream they were never meant to catch." Leon freezes. Realization strikes like lightning, yet Leon clenches his fist, defying destiny. He may not be born for the sword, but he will conquer it through sheer force of will. Two warriors, driven by obsession. Cyrone stands ready, decoding the essence of the blade. Swordsmanship is not just violence. It is kinetic energy unleashed. It is the art of extinguishing life. A high-speed game of psychological warfare. He raises his weapon, conjuring a phantom opponent in the moonlight. An enemy has infinite options, yet the laws of physics limit them to 8 vectors of attack. He locks his focus, simulating the duel in his mind's eye. He parries the imaginary strikes, left, right, center, but then, the phantom moves off script. His spirit zone falters, unable to calculate the chaos of reality. He steps back and bursts into laughter. He finally understands. The way of the sword is as boundless and infinite as the mysteries of magic. Expression shifting to resolve, he draws his blade. He whispers an apology to his parents for his potential end, but beneath the pale moon, he feels a strange peace. Even facing the Reaper, he has glimpsed a new world. Finally, the moment arrives. He stands before Leon. As blades are drawn, Leon is shaken by the calm fire in Cyrone's eyes. After a month of hell, the test begins. Leon analyzes the stance. He realizes Cyrone was not lying. This guy is a complete amateur who has never held a weapon. Yet, that tranquility is terrifying. Leon suspects Cyrone might be a monster like his brother Lai. Ignoring the fear, Leon launches himself forward with a roar. Time dilates. Through the spirit zone, Cyrone sees the truth. Leon is physically superior in every way. He barely deflects the first avalanche of strikes. Leon senses it. He is being dissected. Cyrone suppresses the terror of death looming in the future. If he cannot see the outcome, he must trust in the void. Like stepping off a cliff into darkness, he moves forward. This suicidal courage makes Leon hesitate. Cyrone has transcended fear itself. "I will not be the coward," Leon screams internally, charging to prove he too conquers death. A vicious slash to the right, blocked by a hair's breadth. Leon unleashes a storm of steel. Unpredictable. Ferocious. Cyrone realizes with horror that these blows are too heavy. Too fast to calculate. His perception is failing. The trajectory is blurring. A blade flashes past his guard. Slash. Pain explodes across his chest, stunning him cold. Survival instinct triggers the spirit zone instantly. As the follow-up strike descends, he dodges by a millimeter, sliding across the gravel, gasping for air. How did that hit land? There is no time to think. Leon grants no quarter, launching another crushing blow that Cyrone barely meets with his trembling blade. A sadistic glint enters Leon's eyes. He smells the fear. He knows Cyrone is crumbling under the pressure, his defense hanging by a thread. "I am of the elite bloodline," Leon thinks. His strikes carry the weight to pulverize bone. With a war cry, he brings the sword down, but Cyrone is still watching, waiting. As he weaved through the deadly storm of steel, Cyrone's eyes locked onto a fatal irregularity. Logic dictated an upward slash to seal the combo, yet Leon was swinging wide. Keenly observing the flow of battle, Cyrone realized the truth. Regardless of the young lord's technique, he lacked the warrior's insight. Determination flared in the boy's eyes like a beacon. The playing field had leveled. With a shift in stance, he abandoned defense for a desperate offense. He rushed forward, a new strategy forming in the heat of the clash. Leon sensed the change immediately. Despite the exhaustion dragging at his limbs, the commoner's strikes were relentless. Simple, basic attacks, yet somehow impossible to block. He realized Cyrone was conserving stamina, maintaining a low-level rhythm to survive. The frustration triggered a dark memory within Leon. The image of his father's cold back, abandoned after a crushing defeat, ignored while the family celebrated his brother Lee's glory. He saw that victorious smirk in his mind's eye. Never again, he swore internally. I will not taste that humiliation twice. A roar tore from his throat. I will be the greatest swordsman under the heavens. Aura exploded as he struck with every ounce of his being. But Cyrone met the blow head-on. Witnessing this blinding rage, Cyrone hesitated. Was this still a duel, or had the noble descended into madness? He expanded his spirit zone, reading the trajectory of the blade, but the pattern. It was gone. Baffled, he realized the attacks had dissolved into chaotic, random violence. Leon was abandoning form to strike from the ground up. Reflexes took over. Cyrone didn't just block, he parried with perfect precision, sending Leon's weapon flying into the distance. Silence fell, broken only by their ragged breathing. Leon stared at his empty hands, crushed by the weight of disbelief. The memory of the final exchange played back in his mind. Cyrone had shifted his grip in a split second, a thrust that shattered his defense. Cyrone stood there, equally stunned. Did I actually win? Yet, there was no sweetness in this victory, only the bitter taste of dread. He had bruised the ego of a high noble for the second time. He knew the price of such arrogance. Leon, trembling, rubbed his head and whispered his surrender. The noble turned, his eyes searching Cyrone's soul. How do you possess the right to take my life? The question left the boy paralyzed. Cyrone stammered, asking if this was a jest, but the confusion was real. Do you truly believe, Cyrone explained carefully, that I would survive the sun rising if I killed a noble? Leon countered that it was the sacred rule of the duel. Cyrone retorted, for you, it is a duel. But for peasants like me, it is a desperate struggle for survival. The tension broke into a heated argument, two worlds colliding as they blamed each other for the escalating violence. However, Cyrone landed a critical blow with his words. The most honorable path is to not drag your servant into your rebellion against the instructor. The truth struck Leon harder than any sword. Memories of his petty behavior flooded back, replacing anger with burning shame. Exhaustion finally claimed Cyrone. He collapsed to the earth, gasping. I truly thought today was my funeral. Leon, expecting the usual post-battle pleasantries, looked at the panting boy in confusion. How could this fragile child be the same cold-blooded warrior from moments ago? A natural-born warrior, Leon concluded with begrudging respect. There was no mockery in his gaze now. He turned to the commoner, asking for his name not as a master, but as an equal. Cyrone, he answered. I am Leon, the noble replied, extending his hand. Cyrone stared at the gesture, stunned by the sudden shift in destiny. But the next words would change his life forever. Let us be friends. A year had passed since that fateful vow at the Ogent Manor. Time flowed like a river, and the seasons turned. Cyrone had conquered the library, 7,028 books classified out of 10,453. The butler, Timur, watched in awe, complimenting the monumental achievement. Cyrone's efficiency had evolved into a frightening talent. Only 200 history tomes remained. He had calculated a strategy, 3 books a day, to construct the perfect skeleton of knowledge. It wasn't just intellect, it was cultivation. The essence of controlling fear in his spirit zone fueled his stamina for reading. A chill ran down his spine, recalling the duel with Leon. But he refocused his will. Persistence is the key to the summit. His mental training was shattered by a loud intrusion. Leon burst in, eyes wide at the ocean of literature his family possessed. Do humans actually read this much? He marveled. Cyrone explained that the Lord and young Master Lee were frequent scholars. Leon scoffed, but Cyrone's mind drifted to the duality of his friend. Charming and affectionate one moment, yet terrifyingly careless. Leon tossed a rare book aside like trash, nearly giving Cyrone a heart attack. Please, if that tears, my life is forfeit. Leon laughed, radiating arrogance. Don't be absurd. Your life is worth more than paper. He flashed a thumbs up. Even if you burn this library to ash, I will protect you. I should have been born mute, Cyrone thought nervously. He warned the noble to respect the books, reminding him of his own training. Leon collapsed onto a pile of cushions, whining with pride. Basic training is done. I came here to expand my mind. Cyrone deadpanned, staring at the lazy noble. You came to study? But Leon looked at the text as if it were a sleeping potion. Cyrone understood his friend's nature. Leon wasn't lazy. He was a fire elemental. He needed a spark to ignite his passion. 10 minutes later, the atmosphere had shifted. Cyrone studied with intensity, while Leon glared at the book like it was a mortal enemy. Are you seriously going to read 800 of these? To walk the path of a mage, Cyrone admitted, his voice steady. I started late. I must outrun time itself. Flipping through the pages, he revealed his secret technique. After 600 books, I can predict the content before I even turn the page. Leon stared, slack-jawed. The boy was a monster. One day, Leon thought, he's going to wake up and realize he's become a book himself. Seeing such dedication from someone his own age ignited a competitive spark. Leon finally opened his book, but the silence was short-lived as Leon began reading the prologue aloud. Who claims the heavens? The swordsman or the mage? The author posed the eternal question of the martial world. The search for the ultimate truth. He traveled to the peaks of Artuzna, witnessing carnivorous trees devouring birds. Leon slammed the book shut. This is unbearably boring. It is profound, Cyrone protested. Where are the pictures? Where is the bloodshed? Leon countered. But Cyrone was already scanning the text, scolding Leon for giving up on page 1. I already know the answer, Cyrone claimed. Leon frowned. Why would a swordsman and a mage even duel? But before the debate could escalate, the swordsman wins. A cold voice sliced through the air. Cyrone bowed immediately, while Leon looked annoyed. It was Lai, the prodigy, questioning how his brother would know such truths. Fear strangled the room. Both boys knew the danger. Cyrone especially knew that one wrong word in front of this predator meant death. Leon tried to deflect, provoking his brother. You only say that because you wield a sword. Leah's expression remained unreadable. If you seek the truth, observe the hierarchy of the kingdom. Leon argued that status meant nothing in a deathmatch. Instead of engaging his brother, Lai turned his gaze to the servant. What is your opinion? Cyrone felt the blood drain from his face. Why ask me? It was a trap. He had to answer, and he had to sound impartial to survive. He took a breath, calculating his words. If skills are equal, the swordsman struggles. He paused for effect. Once the mage drags him into the spirit zone. If the blade strikes before the chant is finished, the swordsman wins. But his theoretical victory is instantly crushed by Li, who declares with absolute certainty, a mage will always lose. A cold chill runs down Cyrone's spine at those words. Leon immediately realizes the game Lai is playing. He is doing this on purpose, solely because he finds Cyrone's presence irritating. He wants to crush the boy's spirit. With a smirk, Lai asks if Cyrone knows of the legendary Armor of Sin, an artifact so terrifying it can completely disrupt a mage's dominion, the spirit zone itself. Cyrone's face darkens as the realization hits him. Lai is talking about anti-magic. To a mage, the spirit zone is like an ocean of power, and the mage is the apex predator, the shark within that water. To fight a mage is suicide, unless you scatter the water and blind the shark. That is the essence of anti-magic, a power designed to cripple a mage, locking them out of their own spirit zone. However, Cyrone knows this is purely theoretical for one simple reason. The cost is astronomical. The core requires the heart of a dragon, existing in a unique wave state that no amount of gold can simply replicate. However, the great scholar Yakra proved a fatal flaw. The master of wave equations calculated the efficiency of anti-magic to be a mere 65%. Considering the cost rivals the kingdom's entire annual budget, it is a worthless investment. But Leon is captivated, wondering if it could truly make a swordsman invincible. Lie's grin turns wicked as he drops the bombshell. Who do you think creates anti-magic? It is the mages themselves. Cyrone is stunned. Why would a mage create their own weakness? Lai answers with arrogant simplicity. Money. It is the ultimate business scheme. Mages line up to sell their own counters just to fill their pockets. Mages, Lai spits the words out, are nothing but parasites sucking the blood of the wealthy. Leon's fury ignites instantly, but before he can explode, Cyrone steps in, calm as a still lake. Both brothers freeze, baffled by his composure. Cyrone agrees that mages create anti-magic, but he flips the narrative. It is not for greed, but for balance. It is used where magic is forbidden. It is used in academies for safe training. It brings prosperity, not deception. Cyrone looks Lai dead in the eye. Therefore, you cannot use it to claim a swordsman is superior. Lai's face twists in irritation, completely outmaneuvered by a commoner's logic. Leon snickers, enjoying his brother's defeat. Lai, lacking a comeback, barks that swordsmen are superior regardless, and storms off. Laughter erupts behind him. Cyrone lets out a breath, trembling, terrified he was about to die. But Leon pulls him into a crushing hug. You actually flustered him. You made him run away. If your tongue was a blade, you would be a sword saint already. Leon is ecstatic, but Cyrone falls into deep thought. In a way, he is no different from Lie's description. He wonders if humanity lacks the courage to admit its own flaws. Without that courage, the world will never reach the ideal he dreams of. Time flows like a river. 6 months later, the impossible task is complete. The head butler stares in disbelief. Cyrone has finished sorting the library 6 months ahead of schedule. Books neglected for 20 years are now in perfect order. The butler whispers to the master, suggesting they find an excuse to keep the genius boy longer. But the master sternly orders Cyrone to return to his duties. Cyrone walks away, leaving the butler in awe of his potential. Back in the office, Cyrone gazes at the shelves. Reading hundreds of complex tomes was a war of attrition against his own mind. He sighs, the weight of the task finally lifting from his shoulders. But his moment of peace is shattered. Cyrone, the loud, obnoxious, familiar voice of his best friend, echoes through the room. Leon bursts in, eyes wide. Did you really finish? Everything? Cyrone nods with a satisfied smile. Every last page. Leon grabs him by the shoulders, shaking him violently. You are an absolute monster. Congratulations, my friend. Cyrone hesitates, then gathers his courage. Before I go, can I see your house? Leon freezes, taken aback. He admits he always felt guilty about hiding their friendship in the shadows. Cyrone's request hit a sore spot, but Cyrone understands. The library was their sanctuary, their secret world. He just wants to see the reality of his friend's life before they part ways. Leon grins. Let's do it. The family is out, so the coast is clear. Moments later, Cyrone stands before the Ogent Manor. His jaw drops. It isn't a house. It is a fortress of luxury. Leon reassures him. Don't worry, it's just the servants today. They sneak inside. The silence of the massive hallway is heavy, amplifying every step they take. Cyrone stares at the colossal doors, struggling to imagine Leon living in such opulence. Finally, they reach Leon's room at the end of the hall. It is the smallest room, stripped bare, looking more like a dojo than a bedroom. Cyrone smiles. He has a feeling this won't be his last time here. Once inside, the tension evaporates. They play cards, and Cyrone dominates. Victory is mine again. Leon throws his cards down in frustration. You're cheating. You're using the spirit zone to see my hand. Cyrone laughs, shaking his head. No magic needed. Your hands tell me everything. Leon is stunned. Cyrone explains the art of observation. When you stop obsessing over the result, you see the details. Your intention leaks out before you even move. Leon goes quiet, the gears in his head turning, to see the bigger picture. He realizes this philosophy applies to his swordsmanship. Could this be the key to unlocking his schema? Maybe that's how you mastered the spirit zone, Leon mutters. Cyrone's eyes drift to a fiction book on the shelf. Can I borrow this? But as he looks back, he sees Leon collapsed on the bed, exhausted. Cyrone checks the time. I should go. If your family returns, it will be a disaster. He slips out of the room quietly. As he walks down the hall, a haunting melody stops him in his tracks. A piano? He knows only one person in this house plays, Lena Ogent, Leon's terrifying older sister. She turns, her gaze piercing through him. What do you think? Cyrone sweats nervously. It sounds beautiful. He desperately plans his escape route. Lena narrows her eyes. I haven't seen you before. Cyrone explains his job in the library. Where do you play? She asks, assuming a commoner wouldn't know music. Cyrone panics internally. According to Leon, this woman has the personality of a demon. Sit, she commands, patting the bench next to her. I'll teach you. Cyrone is drenched in cold sweat. Lena notices his fear and offers a rare kindness. If you sit with my permission, no one will punish you. He is trapped. He cannot refuse a noble. Yet, a part of him wants to touch the keys. Lena begins the lesson. She explains the staff, the notes, the structure of a chord. It is a language of sound. He listens with intense focus, absorbing every word. Can I try? He asks timidly. Lena nods. Cover your ears, he warns, embarrassed. Nonsense, she scoffs. Do it. No one is a master on their first try. Cyrone places his trembling fingers on the keys. Lena watches, curious to see if the library boy understood a single word she said. He presses down. The notes are wrong, completely wrong. Lena frowns, baffled. He is missing every key, yet he doesn't stumble. His rhythm is confident. He is imitating her movements perfectly. But then, something changes. Cyrone expands his spirit zone. He isn't just hearing the sound. He is feeling the vibration of the air itself. Lena tenses up. He begins to harmonize. It isn't a song. It is raw chaos. But within that chaos, there is an understanding of the instrument's very soul. Lena is thunderstruck. A servant, having this kind of instinct? Suddenly, a roar shatters the moment. Who is making that racket? Leon storms in. If you're going to play like a dying cat, just quit. But his words die in his throat. He sees his best friend sitting side by side with his witch of a sister. Lena glances up casually. Oh, you know this boy? Cyrone freezes, his heart hammering against his ribs. Their secret is moments away from being exposed. He laid his cards on the table, openly admitting their bond. Panic flickered in Leon's eyes as he tried to intervene. Don't worry, she's not like other nobles, he insisted. But before Cyrone could process the doubt, the lady of the house spoke up. Her voice was calm, cutting through the tension. She didn't mind their friendship at all. My brother is a wild animal, she teased, but he keeps his oaths. Then, her gaze sharpened. Now tell me, what were you really playing just now? Leon's jaw hit the floor. The haunting melody from earlier? That was Cyrone's doing. The young commoner stood frozen, not because he was caught, but because this noblewoman truly saw him as a person, ignoring his lowly status. Turning to his friend, Cyrone whispered, "You said she was a monster. She's an angel." But Leon's face darkened, casting a long shadow. "Don't let that pretty face fool you, pal. That woman is a witch in human skin." Lena let out a chillingly sweet laugh. "Oh, my foolish little brother," she cooed. "At least you have the sense to keep intelligent company for once." Cyrone bowed, grateful for the praise. But Leon saw an opening for chaos. With a devilish smirk, he dropped a bomb. "If you like him so much, why don't you just marry him?" Lena didn't flinch. She simply raised a skeptical eyebrow. "You must really love your friend," she countered, "to offer up your own sister." Leon scoffed, his arrogance swelling. "Please, it would be a waste of his talent to be stuck with." Wham! He never finished that sentence. Lena seized him by the collar, unleashing a fury of blows. The mask of kindness shattered instantly. He had pushed his luck one time too many. Watching the domestic violence unfold, Cyrone realized something profound. Perhaps his prejudice against nobles had been wrong all along. As Leon nursed his fresh bruises, he whimpered, "Why are you even here? Isn't it vacation?" Lena dusted off her hands elegantly. "I returned for Rian," she explained. "Our big brother is finally receiving his official certification, and grandfather is coming to witness it." Leon froze. "He passed? Already?" For those unaware, the official certification is the holy grail for mages and swordsmen. It is the ultimate system of ranking power in this world. Thousands gather like moths to a flame for the exam, but the selection is brutal. Only 20 souls ascend to glory. Sure, academies hand out participation trophies. One can even grind for rank and points through the guilds, but those are merely stepping stones. The official certificate is different. It grants prestige, fortune, and fame beyond measure. It is the difference between a soldier and a legend. And to think, Leon's own brother was presiding over this monumental event, a prodigy conducting the exam at just 18 years old. The gap in talent felt like a chasm. Seeing his sullen face, Lena offered a rare moment of comfort. "Your time will come, little brother." With that, she headed to the kitchens to prepare a royal feast. Before disappearing, she turned to the guest. "Say hello next time we meet, Cyrone." The boy was left stunned, his heart hammering against his ribs. He was leaving tomorrow. Would their paths ever cross again? The question burned in his throat until he couldn't hold it back. "Leon. Does she have a suitor?" Leon blinked, confused for a second. Then, a wicked, devilish grin stretched across his face. He smelled blood in the water. Seeing that predatory look, Cyrone panicked. Forget I asked." But it was too late. Leon was already sprinting out the door, leaving our poor hero in the dust. Bursting into the courtyard, he screamed at the top of his lungs, "Sister! Cyrone wants to know if you're single." Before he could expose any more secrets, Cyrone tackled him into silence. From the window, Lena chuckled softly. "Boys will be boys," she murmured, signaling the maids to carry on. Meanwhile, in the shadows of the estate, Louis, the head butler, narrowed his eyes. "Is the young master expecting guests?" "No, sir," came the reply. Louis stared at the boys, racking his brain. That commoner's face. He knew it. Recognition flashed like a blade. "Get me the security team, now." Cut to the mountains. Sweat poured down Leon's face as he swung his blade. 5 minutes. Just a 10-minute break. "Please," he whined. But Master Kate was unyielding. The instructor sighed. The fire in his eyes has already dimmed. He knew the boy needed a catalyst. "Perhaps the academy will change him," he mused. Suddenly, a servant scrambled up the rocky path, gasping for air. "Young master, Lady Lena demands your presence." Leon waved him off, annoyed. "Tell her I'm busy. I don't care about Rian's party." "It is not about Lord Rian, sir. It is about the boy." "Cyrone." Leon spat out his water, choking. His blood ran cold. "Why?" "He was supposed to leave at dawn." The servant trembled under his gaze. "He tried, sir. But head butler Louis, he submitted a report to the Duke. A report that implicates you as well." Leon didn't hesitate. He sheathed his blade and turned to his master. "I have to go." His voice was grim. "My father knows everything. He knows about our friendship. I have to save him." Master Kate stepped in his path, but the boy's resolve was set. Meanwhile, at the Ogent Manor, the atmosphere was heavy with suffocating killing intent. The Duke of Ogent sat on his throne and delivered the verdict. The punishment is death. A collective gasp swept through the hall. Death? For a child? Servants whispered in fear, knowing the boy had crossed an invisible line. Lena stepped forward, desperate. Father, please, this is madness. But the Duke remained as cold as a glacier. I have the butler's report. The evidence is absolute. He turned his predator's gaze upon the trembling commoner. Speak, boy. Defend yourself. But Cyrone didn't beg for his life. He looked up, eyes clear. My lord. What will happen to Leon? The room went deathly silent. Facing his own execution, he was worried about the noble scion. The Duke's eyes narrowed dangerously. You are a fool, he rumbled. Leon is of my blood. He is untouchable, unlike you. Cyrone let out a breath he'd been holding. Thank goodness. He stood tall, facing the monster on the throne. Then I confess. We are friends. True friends, since the day we met. The declaration rang out like a gunshot. Fury exploded from the Duke. How dare a peasant stain our family name? His voice shook the very walls. Dispose of him. Now, Lena screamed, lunging forward, but the guards held her back. The Duke's word was law. Once an order leaves the Duke's lips, it is absolute. Even Louis, the one who reported him, felt a pang of guilt. Is this truly necessary? But the senior knights hardened their hearts. This is the way of the world. We do what we must for the House of Ogent. We must crush the weed before it chokes the garden. Someday you will understand. The executioner raised his blade. Crash! The main gates burst open. Leon stood there, panting, eyes blazing with defiance. Leon! Lena cried out in relief. Stop! Leon roared, striding into the hall. Who gave you the right to kill my friend? The Duke didn't even blink. I did. And my will is absolute. Friendship is not a crime, father. For us, it is, the Duke retorted coldly. We do not need a law to justify an execution. We are nobles. We maintain our status by purging the impure. Leon shook his head, tears of frustration forming. Then to hell with your status. If being a noble means murdering my friend, I want no part of it. You naive child, the Duke scoffed. Do you think this peasant cares for you? A sheep only befriends a wolf when it wants protection. He is using you. He wants our power, our money, our influence. The world is full of parasites waiting to latch onto the strong. No, Leon screamed. Cyrone isn't like that. The Duke leaned forward, his pressure crushing the room. Then prove it. Show me evidence of this. Pure friendship. The words hit Leon like a physical blow. Evidence? Of a feeling? The Duke knew exactly what he was doing. Logic cannot define the heart. If Leon couldn't produce proof, the debate was lost. He stood paralyzed, his mind racing. How do you measure loyalty? How do you weigh a soul? Think, Leon told himself. If I were Cyrone, I would know the answer. He looked at his friend. Cyrone was on his knees, yet his eyes were locked on Leon. Unwavering, trusting. It was just like their duel. The memory of Chirone's voice echoed in his mind. Don't focus on the small movements. See the flow. Trust your instincts. Leon took a deep breath. He had to stop looking at the problem and look at the solution. But standing before him was a titan. His father. A level 4 knight. A genetic monster. Words would not reach him. Only one language was spoken in this house. Leon's hand drifted to his waist. Steel sang as he drew his blade. Father against son. 30 minutes earlier, on the mountain peak. Let me pass, Leon shouted. Master Kate blocked his path. He is a commoner, Leon. Is he worth your life? Leon grit his teeth, repeating the lesson he learned. You told me, only those who speak through the sword are worthy. Master Kate's expression hardened. Then listen well. In the world of nobles, anyone who threatens the family is a weed to be plucked. Are you prepared to bear the weight of that reality? Think carefully before you draw that blade. Leon clenched his fists until his knuckles turned white. Master, would you respect me if I let my friend die? Would I be a swordsman then? Or a coward? I will not back down. Not while he breathes. The air crackled around the boy. Master Kate saw it then. The dormant volcano had finally erupted. That specific glint in the eye. That was the mark of a true warrior. A slow smile touched the master's lips. Go. He tossed his own blade to the boy. But know this. If you step through those gates, there is no turning back. It will be a battle to the death. Back in the present, Leon let out a manic, desperate laugh. He knew he couldn't win. He was an ant facing a dragon, but he raised his sword anyway. I believe in him. And today, I fight. Lord Ogent's voice thundered with the weight of their noble bloodline. He warned his son not to trifle with the family's honor, even threatening to exile his own flesh and blood to preserve the dignity of House Ogent. But Leon stood unbound by fear. He was prepared to abandon his title for the sake of friendship. Provoked by his father to prove his resolve, steel sang as Leon unsheathed his blade, swearing his truth upon the edge. The Lord froze. stunned to see his son raise a weapon against him. But Leon's eyes burned with determination. This blade wasn't for rebellion, but a testament to his unbreakable conviction. Lord Ogent, however, remained skeptical. He scoffed at such sentiment. He believed Leon only clung to this peasant because he felt inferior within his own gifted family. To him, this wasn't brotherhood. It was a desperate attempt to soothe a wounded ego. Leon vehemently denied the accusation. He proclaimed that Cyrone was a magnificent soul, one he swore to help shine. But the Lord's gaze turned venomous, accusing the commoner of manipulating his son's mind. As the Lord accused him of poisoning Leon's thoughts, Cyrone tried to protest his innocence. Leon attempted to shield him, but our protagonist stepped forward, his expression solemn and resolute. He refused to let his friend bear this burden alone. Cyrone accepted the weight of his actions, declaring he always knew the deadly risks of befriending a noble. Even if death awaited him, he would face it without a shred of regret. Witnessing this bravery, Leon turned to his father, his voice cracking with emotion. He declared he would happily accept exile alongside his friend. Watching them, Lena realized that logic had no place here. This was a matter of the heart. She saw the tears welling in the servants' eyes. They all yearned for a bond this pure. Even the strict butler, Louis, felt a pang of regret. But just as the tension reached its breaking point, a booming voice interrupted the chaos. Grandpa Clump had arrived. The old tiger surveyed the scene, chuckling that he never expected to see such a refreshing drama at his age. Lena beamed at his arrival. She knew the tides of fate were turning in their favor. Lord Ogent asked why he returned so early, but Clump merely joked that his friends preferred the company of his young wife over an old man. Cyrone gazed in awe at the legend before him, a level 3 general of the kingdom. Yet, Clump seemed more interested in entertainment than protocol. Lord Ogent sighed, disappointed that his father found amusement while the house's dignity hung by a thread. But the old general waved him off. He was far more intrigued to hear the truth about this boy named Cyrone. Demanding testimonies, he asked who would speak first, and Lena stepped into the spotlight. She recounted her encounter with our protagonist, declaring him a man of rare talent. He had completed his tasks with Godspeed and would have vanished quietly if not for this unnecessary family drama. She swore that Cyrone harbored no malice that could stain their family crest. Hearing this, Clump turned his gaze to Lai, who looked thoroughly annoyed to be dragged into this mess. Lai scoffed, calling Cyrone a fool, which briefly pleased his father. But Lord Ogent's face fell when Lai coldly added that he simply didn't care. To him, Leon's social life was irrelevant. His mind was fixed solely on the upcoming palace exams. Lena was stunned by his callousness, questioning if they were truly related. Clump, however, laughed heartily, finding the dysfunctional family dynamic wildly entertaining. Finally, the general turned to Tamaran, the head librarian who had observed everything. Louis shot the servant a sharp glare, a silent command that a commoner's opinion held no value here. But hierarchy meant nothing to the truth. Tamaran revealed that Cyrone hadn't just finished the work flawlessly. He had completed a 6-month workload in a single fraction of the time. The revelation stunned the room. Clump pressed on, asking if Tamaran knew of the boys' bond. He admitted he saw them grow close, but hadn't realized the depth of it after all. A reckless boy could never have organized the library with such precision. Silence descended as everyone awaited the verdict. Lena realized that only her father remained stubborn in his desire to punish Cyrone. All eyes shifted to the lord of the house. However, the winds shifted instantly when Clump voiced his disapproval. Shock rippled through the room. The general clarified he had no issue with the friendship itself, but for the sake of the family, it had to end. He reminded them of their high standing in the palace, and Lai's crucial exams approaching. They could not afford distractions, nor could they abandon the thousands of people who depended on their leadership. He asked Cyrone to understand their reality. Leon trembled, his aura blazing with fury. Clump inwardly smiled, pleased to see such fire in his grandson's eyes. Yet he stood firm on the burden of their nobility. Reputation was everything. Clump delivered his final judgment. Cyrone would be spared punishment, but the bond must be severed. The atmosphere turned suffocating when Cyrone quietly, but firmly, refused. He stated he would step aside if he was a hindrance, but he would never deny his friend within his heart. He would do anything to preserve that connection. Hearing this, Leon gripped his sword, shame burning through his veins. He felt the sting of his own momentary doubt. The words of Master Kate echoed in his mind, bringing clarity. This wasn't a negotiation, it was a moment that demanded absolute resolve. With a roar, he raised his blade. Panic erupted as Lena screamed for him to stop, but it was too late. Leon drove the steel deep into the stone floor, the sound ringing out like a bell of destiny. He dropped to one knee, swearing the ancient knight's oath. He pledged his life to serve as Cyrone's sword from this day forth. His father watched in horror, cursing the sheer audacity of the display. This was no mere promise. The knight's oath dated back to the founding of the Kingdom of Tormia under King Adolf I. In those chaotic times, the crown needed absolute loyalty to survive against hostile nations. Rather than purging rivals, they granted power through this sacred binding. It was a ritual so profound that the receiver of such an oath was elevated to the status of nobility the moment they accepted it. Leon gazed at Master Kate with hope, but the swordsman face-palmed, realizing his student had completely misinterpreted the lesson. Cyrone, overwhelmed, dropped to his knees, frantic with worry for his friend. But amidst the chaos, General Clump grinned like a predator who found worthy prey. He remarked that Leon must hold this commoner in extraordinary regard to pledge his very soul to him. He posed a sharp question. Was this oath born of respect for Cyrone's brilliance, or did Leon simply believe Cyrone was superior to himself? Leon's answer cut through the tension. A sword is not for judgment, Leon proclaimed, but a tool to protect. The answer seemed too idealistic for some, but Clump burst into thunderous laughter, calling him immature and pitying Cyrone for gaining such a dull blade. Leon tried to protest, but the general ignored him, striding over to Cyrone. With a heavy pat on the shoulder, he told the boy to get a haircut and, more importantly, to take good care of his foolish grandson. Our main character bowed, gratitude flooding his heart. The friendship was saved. Clump then turned to the butler, Louis, declaring that since the boys were now bound by the sword, they could hardly send Cyrone away. He commanded the staff to summon Cyrone's parents immediately. A collective sigh of relief swept through the servants' hall. The unpredictable mystery of noble life had once again ended in a miracle. Later, safely within Leon's chambers, the young noble was buzzing with adrenaline, replaying the stunned look on everyone's faces. Cyrone, ever the pragmatist, gently reminded him that such a drastic oath wasn't actually necessary. Leon sat up, his expression dead serious. He didn't swear the oath just because of friendship. He did it because Cyrone possessed a terrifying gravity, a power that naturally drew people into his orbit. The compliment left our hero flustered. Cyrone teased that if Leon was truly going to be his protector, he needed to sharpen his skills. The comment stung Leon's pride, sending him into a sulk. Suddenly, Lena burst into the room. Eager to confirm the gossip, she teased, asking if Leon had already lost a duel to Cyrone. Dejected, Leon told her to leave, but Cyrone scolded him, reminding him that they owed his sister for her earlier defense. Lena smirked, looking triumphant. She took a seat, declaring she bore critical intelligence. The elders were currently debating the future of both boys, and the verdict was life-changing. They planned to enroll them in the legendary Kaizen School of Swordsmanship. Since Cyrone had shown such talent with the blade, the family had decided to invest in his potential. Leon's jaw dropped in surprise. Seeing his shock, Lena assured him that Cyrone was practically family now. She had made sure to hype up his talents. But ironically, while Cyrone was accepted, Leon groaned he absolutely hated the idea of going to school. He tries to protest, but she delivers a swift kick to his shin. She reminds him that he reaped what he sowed, so he better handle the consequences. Besides, Leanne sets the record straight. Cyrone isn't interested in swinging a sword. He walks the path of a mage and has already breached the spirit zone. Lena's eyes go wide, checking with our main character for confirmation. Then, a mischievous grin spreads across her face. She ruthlessly mocks her little brother for losing to a caster. A knight losing to a mage? Total failure. Humiliated, he kicks her out. Later, Cyrone breaks down the duel to Lena, explaining how the spirit zone secured his victory. She is floored by his tactical genius. Cyrone, however, isn't sure how to take the compliment, but she explains that rumors are already flying. Maintaining focus in the spirit zone during a chaotic duel? That proves his mana potential is off the charts. Our boy turns beet red at the praise. Both siblings agree. With that level of shyness, he'll be single forever. Jokes aside, she promises to speak to the Grand Duke about Cyrone's magical ambitions. As for Leon, he is definitely shipping off to swordsmanship school. When asked about Master Kate, she drops the news. His contract has already expired. He left at dawn. Cyrone feels a pang of sadness thinking about his mentor. Suddenly, Louis knocks. It's time to meet his parents. They have finally arrived. His face lights up like the sun, and he bolts out the door. The servants panic on the stairs, begging him to slow down. They keep calling him young master, but he vehemently objects. He is a commoner. The servants, however, fear for their heads and refuse to break protocol. He ignores the politics and reaches the reception room. The moment he spots his folks, decorum vanishes. He tackles them in a tearful embrace. Once the drama settles, his father worries if they overstayed their welcome. But Cyrone smiles, announcing he has found a path to his dream. He recounts the entire saga. His parents stare in shock, and then his father bursts into hysterical laughter, asking the real question, is there something you're hiding? Despite Cyrone's insistence, his dad assumes the high life has corrupted his son's mind. Before he can scold him further, The Grand Duke himself walks in with his children. Panic overtakes Cyrone's parents, and they bow furiously. While they stammer apologies, Lena asks if they know the situation. Vincent is thunderstruck. Every wild word Cyrone said was the absolute truth. The families gather at the grand dining table. The atmosphere is tense. Cyrone's parents are trembling, terrified of making an etiquette mistake. Vincent can barely hold his fork. He doesn't understand the knight's oath or why these powerful nobles are treating them like equals. He summons his courage and speaks. Will a noble truly honor a promise to a commoner? The Duke nods, citing the House of Swordsmen's code. They take their vows seriously. This is about Leon's honor. He assures them that the Ogent family will fully support Cyrone. The Grand Duke is secretly pleased with his son's maturity. Meanwhile, our boy is awestruck by the sheer integrity of the Ogent clan. Now, down to business. The Duke addresses Cyrone's terrifying talent. Since he can enter the Spirit Zone, he belongs in a top-tier magic academy. To become a true archmage, he needs formal education. He suggests the prestigious Althea Academy as the perfect training ground. The Duke cuts through the daydreaming. He looks Vincent in the eye. This is Cyrone's destiny. The humble woodcutter is stunned to hear such words. However, a massive wall stands in their way. Status. That academy is an ivory tower that only opens its gates to the nobility. But the Duke has a plan. He slides legal documents across the table. They have a distant cousin, childless, who is willing to adopt Cyrone. It is merely a formality to bypass the rules. Vincent's eyes bulge. It is a golden ticket, a miracle they could never afford. Yet, dread coils in his stomach. It feels like losing his son. He looks at Cyrone, desperate for a sign, anything to make this easier. Seeing Cyrone's blank face, Vincent reaches for the pen. But Cyrone grabs his hand. No, we won't accept this. Lena tries to reason with him. It's just administrative. But Cyrone stands firm. If the cost of magic is changing his father, he will remain a peasant forever. The room goes silent. The Duke reminds him that as a peasant, the door to magic is closed. Cyrone retorts that he will accept that cruel fate. The Duke slams the table. He shouts that the world isn't a fairy tale. Greatness requires sacrifice. Was his dream just a whim? Cyrone remains calm in the face of the dragon's wrath. He is the fruit. His parents are the roots. Without them, he is nothing. His ability to read, to dream, it all came from their sweat and blood. He refuses to sever those roots for a single opportunity. He would wither and die. The Duke sees the fire in the boy's eyes. Suddenly, Vincent bows deeply. Please, adopt him. Before the Duke can speak, the bomb drops. Cyrone is not our biological son. The mother freezes as the secret spills out. They found him by chance, a gift from the heavens. Vincent suspects the boy has noble blood. This adoption isn't leaving his roots, it is returning to them. The Duke ponders this revelation. Cyrone turns to his father, who prepares to break his heart. But Cyrone's eyes are clear. Father, I already knew. He kept silent because he wanted to believe they were his only true parents. And now? Vincent wants him to have 6 parents instead of 2? He isn't giving up on magic. He will claw his way up another way. But he refuses to be abandoned a second time in his life. Father and son grasp hands, trembling with raw emotion. Vincent breaks down, apologizing through sobs, and pulls his boy into a crushing hug. The Duke watches, his stoic mask cracking. He realizes that sometimes, a parent's greatest act of love is letting go. Leon, eyes swimming with tears, begs his father to intervene with the headmaster. The Duke sighs. Alpheus is stubborn as a mule. But he owes me. Mischievous grin forms on the Duke's face. He might just pull a miracle. The family is invited to stay, and Cyrone, he leaves for school in 3 days. His father's heart was still heavy with guilt, a burden he knew he would carry for years to come. But amidst the sorrow, a silver lining emerged. Leon and Cyrone had finally broken down the walls between them, forging a bond of true brotherhood. 3 days later, the reality of parting hit like a tidal wave. Leon was an absolute mess, tears flowing like a river at the thought of losing his best friend. Cyrone stepped in, trying to be the anchor in the storm, consoling him with a gentle smile. He promised that letters would bridge the distance between them, but Leon suddenly turned serious, gripping his shoulder with intense eyes. "Become a mage," he demanded. "The greatest mage. So you can protect me." Asterisk whack. Asterisk. Lena silenced him with a swift strike to the head. "We are worried about times him asterisk, you idiot," she scolded. Turning to our boy, her gaze softened, asking him to stay strong. While Clump handled the enrollment, Cyrone bowed his head, overwhelmed by their kindness. To her, he had just been a cute little brother figure at first glance, but looking at him now, he was becoming something more. Even in the face of adversity, his conviction burned bright, holding his ideals like a shield. She wanted to promise him a future, to ask for times more times when he returned as a graduate, but she held her tongue. He belonged to the world of magic now, a world far from hers. Instead, she simply offered a reassuring touch on his shoulder. "You will surely become a mage," she declared with absolute faith. "Just take care of Leon for us." With that, she hauled the sobbing Leon into their carriage. It was time. Cyrone and his family boarded their own vessel toward destiny. A desperate shout pierced the air. Cyrone snapped his head toward the window. "Blow them all out of the water," Leon roared. A confident grin spread across our hero's face. "You do the same." These are the stories of two boys whose separation felt like the shattering of a world. However, meanwhile, at the prestigious Alpheus School of Magic, Clump had been left stewing in the waiting room for 30 long minutes. When the headmaster finally graced him with his presence, Clump didn't waste time asking for his answer. Alpheus merely smiled, a fox-like expression. "Even with 50 years of friendship, old friend, I cannot grant you that favor." Clump tried to play the debt card, reminding him of past favors owed. But the archmage was unmoved. "Sentiment is not going to work here," the headmaster countered coldly. "The special selection is sacred. Not even nobles can interfere." He pointed to a mountain of rejected requests. Clump's patience snapped. "You stubborn old coot. This case is times different, asterisk." Something in Clump's desperate expression made Alpheus pause. Smug satisfaction returned to Clump's face. "Cyrone is not some useless guy," he declared. "When I first met him, I saw times you, asterisk." A younger version of Alpheus. The headmaster frowned. "If our boy is such a talented genius, he can easily be enrolled. Why the drama?" Clump's expression turned grave. "That's the problem. He is not a noble." Recognition flashed in the headmaster's eyes. Blonde hair, eyes like the blue sky. Clump nodded, pouring out the entire unbelievable tale. He laughed, shaking his head. The fool actually turned down the chance to become a noble. A realization dawned on Alpheus. Then he understands the nature of cause and effect. Clump agreed solemnly. Most people don't understand. They sever their roots to reach for the sky. Consequently, their world is destroyed because the ground beneath them collapses. Clump's voice filled with respect. "But Cyrone? He is someone who never stops following what is right. Does he remind you of your younger self?" Clump asked. Alpheus sighed, the weight of history in his voice. "Perhaps, but someone like him sometimes becomes the judge of others. It is a dangerous business." Clump softened. He understood that Alpheus hadn't forgiven himself. "You did what was necessary," he urged. "You raised the talents of many. It is time to let go." "It is my pride that stops me from forgiving myself," Alpheus admitted thoughtfully. "That is why I built this school, to stop any other child from going down the dark path that I did. Besides, if Cyrone is just like me, can we guarantee he won't make the same mistakes?" Clump scoffed at the doubt. "You were a genius, the light of the House of Mirhi. Yes, you took the wrong path, and it ended terribly." Clump grinned. "But look at you now, the old headmaster of the school." This prompted a sharp remark from the mage. "And look at you, a level 3 general who doesn't know how to swing a sword." Laughter filled the room before fading into silence. Alpheus turned serious. "Every decision," he whispered, "is going to have an effect. Do you think it's fate that you met Cyrone 4 years ago?" Clump asked. The archmage smirked. "I do not believe in fate." Yet, his mind drifted back to the young boy he met in the forest. Was it really fate that the boy he met 4 years later had honed his talent in the meantime? Finally, he nodded. Admission granted. 3 months later, spring arrived. Cyrone, now 17 and striking, stood ready at the threshold. "Wish me luck," he smiled. His mother engulfed him in a warm embrace before he could finish. He fidgeted with his hair. "Is it okay?" Lena suggested this style. He turned to his father, sensing a lecture coming, but seeing Vincent lean in, Cyrone recoiled playfully. "Dad, no kisses. I'm 17. Vincent ignored him completely, planting a firm kiss on his forehead and hugging him tight. "I am so proud of you." Though offered a life in the city by Bishop Ogent, Vincent declined. "I will stay nowhere but the mountains." They pressed money for living expenses into his hands, silencing his protests. Besides, they hadn't told a soul in town about his magic school admission. As he looked at his parents one last time, his heart ached. He understood the truth. They declined to stay near him so they wouldn't trouble him with their status. Timoran was ready with the carriage. He hopped up, shouting his final goodbye. The journey to the school was suffocatingly awkward. Finally, the academy loomed before them. After disembarking, Timoran broke the silence. "Your school fees and supplies have been processed through me." Cyrone bowed deeply. "Thank you. For this, and for everything back at the manor. I wouldn't be standing here without your support." Timoran sternly reminded him, "You are still a commoner. Regardless of your effort, you will not become a noble. However, He added a crucial point. You have been given an opportunity denied to everyone else. There will be people who look down on you because of it, he warned. Ignore them. All you need to do is survive and graduate in one piece. After dropping that hard truth, he turned his back on our hero. Thank you for the advice, Cyrone called out. Following the man to registration, Cyrone's mind raced. What would he learn in this sanctuary of magic? And what kind of people would he meet? On their way, the guards declared in a synchronized chant, "School safety is our priority. I am leaving now," Timoran announced after the registration. Write if you need anything. Left alone, our boy wondered who would guide him next. But instead of waiting, he decided to explore on his own. He studied the class system, known as the Class of Green. The senior class had only 30 students out of 420 total. He stared at the board, shocked. The total number of graduates for the year was only 10. His shock was interrupted by a familiar voice. Do you remember that we met before? It was the headmaster. Cyrone answered affirmatively, thanking him for the lesson that day. As they walked ahead, the headmaster dropped a bomb. You are going to take an entrance exam. Cyrone hesitated. But I haven't learned anything yet. The headmaster smiled. It is merely an evaluation to place you in a class. Then, he asked the real question. Do you know how to enter the spirit zone? When Cyrone said yes, the headmaster was visibly impressed. You figured that trick out on your own? He decided then and there to teach him the basics personally. No matter how late he started, talent was talent. Besides, he understood that bringing him to the testing ground now, filled with 10-year-olds, would crush his ego. Come, I will show you the school. They entered the hall of young students, the novice class, consisting of grades 10 to 8. He looked around at the young students with amazement. They already know how to use magic? The headmaster led him to the advanced class next, grades 7 to 4. He looked around at the students his own age, feeling the pressure rise. As he listened to the students debating complex arcane theories, his mind went blank. It was absolute gibberish to him. Suddenly, boom! A blast of unstable energy erupted nearby. From the smoke emerged a crimson-haired girl, bowing frantically to the headmaster. She'd attempted to amplify sound mana, but lost control. The headmaster, however, calmly offered a solution instead of a punishment. Her eyes lit up with determination to retry immediately. He stood frozen in shock. No one stopped her? No one scolded her? He truly had stepped into a realm where common logic didn't apply. Standing before the towering ranking board, the reality of the hierarchy set in. At the very peak sat one name, Amy Carmus, a first-class noble prodigy. A fire lit within him. He wouldn't just attend. He would compete for that #1 spot. He would claim the throne for himself. Suddenly, that very name echoed through the hall. His head snapped around. Upon seeing the redhead, his heart hammered against his ribs like a war drum. He knew that face. It was her, the noble who had tormented him on the streets with her lackeys. She glanced his way, but her friend Soraya pulled her attention away before she could focus. Cold sweat trickled down his back. Asterisk. Please, don't recognize me. Asterisk. But Soraya's eyes locked onto him, whispering to Amy about the handsome new transfer student. Amy narrowed her eyes. A flicker of recognition sparked in her gaze. Soraya teased her immediately. Interested in the fresh meat? Amy scoffed, denying it instantly. I've seen him before, she insisted. But her friend just rolled her eyes. All eyes were on Amy Carmus, the queen of the advanced class, radiating power and popularity. She was an idol, worshipped by fan clubs of all ages, but behind that perfect facade lay a dark secret, and our trembling protagonist was the only one who held the key to her destruction. The scene shifted to testing ground number 3. The air grew heavy with anticipation. The headmaster gestured for him to watch the student ahead, a preview of his own trial. Observe closely, he instructed. Once a mage enters the spirit zone, the runes beneath them awaken. They speak the language of one's soul. We analyze everything. Density, flexibility, potential. The headmaster's gaze turned sharp. Answer truthfully. Your future depends on it. Professor Thad stepped forward, his voice stern. Student Cami, display your aptitude. Cami nervously levitated an object, before being ordered to open his spirit zone. As the aura expanded, Thad queried, What number manifests? 6, Cami shouted. The headmaster nodded. A spirit zone diameter of 6 meters. Respectable. And the color? Another examiner pressed. Red, Cami replied. A pulsar-type mage. Then came the final visualization test, the image of a towering structure. They noted the internal temperature and nodded in approval. The faculty murmured among themselves this year's harvest of talent was truly exceptional. Now, it was our hero's turn to face the judgment. Thad sneered internally. Starting this late? Relying on the Orient family's charity? He smelled a commoner, but Sienna, eyes sharp, sensed a storm brewing within the boy. Can you cast magic? Thad demanded. No, came the blunt reply. Disappointment washed over the professor. Just another waste of time? The headmaster remained silent, observing. Unlike the nobles groomed from birth, he was a blank canvas. Thad sighed, impatience growing. Fine. Attempt to enter the spirit zone. Can you at least do that? Yes, a sigh of relief. Finally. Our hero closed his eyes, and the world shifted. Runes and symbols flooded his vision. Read the first number, Thad barked. But only silence followed. The silence stretched, fueling Thad's irritation. The headmaster stepped in, his voice gentle but firm. Speak, child. This is not a test of rank, but of truth. Finally, Cyrone spoke. I see them, but they are miles away. Thad frowned. Impossible. Focus. Just give me a number. Cyrone concentrated, his consciousness stretching into the abyss. 3.14. Confusion rippled through the professors. 3.14? We never programmed that code. Sienna froze, realization striking her like a lightning bolt. Are you certain? He nodded. It wasn't a code. He was seeing the infinite sequence of pi. His range wasn't meters. It was a monstrous 30 kilometers. The color? A teacher gasped. Blue, he whispered. A swarmer. The faculty exchanged terrified glances. How could a novice possess a spirit zone of this magnitude? The headmaster smiled. Now he understood why Clump had bet everything on this boy. How many orbs do you perceive? The examiner asked, voice trembling. He focused. 8. No. 867. The room went deathly silent. This wasn't talent. It was a calamity waiting to happen. And the temperature? Sienna pressed. Freezing. Cyrone shivered. Bone-chilling cold. The data was undeniable. His spirit zone was an anomaly, abnormally vast, dense, and terrifying. The students were dismissed, leaving the masters to debate the monster they had just witnessed. High density. Massive range, one muttered, wiping sweat from his brow. And zero amplification skills, another noted. He's like an untrained sage from the mountains. Thad slammed his hand on the table. Or a liar. No 17-year-old possesses such density. He's bluffing to hide his incompetence. Thad spat. Ridiculous. Sienna cut him off, her eyes flaring. He doesn't even know enough magic to construct such a lie. Besides, she added, those numbers were error codes. He couldn't have guessed them. Thad gritted his teeth, silenced by her logic, but seething with jealousy. The headmaster intervened. The question remains, where does he belong? Sienna, a prestigious level 6 mage, stepped forward. Class 6 focuses on zone development, but his zone is already perfect. He needs the basics. Put him in Class 5. Thad, also a level 6 mage, scoffed. Class 5? Without knowing a single spell? He needs fundamentals. Not everyone is as rigid as you, Thad. Sienna shot back. Thad's face reddened. You just want to claim the prodigy for your own reputation. And what if I do? She challenged confidently. Desiring to mold a diamond is the duty of a teacher. As sparks flew between them, the other masters whispered, Class 10? Too humiliating. It would crush his spirit, one argued. Let's start him in Class 7. If he is truly a dragon, he will soar regardless. The headmaster nodded. So be it. The Althea hierarchy was absolute. Classes 10 through 8, the novices, struggling to awaken. Classes 7 through 4, the advanced, mastering the blend of zone and spell. And at the summit, classes 3 to 1, the elites, hellish training for future legends. Today, Cyrone would step into Class 7. The murmurs followed him. The eyes of the students bore into him. Curiosity, envy, expectation. He introduced himself, his heart swelling with pride. He had made it. The Althea School of Magic, a colossal campus spanning over 75,000 square meters, 33 grand structures, 40 battlegrounds, a sanctuary of power where students honed their craft until the sun dipped below the horizon. With 24-hour archives and elite research factions, the path to power was endless. Cyrone opened his textbook, a grin forming. The lessons would be brutal, just the way he liked it. The curriculum was brutal, covering advanced theories that even the elite noble heirs found suffocating. Yet, our protagonist refused to be crushed by the pressure. Thousands of historical texts were burned into his memory, providing the ultimate foundation for every magical discipline. As the bell rang, signaling the end of the torture, he rose. Next was the spirit zone, practical, but the location remained a mystery. Hesitating, he scanned the crowd and spotted a girl his age, a potential lifeline in this sea of strangers. When he approached, she flinched, clearly not used to attention. Recognizing a fellow introvert, he listened as she stammered out the truth. It was Training Ground 2, a joint session held twice a week. All the advanced classes would be merging for today's orientation. The realization hit him like a physical blow. If the elites were gathering, she times might be there too. Amy. Moments later, the hallway buzzed. Amy strode forward like royalty, every eye glued to her confident silhouette. Cyrone realized she was at the top of the food chain, and he needed to stay far, far away. He prayed she would ascend to the senior class and vanish from his life. Surely, a nobody like him wouldn't catch her eye. Just then, Instructor Romy, the master of the spirit zone, commanded the room. She scanned the crowd with a sharp gaze. While she usually expected students to rise to the advanced ranks, today the sea of faces remained largely unchanged, except for one. Her eyes locked onto Cyrone. A new challenger has appeared, she noted. The sudden spotlight made his blood run cold. Before he could retreat, she demanded an introduction. He gulped hard. Sariel watched with interest, while Amy looked like she would rather be anywhere else. Cyrone managed to stutter out his name. At least Sariel seemed delighted to finally put a name to the face. Amy's brow furrowed. That face was burned into her crimson eyes, yet the name rang no bells. Around her, whispers erupted about how the professor already favored this mysterious newcomer because of his test scores. As they praised his monstrous grades, the puzzle pieces clicked for Amy. She demanded to know his family name. In that split second, a memory from her childhood came rushing back like a tidal wave. Recognition hit her, and a curse slipped from her lips. The House of Karmas possessed a terrifying bloodline ability, the Red Eye. It granted the wielder absolute visual dominance. It allowed for the perfect recall of any moment in time, making traditional studying a joke. And Amy, the youngest daughter, wielded this talent with a potency that outshone her entire lineage. But genius is a lonely peak. She had mastered everything too quickly, leaving her drowning in boredom. She scoffed at her family, believing they had contributed nothing to her divine gift. Convinced she needed no one, she had rebelled, mixing with the city's rougher elements. She was spiraling into darkness until a chance encounter with Time snapped her back to reality. Now, staring at the catalyst of her past shame, she froze. The girls flinched at her sudden profanity, but she waved them off with a lie about boredom. Her red eye never lied. It was him. But how? How did a commoner infiltrate this sanctuary of nobles? The shock began to crack her composed mask. His mere presence was shaking her very foundation. She had buried that dark chapter deep, climbing to the top while hiding her shame. She prayed he had forgotten, but the memories of 5 years ago mocked her hope. Paranoia seized her. In her mind's eye, she saw him standing on a podium, exposing her thug lifestyle, revealing how she had once ordered lowlifes to corner him in that dark alley. No. She wouldn't let her reputation crumble. It was a misunderstanding. She hardened her resolve. She would silence him and protect her secret, no matter the price. Meanwhile, our protagonist felt a chill crawl up his spine, sensing the daggers being glared into his back. Romy broke the tension, asking for the definition of the spirit zone. The mind of the mage, a student answered. Correct. She explained that while the sphere is perfect for concentration, it fails in the chaos of real battle. Let me demonstrate, she declared. Preparing to unveil true power, the air shimmered. Our boy gasped. He could actually see times her spirit zone. It was a perfect domain, extending 10 meters around her, crackling with invisible energy. This is the basic form, she stated. But for a mage, it is a cage. To prove it, she turned towards a distant training dummy, preparing a spell to show the limitation. Her zone was 10 meters. The target was 20. Cyrone leaned forward, his heart racing with anticipation. This was it, real magic. Right before his eyes. A flame ignited at her fingertip, blazing with intensity. She launched it. But the moment the fire crossed the edge of her spirit zone, it vanished into thin air like it never existed. Magic dies outside your domain, she lectured. To reach further, you must not force the magic. You must reshape your very mind. With a thought, the sphere distorted, stretching out. This time, the spell connected with a satisfying explosion. The students gaped in adoration. But our guy was completely thunderstruck. The concept that the mind could be so malleable shattered his worldview. Romy continued, warning that this flexibility came with a cost. In the heat of war, maintaining such focus could be fatal. You cannot reshape for every single spell, she explained. Thus, we use the quaternion. She introduced the 4 absolute forms: defense, attack, cross, and the schism. The defense form is a cube, she said as the air hardened around her. It stabilizes your mental space against disruption. And by stacking layers, it becomes a fortress. Next was the star, a jagged shape designed to pierce through distance for offense. Then came the cross, extending along the cardinal axes. The cross has blind spots, she noted, but add rotation. The zone spun violently, covering all angles. The class watched, mesmerized by her effortless control. They wondered if they could ever reach such heights. Meanwhile, Cyrone was already dissecting the mechanics, calculating that the cross required a 10-meter circumference to be viable in combat. Finally, the schism, a technique so advanced that even Class 5 veterans struggled with it. Yet, Romy prepared to demonstrate. Behind Cyrone, a student whispered, "A boast. If I master this, I'll skip grades instantly," she bragged. But as Romy activated the form, the girl's words died in her throat. The entire room went dead silent. The spirit zone. Detached? It floated away from her body. Cyrone's mind reeled. If the zone is the mind, how can the mind exist outside the vessel? He spotted a faint core within the detached shape. "This is the path to becoming limitless," Romy declared. "You can project your very domain onto the enemy. Direct invocation, remote casting, the possibilities are infinite." The students trembled with admiration. This was the terrifying power of a level 6 mage. "Now, your turn," Romy announced, igniting excitement in the crowd. "Amy Karma, step forward and show us your spirit zone." Her friends cheered, expecting her to crush the boys' egos, but Amy didn't stand tall. She sat frozen, her expression dark and grave. Panic consumed her. She couldn't let time see her perform. Meanwhile, the class recalled the theory. The cross gained power through length, but it had a fatal flaw. It was weak against speed and swarms. However, a genius who could spin the cross transformed it into a meat grinder, combining long-range offense with an impenetrable defense, an unbreakable shield. Amy stepped up, forcing her focus, and demonstrated the spinning cross perfectly. The students gasped, while others struggled to even change shapes. She was already in a league of her own. She crushes the highest score effortlessly, using nothing but a simple cross pattern. Our hero watches in awe, wondering if a commoner like him could ever reach the realm of such a genius. Realizing her spirit zone spins with terrifying stability. Not a single target missed. She dances through the test without breaking a sweat. Her movements so elegant, she looks less like a student and more like a goddess of war descending to earth. A random background character watches with hard eyes, fantasizing that school life would be a paradise with a girlfriend like her, until a female classmate slaps him with a dose of harsh reality. She reminds the poor fool that Amy Carmelis is royalty, who doesn't even glance at peasants. Cyrone instantly understands the hype. She screams noble bloodline from every pore of her existence. She is the definition of perfection, which makes it even weirder that a high-class lady like her used to hang out with street thugs. Boom! Just like that, she hits level 9 in barely 20 seconds. The entire class is left with their jaws on the floor before erupting into cheers. Some guys whisper, "Did she just look at the new kid?" But Amy is already fuming with internal rage. Even making eye contact with him feels like a stain on her pride. The rumor mill starts spinning about whether they know each other. But the logic, police step in to argue that a noble and a transfer student wouldn't cross paths. Meanwhile, our boy Cyrone stands there, radiating oblivious positivity. But the tension is real. They both know the truth, and Amy is terrified he might leak her dark, delinquent past to the masses. She activates her poker face, convincing herself that no one would believe a newbie over a noble anyway. So she just needs to act natural. Cyrone walks up, noticing her face is redder than a tomato, and asks what's wrong. "Nothing. I'm just hot," she lies through her teeth. Practice ends, and Professor Romy gathers the lambs for slaughter. Class 7, ordering them to assume a defensive formation. She lectures that a mage must maintain razor-sharp focus even when the world is burning down around them. Our boy realizes the secret sauce is the mind-tightening technique. It's all about compressing spirits into a rigid structure, so it doesn't implode. He's pretty sure he's already mastered this, but since he can't see his own zone, he decides to flex and asks Professor Romy if he can use the image zone projector. The professor is shook. She tells him to slow his roll because that expensive toy is reserved for the seniors, but our protagonist isn't taking no for an answer. Seeing the fire in his eyes, she thinks, nobody's using it anyway, and decides to let the rookie have a go. Meanwhile, the gossip duo, Amy and Cyrone, watch from the sidelines. Cyrone points out the new kid is stepping up to the big leagues, and Amy almost chokes on air, stunned that a Class 7 pleb is allowed to use the high-tech equipment. As Cyrone steps into the center stage, he's ready to show them what he's made of. He feels a massive urge to sync up with his spirit zone and flips the on switch. Suddenly, the projection explodes outward. The students gasp as the zone keeps expanding like a balloon that refuses to pop. Our boy wonders, how big can I make this thing? Before deciding to hit the brakes, the zone stabilizes at a massive 20 meters in diameter. The students from Class 5 start whispering, "Is this guy a smurf? Why is he in the beginner class?" They think he lost control and accidentally made it huge, completely amazed by the sheer scale. Cyrone realizes he actually managed to stop the expansion perfectly. He tries to mold it into a defensive box, but oops, the spirit zone starts collapsing. It's a sensation he's never felt before. Amy smirks internally, thinking, "See? Impossible for a rookie." But our boy doesn't panic. He stays as cool as a cucumber. analyzing the density difference between the inner and outer layers, flashing back to Professor Romi's lecture like a good student. He realizes that warping the spirit zone burns through mental mana like crazy. Since he compressed it, the difficulty level just jumped to nightmare mode, draining his brain power rapidly. Instead of shrinking it to make it easier, he decides to go big or go home. The students scream, "Look at the sky!" as they realize the spirit zone is expanding again. It blows past 20 meters and hits 28. The crowd is losing their minds, struggling to process this level of power. Amy's smirk vanishes as she clocks the zone at a terrified 41 meters. With godlike concentration, he balances the massive energy and folds it into a perfect defensive cube. The students go wild, cheering for the birth of a new legend. He nailed it on the first try. In his mind's eye, he's standing inside an impenetrable fortress of his own making. Professor Romy stares, realizing she just discovered a diamond in the rough. Cyrone leans over to Amy and whispers, "See? That's why the faculty is obsessing over the transfer student." Amy forces a laugh, but inside, she's sweating bullets. She remembers how he humiliated her before and starts paranoid spiraling, thinking he was sent here specifically to ruin her life. Convinced his very existence is a threat to her reputation, she decides to stop running and confront the enemy head-on. Professor Romy, meanwhile, thinks he's basically fully trained already. Cyrone asks, "Teach, why did it get smaller?" And she explains the basic physics. You squeeze it, it gets denser and tougher against magic attacks. Duh. She praises his insane talent and tells him to shut it down. He wipes the projection, and suddenly, the whole class is swarming him with congratulations like he's a celebrity. He's confused by the sudden popularity, but politely thanks his fans. Professor Romy watches him leave, mentally marking him as a person of interest for future experiments. Everyone wants a piece of him now. The students realize this guy isn't staying in the bottom tier for long, he's on the fast track to the elite class. Even Maria in the corner is thinking, okay, he's actually kind of cool. Friends and foes watch him go, with Amy giving him a death stare that could melt steel. The very next day, strange faces are lurking around, spying on him. Class begins, and in walks Professor Oliver. Cyrone recognizes her immediately. She's the scary lady from his entrance exam. The students are hyped to be taught by a celebrity professor. But let's be real, she's only here to dissect our main character. She wonders if Professor Thad is also hunting her down. She decides to take Cyrone to Class 5 to study him properly. Our boy gets goosebumps, feeling the predator's gaze on his back. Then, some brave soul asks for a funny story. Someone else asks, "Hey, are you dating Professor Thad?" Visibly annoyed by the gossip, she starts weaving hand signs faster than a ninja to demonstrate some real magic. She challenges the brats to explain the theory, then pivots to a lecture on thermodynamics. "What is cold energy?" she asks, casting a spell that drops the temperature instantly. Frost creeps across the desks, and the room turns into a meat locker. As the students chatter their teeth, she drops the knowledge bomb. Cold energy is a myth. It's just a lack of heat. Heat can go up forever, she says, while the students turn into popsicles. But cold has a hard limit. I am showing you absolute zero. She declares the point where energy basically rage quits. She explains that at room temperature, stealing just a tiny bit of energy creates ice. She breaks down the ice crystals to generate electricity, acting like a living power plant. The students, now terrified for their lives, wonder if this is a lesson or an assassination attempt. She switches gears, asking if they know how mages act like batteries. She begins the real lesson. A mage is the center of their own universe. Through the spirit zone, a mage becomes a god of their domain. You can control nature itself. But remember, kids, infinite cosmic power is useless if you don't have the brains to use it. She drops the ultimate knowledge bomb, explaining that to wield magic, you need two god-tier traits, omniscience and omnipotence. Basically, you have to know everything and be all-powerful. A true mage cannot just wave a stick. They must understand the very fabric of reality itself. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off in our hero's head. He finally realizes why his magic has been absolute trash. He was too busy trying to look cool with powers instead of actually learning anything. Professor Oliver then crushes their spirits, announcing that they are about to drown in a sea of academic subjects. Mastering the spirit zone is just the appetizer. The main course is hard work. But then, she drops a plot twist that leaves the class stunned. Their first lesson? Basic chemistry. The students are flabbergasted, but our main character grins like a cheater. Thanks to his past life, he is already a chemistry genius. Meanwhile, outside, the campus gossip mill is in full swing. One girl asks her friend about hitting the books. The reply? I have a test coming up, so I am doomed to the library. Speaking of that temple of silence, a bunch of nerds are gathering to debate experiment topics. With classes over, the student body splits into two factions. the library dwellers, and the club activity enthusiasts. Our boy reflects on the grind, realizing the library is his golden ticket to magical supremacy. But alas, the mortal enemy known as exhaustion strikes, and his eyelids start feeling like lead weights. He starts fantasizing about inventing an anti-sleep spell billion gold idea right there. He stumbles through the garden like a zombie, until whoosh, he is suddenly yanked into the sky. Panic mode activated. He flails around, trying to process reality. Then it hits him. Someone has him in a bear hug from behind. Is it a ghost, a demon, or a super strong assassin? The iron grip holds tight until he is gently deposited in the secret woods. He spins around to face his kidnapper, and his jaw drops to the floor. It is Amy. And suddenly, memories come flooding back. He had fantasized about their reunion for years, but being kidnapped wasn't exactly in the script. As memories flooded back, he had to ask, was this dangerous girl really the same one from 5 years ago? Amy caught the spark of recognition in his eyes. With a dramatic flare, she snapped her fingers, summoning swirling flames into the air. She was ready to settle this business once and for all. Her mind drifted to their first meeting. She stood by while her goons beat him up, but quickly ordered them to halt before they did permanent damage. She had only intended to scare him off, but things got complicated. But curiosity is a cruel mistress. She wasn't done with him yet. As they sat facing each other, the tension was thick enough to cut with a knife, and she couldn't help but wonder, was he truly the boy from her past? He assured her he remembered, but then things took a weird turn. Her goons started stripping him. She screamed for them to stop, face burning with embarrassment. He had completely misunderstood her intentions. She scrambled to explain that she wasn't some perverted sadist. Removing his clothes was entirely her lackey's dumb idea, not her command. When he asked if she had inspected the goods while he was out, she immediately shut him down. She insisted he had it all wrong, and loudly proclaimed she had absolutely zero interest in boys. He looked at her, deadpan. Did she seriously kidnap him just to clear up a misunderstanding? Was she that paranoid about him spreading rumors? Honestly, this was just as humiliating for him. He sighed and demanded she simply apologize. If she did, he would pretend this cringeworthy event never happened. He reminded her that as the school's top student and popular idol, an apology shouldn't be that hard. His words struck a nerve, leaving her feeling awkward as he turned to leave the room. She stood there, wondering if she had messed up. But then, a playful smile curled on her lips at his bold demand. She wasn't letting him go that easily. She called out his name. She declares with ice-cold logic that apologizing offers her zero gain. But then, she flips the script completely, casually dropping a sorry like it's nothing. She promises a truce between them. However, there's a catch. She slyly adds that a sincere times apology would mean admitting fault, and for a noble of her standing, that is simply not an option. Dumbfounded, he questions if she only acts when there's a profit to be made. He insists that apologies are basic manners, not business transactions. But Amy just scoffs at his naivety. She lectures him on how the real world works. Everyone climbs the ladder solely for personal gain. To her, his idealistic words are nothing but empty noise with zero value. She warns that surviving this magic school will be a nightmare. Our boy realizes, with a sigh, that she hasn't changed one bit. She's still that same terrifying girl, even if he thought they were finally equals. Suddenly, she quizzes him. What's the most dangerous thing in this school? Before he can speak, she drops the bomb. It's the upperclassmen. Provoke them, and you make enemies for life. If they find out a commoner like him is walking these halls, instant expulsion. He challenges her, asking if she's scared he'll expose her secrets too, but she shuts that down instantly. She claims they need to test his loyalty first. And her method? He must become her personal coffee delivery boy every single day. The sheer audacity of her demand leaves him completely paralyzed. Amy reminds him that he's a special admission case. She paints a vivid picture of how impossible it was for him to get here, twisting the knife about all his past hardships. One wrong move, and it's all over. Realizing he has no choice, our dude swallows his pride and accepts the deal to earn her trust. She smirks, advising him that consistency is the key to his survival. She issues a final warning. Keep this little arrangement hidden from the teachers, or else. And with that ominous threat hanging in the air, she vanishes into the distance. Left slumped on the ground, he weighs his grim reality. Becoming a servant is definitely better than getting kicked out. But the frustration and exhaustion are heavy on his shoulders. He accepts that his path to greatness was never going to be easy. The next day in the library, the student gossip mill starts turning. A group of girls spots him, and the whispers begin immediately. They find it bizarre that he's hand-delivering coffee to Amy. Even her friend watches in total shock. When asked what's going on, Amy waves it off with a casual, dismissive lie. She claims he's just making up for spilling coffee on her earlier. Cutting the conversation short, she breezes off to study, leaving him standing there as his frustration reaches a boiling point. Meanwhile, the rumor mill goes wild. The other students are convinced he confessed his undying love to Amy and is desperately waiting for an answer. Some even look at him with pity. Her friend suggests that the new guy, Cyrone, might actually have a crush on her. But Amy shuts it down fast, claiming she's just teaching him the proper respect a junior owes their senior. Taking a sip, she finds the coffee surprisingly delicious. A wicked thought crosses her mind, forcing him to serve her in front of everyone. Must be absolutely crushing his dignity. When he approaches her again, the girls assume he's still chasing after her despite the rejection. Amy feels a surge of triumph, basking in the absolute power she holds. She knows that no one would ever believe his side of the story. After 5 long years, she has finally exacted her revenge, and the feeling is absolutely intoxicating. But for our dude, this is nothing but classic bullying. He knows exploding in anger would only dig his grave deeper. So, he steels his heart, determined to endure the humiliation. He resolves to execute every task with absolute perfection. He will play her game for now. 10 days pass like this, and suddenly, the entire atmosphere at the magic school begins to shift. The academy was buzzing with gossip. A chorus of fangirls cheered, watching the drama unfold like a live soap opera. For days, he had been wearing his heart on his sleeve for Amy. But the response? Absolute silence. Yet, the Ice Princess herself looked radiant with confidence. She believed she could crush this situation like a bug under her heel. Cyrone leaned in, eyes sparkling with mischief. So, when are you going to say yes to him? But Amy scoffed, waving the thought away. Please, as if I have time for boys. I've never been interested. Don't play dumb, Cyrone teased. The whole school is watching. And look at you, actually waiting for him? This was unprecedented. For the first time, the students were whispering that maybe, just maybe, the coffee boy was a perfect match for the noble Amy. The realization hit her like a spell gone wrong. She froze, shocked by the sudden shift in public opinion. And then, he times appeared. Cyrone walked up, holding a cup of coffee with the tranquility of a monk. Here, he said softly. And don't worry, I didn't spill a drop this time. But behind that calm face, he was annoyed. The suffocating crowd was blocking his path. Just take it. His eyes seemed to plead. I need to get to the library. As Amy scanned the ring of onlookers, irritation bubbled up inside her like magma. Was this some kind of twisted prank? Cyrone extended the cup, an offering of peace. But Amy hesitated, her pride warring with the pressure. The students chanted, their voices rising in a fever pitch. Take it. Just take it. Maybe you should take Cyrone home too, someone joked. That was the last straw. Her mind on the library, her nerves frayed. Splash. The coffee hit the ground. Leave me alone, she screamed, her voice cutting through the noise like a blade. The courtyard went deathly silent. You think coffee will buy my heart? She spat. Stop wasting time and focus on your studies. Her words were venomous. Don't ever bring me this again. While Cyrone stood motionless, the girls whispered in sympathy. Poor guy. That was too harsh, even for her. Cyrone sighed, shaking her head. Amy, you really need to watch your reputation. But Amy turned on her heel, chin held high. Let them talk. I don't care about peasants. My only goal is the senior class. Nothing else exists. She's impossible, the students muttered. Someone should report her for littering. Meanwhile, Cyrone blinked, genuinely surprised. Was she serious? He wondered. Fine. No more coffee delivery service for her. Message received. Whispers followed him. Look at the heartbroken lover. But inside, he felt a massive weight lift off his shoulders. Finally, freedom. Later that evening, under the dim lights of the library, Amy sat alone, reflecting on the chaos. The irony tasted bitter. She tried to crush the rumors, yet she had only fanned the flames. Sure, the spectacle was over before it could spread further, but a strange unease settled in her chest. This wasn't the victory she wanted. Not at all. Suddenly, her irises shifted. A crimson glow illuminated the gloom. The red eye of Karmas had awakened. Time rewound in her mind, replaying the scene with absolute terrifying clarity. She watched the memory like a film. For 10 days straight, Cyrone had approached her. Same posture, same tone. She zoomed in on his face, even the microscopic dilation of his pupils. It was identical, every single time. A chill ran down her spine. Is he a machine without a heart? She whispered. Or has he been completely, terrifyingly sincere from the very beginning? She slammed the book shut, the spell broken. Heading out already? Cyrone chirped, appearing from the stacks. I'm exhausted, Amy lied, avoiding eye contact. Cyrone moved to join her, but Amy put up a hand. No. I need to walk alone tonight. It's about the coffee boy, isn't it? Don't be ridiculous, Amy snapped, a little too quickly. Sariel's expression softened. Hey, you know I'm here if you need to vent. Amy paused, her shoulders slumping. Thanks, she murmured, before slipping into the shadows. Her mind was a hurricane of confusion. Asterisk. Why did I react like that? Why is everything falling apart? Asterisk. She just wanted peace. But fate had other plans. Waiting outside the library like a predator was Jake. Done already? He smirked. I was prepared to camp out until midnight for the great Amy. What do you want, Jake? She demanded. Just heard some interesting rumors about you and a certain commoner. Her blood boiled. Asterisk. He's just here to mock me. Asterisk. Relax, he laughed, pulling out a steaming cup. Top-tier beans. Imported, he sneered. A noble of your caliber shouldn't be drinking swill from the gutter. The insult to Cyrone landed harder than she expected. What is this game? She hissed. No game, Jake shrugged, stepping closer. I'm making my move. He straightened his collar. I am the future heir of a prestigious family. Unlike that nobody, I'm actually worthy of you. Amy rolled her eyes. You? Don't make me laugh. It's ridiculous. Jake's smile vanished instantly. Watch your mouth, he growled. We aren't friends, Jake. She cut him off coldly. We aren't even close enough for this conversation. And your little research club? Just a sad attempt to drag me down. Jake stepped forward, his aura darkening. Careful, Amy. Insulting me is one thing, but disrespecting my house? That's practically a death wish. A daughter of the great house Karma should know better, Amy exploded. You are absolutely pathetic. You think a handful of popularity makes you a king? Strip away your family name, and what are you? You probably couldn't even write your own name without Daddy's help. She stepped into his personal space. You're nothing but a parasite, hiding behind a club to bully others. You have zero honor. She waited for his anger, but Jake just laughed. A dry, humorless sound of disbelief. You're just another stuck-up princess from Class 1. Tell me, Amy. His eyes narrowed. Does the Karma family even have real power anymore? You survive on a name that's gathering dust. My family's wealth could crush yours in a heartbeat. He leaned in, his voice dripping with malice. Do you understand the pecking order now? Amy nodded slowly. Oh, I understand perfectly. She stared deep into his soul. The eyes never lie, Jake. Cyrone's eyes? They held truth. But yours? She sneered. They look like the dull, rotting scales of a dead fish. Jake recoiled as if slapped. You compare me to that trash? And think he's better? Rage twisted his face. Then, a cold realization dawned on him. Asterisk. I've been playing this wrong. Asterisk. Asterisk, I shouldn't be fighting her. Asterisk, asterisk, I need to break him. Asterisk. A cruel grin spread across his face. Fine. I'll make sure your little pet never casts a spell again. I will shatter his magic core. Watch and learn, Amy. Watch true power. Asterisk. Boom. Asterisk. Before he could finish, Mana exploded. Amy didn't hesitate. She struck first. Say it, she demanded. Scream it. You arrogant witch, he roared. Being pretty won't save you from a beating. Amy stood amidst swirling energy. Save the talk, she challenged, eyes glowing. Come and make your move. Jake froze, his eyes widening. Asterisk. A cross formation? From that distance? Asterisk. Have you lost your mind? He stammered. Magic is strictly forbidden in the… Ha. Her laughter cut him off. Scared of breaking rules now, tough guy? She looked down on him like an insect. You know why Cyrone is better than you? He stands on his own 2 feet. He doesn't need a dynasty to fight his battles. He owns his actions. She pointed a finger at him. Mark my words. In 6 months, you won't even be able to see his back. Why you? Jake raised his hand, mana flaring. But he froze mid-motion. Something was wrong. The air. It was too rich. Asterisk. Pure oxygen? Asterisk. Panic seized his heart. If he ignited his spirit zone now, she would turn him into a human torch. He gritted his teeth. Asterisk. I can't win. Asterisk. Asterisk against the class top? In a duel of wits? I'm dead. Asterisk. He lowered his hand, his pride in tatters. This isn't over, he snarled, backing away. You will regret this. Run along now. As his footsteps faded, Amy exhaled, the adrenaline crashing. Asterisk. Okay. Maybe I went a bit overboard. Asterisk. She touched her chest. Asterisk. Why did I react so violently? Asterisk. Then it hit her. Asterisk. If the truth about Cyrone came out, he'd be in real danger. Asterisk. She was protecting him. She let out a long, weary sigh. Well, she whispered to the empty air, I guess my coffee delivery days are officially over. At least things felt simpler now. Or so she thought. Several days later, The ripples of that night began to spread. Sariel found a cryptic note, written by Amy, and when Cyrone saw it, his eyes narrowed. He cracked the code instantly. Asterisk. She didn't run away. She went to save me. Asterisk. Unaware of the danger, Cyrone walked the halls. Hey look, it's the coffee shuttle. Fingers pointed, and snickers followed him. Show's over, folks, they yawned. Too bad, it was just getting entertaining. To them, it was a joke. To him, it was his life. He walked on, lost in thought about the last few days. Since the spill incident 3 days ago, he had been unsure how to face her. It was awkward. But surprisingly, the storm was passing faster than he predicted. He had braced himself for a month of torment, but the rumors were already fading like smoke. Asterisk. Maybe. Asterisk, he thought. Asterisk, the worst is over. Asterisk. Little did he know. The real trouble was just beginning. Just then, he spots a box of cereal on the shelf and tries to place her face, his mind flashing back to their last encounter. Suddenly, the memory hits him. She was the one who apologized for Amy during the coffee incident and even offered him words of encouragement. She had told him that love is a battlefield, a struggle worth fighting for. In that moment, he admits she doesn't seem like a bad person, but her presence here feels wrong, especially since she is usually Amy's shadow. Sensing something is amiss, he finally calls out her name, Sariel. Upon seeing him, her eyes go wide with shock, and she immediately demands to know what on earth he is doing in a place like this. Panic in her eyes, she shoves a crumpled note into his hands, a message from the notorious dark magicians. As he scans the text, the blood drains from his face, the gravity of the situation crashing down on him. Without hesitation, he asks her, "What do you know about these people?" Sariel, trembling, spills everything that has happened to Cyrone, desperate to make him understand the stakes. Flashback to 30 minutes ago, she was with Amy when Jake's lackey slid into their path with a slimy smirk. He tried to butter her up with cheap compliments, but Amy cut him down instantly. With eyes cold as ice, she reminded him that he didn't have permission to breathe the same air as her, let alone speak. She told him to back off, but the fool just laughed, mocking her for acting like a queen when she was about to be dethroned. Wasting no time, he dropped the bomb. The boss wants to see her. He handed over the note. Sariel, clearly annoyed by his presence, told Amy to just ignore the trash. But Amy let out a heavy sigh of disbelief as she read the location they had somehow infiltrated Class 5. Just then, the lackey delivered the final dagger, warning her to show up exactly as instructed, unless she wanted to see her little boyfriend destroyed. Disgust twisted Amy's features. She snapped, calling him absolutely revolting, before ordering Sariel to head to the library with her. But as Amy looked down at that note, the terrible truth dawned on her. Cyrone had been kidnapped. The memory of Jake's threat echoed in her mind. I'll make sure he never uses magic again. Her suspicion instantly locked onto Jake, and she cursed his name with blazing fury. However, a second later, she faltered, trying to convince herself that it didn't matter, telling herself that the boy meant nothing to her. But when she grilled the messenger, he simply smirked, claiming he was just the delivery boy. Sariel, growing more anxious by the second, pointed out that the dark magicians were just a gang of thugs who bullied students for attention. She couldn't understand why they would target a nobody like Cyrone, or how Amy was even mixed up in this mess. In the silence, Amy reflected on the moment she lost her cool and attacked Jake with magic. The realization hit her like a truck. This was revenge. Cyrone was paying the price for her actions. Sariel insisted they needed to alert a professor immediately, not just for Cyrone's life, but for Amy's safety too. Amy, deep in thought, knew that going to the faculty was the logical move. But logic didn't apply here. The situation was a tangled web of secrets. If the student council got involved, they would dig into her history with Cyrone, and the truth about her past could come spilling out. Worse, they would discover that Cyrone wasn't a noble at all. The memory of a private conversation with Cyrone resurfaced. He had spoken of the crushing weight a commoner carries in this prestigious academy. He had told her that expulsion would be worse than death for him. She remembered the fire in his eyes, his unwavering determination, when he swore that he would do anything to prove his innocence and earn her trust. Her resolve hardened like steel. She would rescue him herself. Turning to Sariel, she declared that she was handling this solo, instructing her friend to only call a professor if she wasn't back by 7 o'clock. Sariel was horrified, asking why she would walk into a trap alone when she didn't even know the enemy's numbers. But Amy stood firm, stating she had no other choice. This was her burden to bear. She told Sariel to stop worrying, her voice dripping with confidence. Even if Jake brings a dozen of his worthless followers, she declared, I will crush every single one of them. Back in the present, Cyrone listens to the story in stunned disbelief, muttering that Amy actually went to save him. He quickly tries to shake off the thought, telling himself it's impossible. She's always been a villain in his story. He turns to Sariel, demanding to know why she's just standing there instead of acting. especially after admitting Amy walked into the lion's den alone. Sariel, looking torn, explains that Amy left her no choice. She admits she's never seen Amy act with such intensity before. Furthermore, Amy's orders were absolute. Do not involve the professors, unless the clock strikes 7. Cyrone repeats the words, realizing that the 1-hour delay is her insurance policy. By keeping the teachers out of it, she is protecting a secret. And suddenly, it clicks, the secret she's guarding is connected to his own. She went alone to ensure his identity as a commoner remains buried. Determination surges through his veins. I have to find her. Sariel tries to block his path, insisting they wait until 7 as promised. But just then, our main character remembers the layout. Training ground. 14 is near the mountain. He checks the time. Running won't be fast enough. Seeing the fire in his eyes, Sariel decides to break the rules too. Walking is not an option, she announces. I'm going to use photonization. Hold on tight. Confused, he asks what she means, but before he can process, she activates her magic, and they launch into the air to save Amy. Mid-flight, Cyrone starts panicking, reminding her that using high-level magic on school grounds is strictly prohibited. Teleportation is unstable, he warns. If we hit a tree at this speed, we're dead. But his warning comes too late. Gravity takes hold, and they crash land onto the dirt. Groaning as he tries to stand, he thinks about how he had zero time to prepare for that brutal landing. Wasting no time, they scramble to their feet and scan training ground 14. But looking around, Sariel realizes the area is completely dead. Why is no one here? She wonders aloud. Thinking tactically, she suggests that the enemy might have changed the location at the last second. It makes sense. They would want to avoid being caught if a professor found the note. Frustrated, Sariel asks, what do we do now? What about Amy? Cyrone, realizing that the situation has spiraled far beyond a simple prank, understands that his secret status is the least of his worries now. In fact, he suspects he might have just walked into a much bigger trap. Turning to Sariel, he commands her to run back and tell the professors everything. He assures her, you'll move faster without me slowing you down. She hesitates, clinging to Amy's order to wait until 7. Cyrone cuts her off, reassuring her, it's fine. If I get there, Amy won't have to worry about anything. Go now. Shocked by his confidence, Sariel questions his connection to the Ice Queen. What is really going on between you two? She demands. Are the rumors true? Are you secretly dating? With time ticking away, she insists that there's a piece of the puzzle she's missing. Cyrone, losing patience, shouts that waiting will only doom them all. Seeing his desperate resolve, Sariel finally agrees. Fine, but be careful. She orders him to stay put and stay safe before taking off. As our main character watches her disappear, a familiar feeling washes over him. Being on a mountain. It reminds him of home. The hunter's instinct awakens within him. If Amy is here, he can track her. He begins to scan the environment for the slightest disturbance, and finally, he spots them fresh footprints in the dirt. But then, he notices something chilling. The tracks stop abruptly. Whoever was here vanished. He may have taken flight, but before he could investigate, the air shattered. A sonic boom erupted in the distance. Alarm bells rang in his head. He was too late. Jake's lackey smirked, claiming his hand merely slipped. Jake intended to make a grand, elegant entrance, but instead, he crashed into the scene with the grace of a falling rock. Standing before him, cold and unimpressed, she asked if he realized the storm he had just summoned. His companions snickered, remarking that having Amy in their presence was a rare honor, all thanks to Jake's little game. Jake sneered, sarcastically ordering them to treat her with the utmost respect due to a queen. She glared, challenging their pathetic display, and asking if they had any actual power to show her. Jake fired back, mocking her for walking into the lion's den alone, while leaving her precious Cyrone behind to hide. Without flinching, she asserted that she didn't want to cause a scene, and was more than capable of taking out the trash herself. Jake just shook his head, suggesting she was vastly overestimating her odds this time. With so many eyes watching from the shadows, he hinted at having a master plan prepared. She remained completely uninterested in his posturing, her only question concerning Cyrone's whereabouts. The gang roared with laughter. They claimed Cyrone was likely rotting in the library, buried in books, completely ignorant that Amy was trapped in the wolf's den. Jake remained unfazed. He told her to forget the bookworm and worry about her own survival. He added with a grin that his boys were just eager to show her the same respect she had shown them in the past. Sarcasm dripped from his lips like poison. He was simply returning the favors she once bestowed upon him. Realizing Cyrone wasn't involved, a wave of relief washed over her. Now she could cut loose. With newfound confidence, she declared she no longer cared about the audience. She would effortlessly crush every single one of them herself. The bullies exchanged nervous glances, rattled by her killing intent. But before they could blink, the world exploded. A shockwave sent half the group flying as pillars of crimson flame roared into the sky, scorching the air like the very depths of hell. Jake barked orders to suppress the inferno. Realizing their numbers were a disadvantage, their collective strength weakened when they got in each other's way. He urgently screamed to track her movements, but gravity betrayed them. They were launched into the air, desperate to escape the incineration. Amy stood firm, a goddess of fire relentlessly pressing the attack. Determined to end this, she moved like a phantom. A sudden flash of light blinded them, and she demanded their location. As they scrambled to run, she snapped the trap shut without mercy. She conjured another wave of scorching hellfire. The temperature skyrocketed, becoming a suffocating nightmare for the boys. One minion turned to Jake, terror in his eyes. He panicked, reminding Jake that Amy was supposed to rely on standard casting. But she wasn't just using the cross, she was spinning it with impossible speed. Jake quickly realized that her combat prowess was leagues above mere academy training. A terrifying thought crossed his mind had she been forged in the fires of real war. The flames licked closer, searing their skin. Agony spread as burns marked their bodies, but Jake forced himself to maintain composure. Every technique had a flaw. He took to the sky, his eyes scanning the battlefield for an opening. He concluded that a horizontal attack was vulnerable from above. With this tactical insight, he made his move. Channeling his mana, he condensed the air into a razor-sharp wind cutter in his palm. He prepared the death blow. Amy seemed oblivious to the danger raining down from the heavens. He dove rapidly, convinced the fly was finally caught in the spider's web. However, just as victory seemed certain, the atmosphere shifted. In a move that defied logic, Amy evaded the strike with terrifying ease. Her voice cut through the noise, calm and imperious. She whispered one word, schema. Before he could process the failure, she snatched his hand mid-air, locking him in place. A fierce firestrike followed instantly. Power erupted in a blinding supernova. Jake was slammed into the earth, engulfed by waves of searing flame. The heat was absolute. Unbearable pain ravaged his nervous system. He was forced to admit the crushing gap in their power. Amy looked down at him, finally understanding why a noble like Jake had failing grades. He lacked the true essence of advanced magic. Frustrated and humiliated, Jake snarled at her, but she dismissed him like a gnat. It was over. She warned him. If he pushed this any further, she would make his life a living nightmare. But suddenly, the world spun. A wave of dizziness crashed over her, and a piercing frequency drilled into her skull, growing agonizingly louder. Clutching her head, she realized too late, the minions had activated a formation. Jake wiped the blood from his mouth and smirked, ordering them to sustain the spell. While he savored her torment, this was his checkmate. He warned that if she didn't exit her spirit zone, her mind would shatter. They were using anti-magic. Horror filled her eyes as she recognized the forbidden art. She couldn't deconstruct her state. Trapped in her own power, her body contorted unnaturally in the air. The boys poured more energy into the array, relentless in their assault. Believing the queen had finally fallen, Jake approached with a smug, twisted satisfaction. He demanded she answer him with the respect he felt he deserved. Fighting to stay conscious, Amy cursed her past arrogance. She regretted neglecting her schema training since age 12, but she couldn't give up. She forced her mind to find a countermeasure. Sensing her helplessness, Jake taunted her, declaring her totally powerless. He drew a gleaming knife, advancing with a sinister grin, mocking her famous disinterest in boys. He hissed that he would carve her beautiful face until no man would ever look at her again. Looming over her with a wicked smile, he demanded she beg for mercy like a dog. Amy's will began to crack. In that moment of absolute vulnerability, she realized just how weak she had become. A memory surfaced the day she and her guards had stripped Cyrone of his dignity. For the first time, the weight of that cruelty hit her. So this was what true helplessness felt like. But before Jake's blade could fall, our boy interrupted, his voice cold. "Don't you dare touch her." The bullies muttered in confusion. Why was the trash here? Jake's eyes danced with mischief. Did you come alone? Seeing the wooden stick, their mockery reached new heights. They cackled, calling him a mighty prince wielding a twig. Amy, forcing her eyes open, screamed at him in frustration for walking into a death trap alone. Cyrone was inwardly shocked they had actually cornered the academy's top student. He steeled his nerves, praying that Cyrone had successfully alerted a professor. He gripped the wood tight, remembering he had once taken down Leon with a sword like this. "Let her go," he commanded. The gang scoffed, suspecting a trap. They assumed an army waited in the shadows, but Cyrone simply began to walk forward. Their laughter died. Was he seriously planning to fight a squad of mages alone? Suddenly, Jake snapped his fingers. "Open sesame." A shimmering boundary encircled Cyrone. At first, he stood confused, the air growing heavy. Then, the sickness hit. His energy was being vacuumed out of his soul. His knees buckled, and he collapsed to the dirt. Jake looked down, sneering at the pathetic sight. He mocked Cyrone's weakness, reminding him who the real mages were. Amy screamed a desperate warning. "Escape your spirit zone. The area is covered in anti-magic." If he stayed, he wouldn't just lose his magic, he would lose his mind. She screamed, until her throat was raw. But Cyrone felt the world turning gray. His consciousness began to fracture into shards. But in the encroaching darkness, a memory sparked. His teacher's voice echoed, "A true mage maintains control." Until the very end, he recalls a fundamental truth. A perfect defensive stance is the anchor of a mage's soul. It does more than deflect physical blows. It fortifies the spirit zone against the chaos of battle. It becomes an impenetrable fortress against magical assaults. Since both anti-magic and the spirit zone operate as waves, he realizes the key lies in density. If he hardens his aura enough, he becomes immovable. The anti-magic will shatter against his will. With eyes burning with determination, Cyrone clashes directly with the suppression spell. He catches the invisible energy with his bare hands, leaving the onlookers paralyzed with shock. Who does this rookie think he is? Rage boils in their veins. To the elites, a commoner acting like a monster is a direct insult to their pride. Meanwhile, Amy screams, her voice cracking with desperation. She warns him that the mana pressure is spiking. He is walking into a slaughter. She begs him to retreat, knowing the numbers are against him. But just as the words leave her lips, Cyrone defies all logic. With a roar of exertion, he tears through the anti-magic field, displaying a power that shouldn't exist in a first-year student. The bullies freeze, their minds struggling to process the impossible sight before them. Their ultimate attack is bouncing off him like pebbles against a steel wall. The leader panic, shouting at his squad to hold the line. "Don't let fear take you. If your emotions waver, the resonance will break. If the wave scatters, they will be left defenseless." But it is too late. Cyrone pours every ounce of his energy into a counter-surge, his spirit zone expanding like a tsunami against their crumbling dam. With a deafening crack, the anti-magic is dispelled. Cyrone doesn't hesitate, he lunges forward, unleashing his technique. Suddenly, waves of azure energy ripple through the air. Agony rips through the opponents. The magical backlash strikes them with the force of a freight train, knocking all 6 boys unconscious in a single heartbeat. Amy watches, her mouth agape. Her mind refuses to accept reality. Because she isn't sensing the spirit zone directly, she can't understand the mechanics. But as the anti-magic fades, a thrill of pure excitement shivers down her spine. She marvels at the terrifying density of Cyrone's spirit. It wasn't just magic, it was solid, heavy, and undeniable. She had never witnessed a spirit zone that felt so much like an unyielding mountain. Meanwhile, Cyrone steadies himself, feeling a strange sensation beneath his foot like stepping on an insignificant insect. One of the bullies, barely conscious, gasps in horror. This is impossible. How could a single student dismantle an entire squad? A terrifying realization dawns on him. Cyrone must be a specialist in anti-magic warfare. That has to be the reason for his special admission. He is a monster in human skin. But Cyrone, eyes cold with anger, scoffs at their trembling. He stares down at them, his presence radiating a clear message. "Did you really think this was enough to break me?" Despite his outward dominance, sweat trickles down Cyrone's back. He realizes a fatal flaw: he doesn't know a single offensive spell. The leader, humiliated and enraged, scrambles to his feet. "I'll kill you." The boy prepares a lethal strike, abandoning all rules. But before he can cast, a shadow moves faster than sound. It is Amy. She tackles him, driving him into the dirt. She rains down blows without mercy. Fueled by pent-up fury, she screams that he has crossed the line. Cyrone rushes forward, terrified by the bloodlust radiating from her small frame. She demands the boy repeat his insults, her fist raised for a finishing blow. Cyrone realizes she is losing control. If she uses her schema at this range, she won't just hurt him, she will end his life. "Amy, stop!" He tackles her, breaking her momentum. She thrashes against him, demanding he let her fight. But in the chaos, they lose their balance and tumble to the hard ground. Cyrone checks her frantically, but she has gone limp. Silence falls. Panic grips his heart as he shakes her shoulders, pleading for her to open her eyes. They lie there in the dust, the adrenaline fading into dread. He assumes the mana exhaustion finally took her. Grateful for her protection, he whispers a sincere thank you. But suddenly, her eyes snap open. She springs up with the energy of a demon. "You idiot," she glares at him with disbelief. "You're weak, yet you try to play the hero?" Her harsh words pierce him, shattering his moment of gratitude. He realizes there is no sweetness left in this girl. She is pure, cynical survival instinct. She hisses at him to move, terrified that a professor might stumble upon the crime scene. But Cyrone hesitates. arguing that the damage is already done. Cyrone probably snitched already, he sighs. That triggers her. She explodes in frustration, reminding him that she explicitly ordered Cyrone to keep her mouth shut. She grabs him by the collar, lecturing him on the dark reality of the academy. You always make it worse. Mages are paranoid creatures. They don't just punish you. They dissect the truth until nothing is hidden. Do you want them to find out everything? About you? About me? She questions if he is ready to have their deepest secrets laid bare for the world to see. Cyrone dismisses her paranoia. He points out the obvious. You almost died, Amy. But she ignores his concern, obsessed with escaping. She prays to the gods that if a teacher comes, it's an old, senile one who won't ask questions. Fate, however, is cruel. A blinding flash illuminates the area Thad and Sienna have arrived. Cyrone rushes past the professors, diving toward Amy with tears in her eyes. Amy, are you okay? Your hair. What happened to you? Amy quickly fixes her appearance, forcing a smile and claiming it's nothing, just a little training accident. She curses internally. Why did they get here so fast? Suddenly, the air crackles with heat. Boom! An explosion rocks the area. Cyrone recognizes the signature immediately, the Fire Sun spell, a high-tier magic. Professor Thad stares at the devastation, his face darkening. He demands an explanation, turning his sharp gaze to Amy. How does a top student end up in a brawl like this? The atmosphere is suffocating. Everyone looks at Amy, their eyes filled with suspicion and worry. At the same time, Sienna steps toward Cyrone, her presence calming yet commanding. She explains they sprinted here the moment they sensed the disturbance. She begins her interrogation, but before Cyrone can speak, the lead bully steps forward, wiping blood from his lip. I can explain, Professor. He adopts a humble tone, lying through his teeth. I challenged Amy to a duel. You know how it is, teenage rivalry, a personal grudge, nothing more. Sienna narrows her eyes, not buying the act for a second. A duel? The letter we found was filled with blackmail and threats. Her voice drops an octave, dangerous and low. And I can smell the ozone, she accuses. You used anti-magic. That is a forbidden art within these walls. The boy flinches but doubles down, claiming he had no choice against a monster like Amy. He plays the victim card perfectly. She attacked me first in the library. I'm the one being bullied here. He paints a picture of Amy as the aggressor, twisting the narrative to save his own skin. Why else would she come all the way out here if not to fight? Amy's face turns red with indignation. That is a lie. You're talking absolute nonsense. She screams that he was the one threatening her, reminding him of his vow to kidnap Cyrone. But the boy sneers, dismissing her accusations with a wave of his hand. Kidnapping? Do we look like criminals? He scoffs, insisting again that she struck the first blow. He cunningly points out that Cyrone never went to the teachers, proof of their guilt. He turns to the professors, acting the part of the innocent student. They are the dangerous ones, not me. Amy tries to speak, desperate to correct the record, but he talks over her, his voice dripping with malice. It's time the truth came out. In his mind, he gloats. This is why dark magicians are feared. They control the narrative. He leans in, lowering his voice so only she can hear the threat. I have money, Amy. I will buy the press. I will expose your filthy secret to every noble house in the kingdom. Your life will be over. But Sienna has heard enough. Silence. She steps between them, her aura flaring. You speak with too much confidence for someone reeking of forbidden magic. Sienna makes it clear this wasn't study hall. It was a straight-up assassination attempt. She stresses that such reckless magic turns brains into mush and sends people to the afterlife. And the kicker? These idiots knew exactly what they were doing. She slams down the verdict. Immediate expulsion for being total psychos. But of course, the arrogant young master just sneers. He puffs out his chest and basically challenges her, asking if a mere teacher has the authority to touch a noble like him. Thad starts sweating bullets and tries to intervene, reminding her that this brat belongs to House Ardius, aka the school's biggest sugar daddies. He tries to imply that money rules the world, but before he can finish bootlicking, Sienna shuts him down with pure main character energy. She declares their job is to fix broken students, not bow down to daddy's credit card. She basically tells him if he wants to be a spineless sellout, maybe he should leave too. Instead of trembling, the boy bursts into arrogant laughter. He finds the situation amusing, eager to see who will be expelled first, the professor or himself. With eyes full of disdain, he declares that money is the absolute ruler of this world. He sneers, advising her to take this chance to learn that wealth conquers all. However, the professor remains stone cold. She calmly states there is a lesson he must learn first. Suddenly, mana explodes as Sienna unleashes a devastating barrage of blasts. Meanwhile, Amy is panicked, wondering how the situation spiraled into such chaos. Thad desperately reminds Sienna that harming a student is a violation of the highest order. but Cyrone watches with wide eyes, utterly mesmerized by her technique. Despite the terrifying force of her magic, not a single shard touches the boy. It is a display of god-tier control. She commands even the tiniest molecules of ice. Cyrone finally realizes why she is hailed as a legendary master of frost. The assault ends, and she pierces the boy with a question. Does he truly believe his gold can buy him everything? The boy's arrogance crumbles into panic. He screams for her to shut up and demands to be saved, terrified for his life. But she simply halts the magic. Her voice is ice cold as she reveals she knows exactly how many students he has tormented. Until now, the academy only tolerated him, but his luck has run out. Yet, he tries to cling to his pride. He claims it is all because of his family's immense fortune. Nevertheless, she shatters his delusion, asking if he is the one being deceived. She declares that this academy is not a marketplace. Students are not taught here because of their wallets. It is a sacred ground where they learn things money cannot buy. The boy blinks in confusion, unable to comprehend her meaning. She explains that school is the sanctuary where dreams are forged into reality. Since he desires to be a mage, she asks if he truly understands the weight of that title. Her words strike a chord. Memories flood back to him the time he begged for a chance, promising to prove his worth if he could just reach Class 5. But she is not finished yet. She reminds him that the true purpose of this place is to rise alongside friends, to study, to struggle, and to grow together. She asks if he really wants to destroy the very heaven that gave him the chance to chase his destiny. The truth hits him like a sledgehammer, and he finally bows his head in apology. Seeing their leader fall, Jake and the Dark Magicians also repent. They vow to return to the path of a true mage. However, redemption has a price. Before they can start over, they must endure a long sentence in the detention hall to reflect on their sins and to pay for their arrogance. Meanwhile, inside the detention hall, the air is filled with the pathetic groans of the punished. One complains about the harsh treatment, but another voice speaks up. It reassures them that it is merely a scratch, nothing worth crying over. The scene shifts. Cyrone and Amy now stand before the professors, facing an intense interrogation. A stern voice demands to know why the incident was hidden. The professor emphasizes that such dangerous matters must be reported immediately. Thad also shakes his head in disapproval. He cannot accept that Cyrone, a mere student, tried to play the hero against a powerful foe all by himself. The tension in the room is suffocating. That is when Amy decides to drop the bomb. She realizes that secrets will only lead to their downfall. She needs a lie, and she needs it fast to protect everyone. Furthermore, she wonders just how much the headmaster knows. Then, with a straight face, she declares that Cyrone is her boyfriend. The others are stunned into silence, jaw dropped, while she just laughs. The scene shifts to a dramatic tale. Amy is surrounded by villains, pleading for help. The cruel gang laughs, mocking her weakness. They sneer that no hero is coming, claiming she should have just accepted their twisted affection. Suddenly, the thunder of hooves shatters the tension. A majestic horse appears through the dust. The gangsters panic as the silhouette emerges. It is Cyrone. Amy gasps, her heart racing. She cannot believe he came for her. He declares he has crossed the world just to save her. He pulls her into a passionate embrace, their souls connecting in the heat of the moment. But wait, this is just a fanfiction story told by Cheryl. The girls listening are swooning over the romance, totally captivated. Others are skeptical, questioning if such a movie-like scene really happened. Cyrone, however, swears on her life it is true. She claims to be a first-hand witness. Just then, the real Amy appears, furious at the gossip spreading through the halls. She accuses them of spreading lies, but the audience is too hooked on the drama to care. Some find it fascinating, while others burn with jealousy. Amy confronts Cyrone directly. She demands to know if Cyrone has a death wish for spreading such rumors. Cyrone just giggles, dismissing the need for proof. She confidently states that the whole school knows Amy and Cyrone are an item. She assumes they have already shared a kiss. She points out that this rumor actually protects Amy from unwanted suitors. Amy sighs, realizing the unspoken advantage of this fake relationship. However, the truth is far simpler. Days ago, Thad was shocked to learn of their connection. To save face, Amy had lied about Cyrone, the new transfer student. She claimed they were childhood friends, reunited by fate at the Magic Academy. Blushing, she had turned to Cyrone for backup. He gave a nervous smile and played along with the charade. Thus, the fake love story was born. Now, everyone believes his heroism was driven by romance. Amy decides it is more convenient to pretend they are lovers, rather than exposing their complicated past. Back in the present, Cyrone finds the situation delightfully spicy. Since they share integrated classes, she is dying to see the couple interact. She teasingly asks Amy if they have a dinner date planned. The thought makes Amy's heart skip a beat, but she quickly crushes the emotion. She tells herself she is too busy for romance, and she has absolutely no time to date Cyrone. On the other hand, Cyrone is just a normal guy trying to survive school life. Yet, despite her logic, Amy cannot shake the strange, fluttering feeling growing in her chest. Later, at the integrated training grounds, the second intermediate class gathers. Sariel loudly calls out to Cyrone. He approaches to greet them politely. She instantly asks if he has been pining for Amy, but he just finds the question ridiculous. Amy, meanwhile, is secretly grateful he is playing along with the love game. However, she notices he seems stiff and nervous whenever he is near her, wanting to help. She whispers for him to relax and stop worrying about the senior-junior hierarchy. After all, they are supposed to be close. Sariel listens intently to their interaction. She is shocked by Amy's gentle tone. It is completely unlike her usual cold self. Sariel wonders if this is the transformative power of love. Cyrone responds simply, stating that he just wants to show proper respect. Before the awkwardness can grow, the girls leave for class. Both of them head toward their separate destinies. As Cyrone enters his classroom and takes his seat, the atmosphere changes. Venomous whispers reach his ears. The other boys are gossiping, claiming he only got in because of his handsome face. They accuse him of focusing on dating instead of magic. They mock his abilities, assuming a pretty boy like him has zero magical talent. The insults pierce his pride, and frustration begins to boil within him. Clenching his fists, he remembers how this nightmare began. It all started 2 days ago, when the whispers about him and Amy first began to circulate in Class 7. The discussions exploded after a note was posted, publicly declaring their relationship to the entire school. The revelation struck the student body like a physical blow. Many of the boys felt their hearts shatter, consumed by a bitter cocktail of frustration and betrayal over Amy's choice. They simply could not accept that she belonged to another. Meanwhile, whispers spread like wildfire through the halls, confirming that the relationship was official, crushing the hopes of countless admirers instantly. However, not everyone was drowning in despair. Some girls beamed with genuine joy, embracing the news with excited squeals. But the mood shifts abruptly as the class rushes to check their midterm grades. Desperate to know their fate, they scan the scoreboard. But shockwaves ripple through the crowd as they realize the truth. Cyrone is dead last, scoring a pitiful 30 marks in every single subject. They once believed him to be a prodigy, but now they see him as a fraud who lacks even the most basic magical knowledge. Just then, a male student steps into the classroom, his expression mocking. He sneers, claiming Cyrone's failure was inevitable for a special admission charity case. Laughter erupts around the room as he twists the knife deeper, accusing Cyrone of using noble connections just to sneak through the academy gates. He accuses him of coming here merely to hunt for a girlfriend. A sense of injustice boils within the students, furious that an imposter managed to capture a heart immediately after arriving. They view him as unworthy, trash who stole a spot from the deserving. While they sacrificed sleep and sweat to secure their futures, he has done absolutely nothing. Resentment thickens the air as they question the system. How could the academy allow such a farce? Suddenly, Cyrone enters the room, and a suffocating silence descends instantly. His instincts scream that he was the target of their venomous words. He senses the hostility lingering in the air before he even arrived. Yet, he chooses the path of indifference. He attempts to speak casually about the next lesson, but his classmate turns a cold shoulder. Cyrone notices the deliberate disrespect immediately. He senses the rot in the atmosphere but bites his tongue, knowing they have united to shut him out. Later, during the intense Spirit Zone training, the tension refuses to fade. A girl practicing nearby glares at him, visibly annoyed by his very existence. Her concentration wavers as she bitterly questions the situation. Why is everyone treating his Spirit Zone like a legend? At that moment, Professor Atella descends upon them, sensing the disturbance. Cyrone admits he is hitting a wall, his consciousness fading whenever he attempts the schism technique. The professor smiles, assuring him this is the burden of genius. She explains that his mind is trying to harmonize with the laws of nature, making the separation process a titanic struggle for his will. She swiftly changes the subject, inquiring about the other geometric forms. Since those come easily to him, she issues a direct command: demonstrate the image zone right here and now. Blindsided by the sudden test, he hesitates, feeling unprepared for the spotlight. The professor counters immediately, saying she could wait, but she demands to see it now because he is the chosen one who truly grasps quaternions. She challenges his spirit, asking if the eyes of his peers make him tremble. True mages must wield confidence like a weapon. Sparked by her words, he agrees. The classmates watch, jaws dropping in disbelief. Whispers erupt, accusing him of arrogance and trying to act superior yet again. The professor orders him to manifest the shapes one by one. Mastering all 4 forms of quaternion is the key to true power. Cyrone wonders internally, if he executes this perfectly, Will the path to the next level finally open? The students of Class 4 lock their eyes on him, waiting for a mistake. Casting aside his doubts, he initiates the defense form. A blinding blast of light erupts from his being. The students recoil, stunned by the sheer density of his power. One observer gasps, realizing he has manifested 144 sides, a feat of absolute genius. A massive explosion of mana follows, the air crackling with energy. The professor's eyes widen, realizing he possesses not just the basics, but a terrifying speed in shifting between forms. However, the immense strain takes its toll, leaving his eyes burning with exhaustion. He trusts the professor to guide his growth. The students of Class 5 stare in awe, but the atmosphere shifts when he attempts the schism. To them, his potential seems limitless. Cyrone realizes the secret lies in condensing the zone and shifting the gravity, but his control slips. The surrounding hostility pierces his concentration. Seeing him falter, the students snicker, finding delicious irony in his failure. They recall his previous perfection and wonder if it was all a fluke. Whispers circulate that he is merely a desperate attention seeker, but Cyrone remains unfazed by the chatter of sheep. They wonder if his mind is plagued by other burdens. Meanwhile, our protagonist questions the darkness of human nature, wondering why they find such joy in his downfall. Suddenly, a voice cuts through his spiral. A classmate urges him to stop overthinking and act. He reminds Cyrone of the fire in his soul, the singular dream of becoming a supreme mage. The words strike a chord, and he snaps back to reality, reforging his focus. The students gasp as a new, radiant light bursts forth. He contemplates the theory: does separation precede existence, or does disintegration lead the way? Meanwhile, a serious incident report lands on a desk. It details 6 students caught using forbidden anti-magic. Professor Oliver scans the document, her expression grim. The dangerous anti-magic was crushed by a mere defense shape. She realizes this is no feat for an ordinary mage. It raises questions about the ethical use of such power. Realizing our boy's mind operates on a different level, his talent is clearly an anomaly. Intrigued, she turns to Professor Rumi, asking for the results of his schism attempt. Rumi delivers the shocking statistics. He has been studying Quaternion for only a single month. Yet, his spirit zone maintained stability for a perfect 4 seconds. They discuss his rapid evolution, realizing he needs a new challenge. Elsewhere in the academy, Professor Oliver reaches a decision. A few days later, she invades the Class 7 chemistry lesson. She announces she is ending the class early for a revelation that will shake the hierarchy. Without wasting a breath, she commands our protagonist to rise. She declares that he is promoted directly to Class 5, effective immediately. The room erupts in shock. He has completely leapfrogged Class 6. They whisper frantically, wondering what powerful backer is pulling the strings for him. The professor ignores the noise, telling the others to simply work harder. But the tension snaps. A girl stands up, voice trembling with indignation. She challenges the authority, asking how a magicless student can be promoted. The professor pauses, forcing herself to question if her judgment was clouded. She turns to Cyrone, demanding the absolute truth. Dark thoughts of betrayal swirl in his mind, but he admits with brutal honesty that he knows 0 spells. The professor is stunned, but she recovers quickly. She explains that spellcasting is not a prerequisite for Class 6, so his promotion stands valid. However, another student rises, refusing to bow to this favoritism. He throws the professor's own teachings back in her face, reminding her that Spirit Zone is not the only measure of a mage. Since Cyrone is practically useless in combat, he issues a public challenge: demonstrate a single spell, or step down. Arrogance radiating from him, the student threatens to mobilize the council if this promotion goes through. The professor feels the weight of the class's collective fury, but she refuses to yield, insisting this will be settled by the faculty. Later, in the solitude of her office, she fumes at the students' insolence. She sees their reaction not as justice, but as fear. A protest born from jealousy and emotion, not logic. Just then, Maria bursts into the room, her expression urgent. Curious, the professor asks what calamity has occurred now. Eager to expose the rot, Maria spills the truth. She reveals that the class has been systematically bullying Cyrone for a week. It started with whispers in the shadows, but now they mock him openly to his face, sabotaging his mental state. She witnessed every cruel moment with her own eyes. Professor Oliver's expression hardens as she thanks Maria. She vows to handle this corruption personally. Meanwhile, Cyrone sits unbothered, absorbed in a book of wisdom. He reads that the great biologist Torquelin claims 6 hours of sleep is necessary, but in this brutal academy, he survives on only 4. He reads on, absorbing the knowledge of scholars, preparing his mind for the battles to come. Sleep? That is a concept for mortals. Cyrone is currently running on pure caffeine and main character energy. As he checks the clock, He realizes he has pulled yet another legendary all-nighter. He ghosts the NPCs, loitering around the dorms, and hits the road. He recalls the wise words of Timur. Haters are going to hate, so just ignore them and keep on winning. Thinking of the few people in his fan club gives him strength. He stands before the Iron Bastille Senior building, determined to crush his enemies with success and become the Wizard King. Fresh and clean in his room, a sudden knock disturbs his peace. Panic sets in. Who is raiding his dungeon this late? Is it a gank squad of bullies? He expects a fight, but, surprise, it is Professor Oliver. A wild teacher appears. He invites her into his humble abode and offers some tea like a gentleman. She skips the pleasantries. She is here for business, not a tea party, explaining that she had to track him down since he was missing earlier in the day. Her eyes scan his desk and lock onto his grades. At first glance, they look weird, but then she spots the pattern. The low scores are all identical. Suspicious. She realizes he is not dumb. He is speed-running the curriculum. He is maxing out other stats before touching magic. But she still wonders, why was his early game so weak? Cyrone blushes, radiating embarrassed vibes. Seeing his nervous puppy act, she asks if he is actually having fun at this school. He claims he loves every second of it. When she brings up the bullying, he activates his "I am fine" shield. She presses X to doubt and tells him to be real with her. He admits he has 0 friends and his social life is dead. But, like a true Sigma, he claims it does not bother him. Dealing with people is necessary, sure, but you cannot force the NPCs to like the player character. He knows Class 7 hates his guts, but hopes a few might eventually understand his brilliance. She gets it. He wants to speed run out of Class 7. Cut to the faculty meeting boss room. Oliver slams a book down and demands Cyrone's promotion immediately. The other professors note that the entire class is ganging up on one kid just because his magic stat is currently 0, truly toxic behavior. They realize the bullies are just salty, because they are hard-stuck noobs themselves. To fix this toxicity, they agree it is time to move some students up a tier. One professor thinks Cyrone will graduate in 4 years, easy. But Thad is the main hater. He vetoes the idea instantly with 0 hesitation. The headmaster asks for the logic. Thad argues that while the boy has big brain energy, he casts 0 spells. Plus, the angry mob of students will riot. Oliver activates her defense mode. She explains he is intentionally delaying magic to build a perfect foundation. It is a feature, not a bug. Thad claps back, accusing her of simping for her favorite student. He argues that other kids are just as smart and deserve the spotlight. He warns that promoting one guy will trigger the others. Sienna counters that we should not punish a genius just to soothe the egos of jealous losers. The debate turns into a PvP match. The other professors watch as the tension rises. Before they start casting fireballs, the headmaster steps in. He commands them to sit down and chill. He sees logic on both sides and wants to avoid a guild war among the students. He drops a new quest proposal. Next morning, the students swarm the assembly hall. A wild notification appears on the bulletin board. The advancement test. It is a golden ticket out of Class 7 hell. Pass the test, skip to Class 5. But as they read the fine print, they see the requirement. Teleportation. That is a high-level skill. The noobs panic. It is dangerous and basically impossible for their level. Doubts start spreading like a virus. Cyrone enters the chat. He scans the board. Teleportation. That is the boss mechanic he needs to master. The drama involving the Class 7 outcast has gone viral across the whole campus. That evening, even the high-tier players in the advanced classes are gossiping about the Class 7 drama. They talk about Cyrone, the magicless wonder. They know it is just jealousy because Class 7 does not even teach magic yet. It is all because he is close to Amy. Meanwhile, Amy finally connects the dots. He is getting bullied because she is too popular. That is why he ghosted her. Sariel calls Class 7 a bunch of babies. Amy stands up, ready to storm off and find her man. Sariel grabs her and asks, "Where do you think you are going?" Amy wants to confront him about the ghosting. She suspects he is dodging her because the paparazzi, students, keep seeing them together. Sariel tries to stop the feeding. "Are you crazy?" she asks. Approaching him now is just going to put a bigger target on his back. But Amy is stubborn. She refuses to listen to reason. Sariel warns her that she is about to make a bad situation catastrophic, a total party wipe waiting to happen. Amy insists they are not dating, but she is obsessed with why he is avoiding her. Sariel changes the subject to the impossible test. Teleportation. It is going to be a nightmare to learn, but Amy thinks this is actually a buff for Cyrone. The harder the difficulty, the better his chances. Sariel suggests Amy should just power level him herself. Teach him teleportation. It is a win-win, but Amy is busy grinding her own stats. She decides if he cannot solo this quest, he is not worthy of her. Cut to late night. The campus is a ghost town. The wind howls dramatically. Suddenly, Amy spawns, looking determined. She feels guilty and decides to help him anyway. Typical tsundere behavior. She parkours up a tree and breaks into his window, ninja style. She is ready to make him beg for help. Inside, Cyrone is reading peacefully when, bam, he turns around, shocked. Who goes there? Before he can blink, she tackles him to the floor. She threatens to snap his neck while demanding answers. Why are you ignoring me? He is terrified and confused. But wait, player 3 has entered the game. Professor Oliver is standing right there in the corner, watching this assault. The professor asks calmly, "Does Amy always break into your room at night?" Amy panics. It is not what it looks like. The professor tells her to lower the volume, unless she wants the whole dorm to hear. Oliver smirks, asking if this is why Amy has been hiding from him at school. Amy denies everything. She swears she never comes here. She just wants to know why he is ghosting her. Desperate to change the topic, she asks, "Why are you here, Professor?" Oliver explains she came for a private strategy meeting about the test. Cyrone, trying to defuse the bomb, offers Amy tea. She smells it, and finally calms down. Before she could demand answers about his humiliation or why he hid the bullying from her, the professor intervened, commanding them both to take their seats. As they sipped tea in the sudden silence, our boy was a bundle of nerves questioning the twist of fate that led him to this very moment. Amy couldn't hold back her worry, challenging the professor on whether a teleportation test was too reckless for novices, untouched by such magic. The professor revealed this was the headmaster's absolute decree. Amy realized they were playing with fire, explaining that teleportation is a high-tier light magic, a realm apart from standard spells. Cyrone dug into his memory palace, recalling the theory of protonization and how light moves at godlike speeds. Across the vast universe, nothing surpasses the speed of light. This absolute law is the very foundation of teleportation spells. Curious, he asked, does the body itself become light during the jump? The professor smiled, assuring him even a novice could trigger the phenomenon. She unveiled the arcane truth. Light speed has 4 distinct tiers, and quasi-light speed is the key to bending space. Once a mage teleports, residual light particles cling to their essence. Cyrone realized the spell wasn't the hard part. Controlling the aftershock was the real beast. Now he understood why this magic was forbidden on school grounds. Meanwhile, Amy noticed his gaze was glued to the professor, seemingly ignoring her existence entirely. She narrowed her eyes, wondering if the professor was always this cozy with him, especially while assigning such a death-defying exam. Shifting gears, she insisted he practice in a void, free of physical barriers. When he asked where such a sanctuary existed, she pointed to the sky, the air itself. She meant the teleportation zone. The pathless bridge, suspended a staggering 1,000 meters in the heavens. The professor then proposed a strategy to Cyrone. He must leap from peak to peak. True, there were no obstacles, but a single slip meant falling to a gruesome demise from the bridge. Amy argued it was suicide for Class 7 students to attempt the crossing. But the professor laid down the victory condition. The student who travels the furthest takes the glory. She claimed the level 1 ground was fail-safe. However, the physical danger wasn't the threat. Cyrone was about to become public enemy number 1. He was ready to face the magic, but the weight of standing alone against the world crushed him. Doubt whispered in his ear. Should he even participate? Sensing his wavering heart, the professor dropped the bombshell. She had already promoted him to Class 5. Acknowledging her fault, she offered a sincere apology. She vowed to mentor him personally. Amy, consumed by confusion and green-eyed jealousy, demanded to know what was going on. But Amy refused to let the professor get her claws in. She argued that a judge tutoring a student would spark a scandal if discovered. To prevent this, she declared she would train him herself. Brimming with confidence, she insisted the level 1 test was child's play for her to teach. Our boy was baffled. Wasn't she furious at him just seconds ago? The professor shot back, questioning if Amy had the luxury of time, reminding her of her own looming advancement test. Cyrone was stunned to learn Amy's secret. She was aiming for the senior class, a realm where students are semi-professional mages and the elite are immortalized in the Royal Magic School Journal. Reaching that summit marks the end of school life and begins a path of endless cultivation. Cyrone asked if she wasn't rushing her destiny too early. She replied that since he was climbing so fast, she had to ascend to the senior class just to stay ahead. He marveled at her spirit, risking it all instead of playing it safe. What shocked him most was that despite her own burden, she was still helping him. Amy assured the professor she could handle the pressure of training him. The professor recalled Amy's claim that Cyrone lacked theory and agreed a mentor was needed. Turning to him, Amy laid down the ultimatum. Choose your master. With a playful smirk, she suggested being taught by his own girlfriend might be the superior option. Without a second of hesitation, Cyrone declared, "I will master this alone." The silence was deafening. Amy insisted, love should conquer all, but he stood firm. Frustrated, she shouted, asking if he grasped the danger. He countered that Professor Oliver was a judge and reminded her to focus on her own battle. She warned him that his rivals would hire elite tutors desperate to secure the throne. They all despised him, and facing that malice alone was suicide. He turned the question back on her, noting she was also charging into the unknown early. He explained that staying stagnant would never lead to greatness. Class 5 was merely a stepping stone on the path of a mage. Eyes burning with determination, he admitted victory wasn't guaranteed, but he would fight without regret. The professor smiled, acknowledging his warrior's spirit, and decided not to interfere. Before departing, she reminded him her door was always open. He bowed in gratitude. She hoped he could conquer his demons. Then, her tone sharpened toward Amy, warning her to stay out of the boys' dorms, though she'd let it slide tonight. Amy sighed, relieved she hadn't been expelled. An awkward silence stretched between them, but as she turned to leave, he called out to stop her. She demanded to know why he had been ghosting her. "You should have told me about the bullying," she cried. "Was it your pride? Were you embarrassed?" He admitted he didn't want the gap between them to widen. Her face flushed red, convincing herself this was a confession of love. But he clarified he admired her as a mage. Upon arrival, he saw her name reigning at the top and vowed to catch up to her level, though he never expected this twist of fate. He feared her pity regarding the bullying would only make things more awkward. Amy fell silent, realizing her romantic delusion. But then frustration boiled over. She accused him of wearing a mask of politeness while secretly hunting for her spot. Confused, he asked where this logic came from. "If I'm your rival, drop the act and face me. If you can't keep up," she warned, "I'll make sure you know your place beneath me." Hearing the steel in her voice, he spoke her name with a new weight. He told her to wait, swearing he would stand by her side as an equal. She grinned, warning the rookie to tread carefully, or the wait might just kill him. "By then, I'll be leagues ahead," she teased. And like a ghost, she vanished from the spot. He watched the empty space, reflecting on the challenge. He regretted refusing help, but realized the eyes of his enemies were everywhere, watching his every move, waiting for him to fail. He makes the bold choice to walk this path alone. With only 1 month remaining until the exams, the classroom atmosphere grows heavy with tension. Students huddle together, whispering anxiously about their preparations. While one admits defeat, another boasts of private lessons starting today. Mastering teleportation in 30 days? It sounds like madness. Yet, 20 brave souls have signed their names. They claim the theory is child's play. They believe the formulas are simple, but the spell itself? That is a beast of a different nature. Suddenly, the door opens. Enter Cyrone, armed not with a wand, but with a towering stack of books. Whispers erupt immediately. He's really doing it? But internally, Cyrone's confidence is flickering. The arrogance of solitude is fading. The cold reality of the challenge is setting in. He reflects on the chaotic nature of a mage's world. The battlefield is never static. To teleport is to conquer the earth itself, understanding every shift in topography. The technique demands absolute adaptation to the ever-changing chaos of reality. And the math? It is God tier. Calculations reaching 10 to the power of 20. The sheer weight of the numbers threatens to crush his spirit. But he refuses to break. He steels his heart. The Academy would not assign an impossible task. He clings to Professor Oliver's words that teleportation is within their grasp. Yet, doubt is a poison. He has no lineage, no history with magic. The nobles of Class 7 have been breathing mana since the cradle. Surely, this is easy for them. They have bought their power with gold, hiring elite tutors. They will master space in days. As Cyrone wonders if he can ever bridge the gap, a lightning bolt of realization strikes him. A memory surfaces. The key to the puzzle was there all along. The headmaster he had already handed Cyrone the answer days ago. Meanwhile, across the campus, Mark is putting on a dazzling display. The headmaster watches, his eyes gleaming with approval. "Magnificent," he praises. The boy has already conquered the laws of space. As expected, the headmaster notes, of the Mage Association's heir. Mark smirks, basking in the glory of his bloodline. This is the privilege of the elite. He bows, feigning humility. Hiring a level 9 mage was worth every coin. The mountain he feared has turned out to be nothing more than a stepping stone. The tutor reveals the secret. The test is a game. Don't master the magic. Simply master the test. Precision and control are the only things that matter right now. Forget true mastery, the tutor advises. Focus on the exam, and victory is yours. Mark laughs, the sound dripping with arrogance. He considers thanking the special selection student. After all, this system is letting him skyrocket to higher grades. With a twisted grin, his thoughts turn to his prey. "Tell me," he asks, "how is our commoner, Cyrone, doing?" The tutor's report is shocking. He is teaching himself solely from books. Mark's eyes widen. Is the boy insane, or simply a fool? He had assumed Cyrone would have a secret weapon, a hidden master. Now, unsure of his rival's strategy, paranoia creeps in. Keep watching him, Mark orders. He must not get ahead. Magic from paper? Impossible. Mark's skepticism deepens. Meanwhile, Cyrone is drowning in a sea of theory, his mind becoming a fortress of knowledge. He absorbs every concept, memorizing the laws of physics with terrifying precision. Yet, he feels hollow. The exam looms closer, and he has no choice but to advance. Training ground, 41. The stage is set. Cyrone stands alone in the designated zone. It is time to drag magic from the pages of fantasy into the cold, hard world. He casts the spell Silence. Nothing happens. But his spirit does not waver. He trusts his mind. He reminds himself of the sacred steps. First, breach the spirit zone. Apply the protonic theories. He envisions himself as the boundary between all-knowing and all-powerful. He prepares to cross the threshold, the stage of erasure. Suddenly, reality bends. It works. A surge of adrenaline crashes through him. The process is alive. Now, he declares, eyes burning with determination, we teleport. But as he ponders the nature of the spell, he realizes the trap. Humans cannot calculate the value of light. It is beyond mortal computation. But when a mage achieves total focus, the mind transcends logic. He recalls the Headmaster's wisdom about the true monsters of magic. The most powerful mages don't count. They feel. They can sense the number of leaves on a tree miles away. This is the pinnacle of sensory evolution, the spirit zone. It is not about math. It is about becoming one with the world. To control nature, one must perceive it through a sixth sense. Teleportation is not a calculation. It is a singular moment of total understanding. 9 days remain until Judgment Day. The students whisper as Cyrone walks by. His face is battered, bruised purple and blue. Look at him, they sneer. Practicing without a shield like a barbarian. They see recklessness. He feels the price of progress. Cyrone is lost in the memory of his first attempt, the failure that nearly broke him. To fix an error, he had to slam into the earth. His knees had buckled under the force. Was it a calculation error? Plus or minus 0.02 milliseconds. It seems suicidal, but he has abandoned logic for instinct. He is carving the spell into his very muscle memory. He will not stop. Tomorrow is the test. Anxiety gnaws at him. Fix one leak, and another springs. The pressure is suffocating, but he refuses to yield. I am ready, he whispers, a mantra to keep the fear at bay. He hypes himself up. Focus. Precision. He pushes his mana and crashes. The ground greets him again. But wait, he rises calmly. That didn't hurt. He realizes the truth. He didn't fall. He arrived. He teleported. Excitement explodes in his chest. Again, he scrambles up, hungry for more. He will grind until his body moves on its own. The sun rises on the final day. Mark stands tall, radiating an aura of absolute superiority. Today, I make history, Mark boasts. He is ascending to Class 5. 700 meters in a single second. Watch closely, instructor. You're about to see greatness. Nearby, Maria hurries toward the office, but fate places her in the predator's path. Mark spots her. He assumes she is just another dropout. She stammers a greeting, trembling. I thought you were still practicing. She acknowledges his skill, assuming he is a self-made genius. Mark bursts into laughter. Me? Self-taught? He mocks the very idea. He compares himself to Cyrone with a sneer. That trash won't even show his face today. He turns his gaze to Maria, his eyes cold. And why are you here? With your grades? He dissects her academic failures with cruel precision, cutting her off before she can speak. Do yourself a favor, he sneers. Go to the stands. Watching the elite is the only studying you're capable of. Maria, defeated, simply nods. Good luck, Mark. He doesn't want her luck. He wants her submission. Save it, he spits back, walking away. I don't need pity from the professor's little pet. She froze, terror gripping her heart. How could he possibly know? Mark laughed, his voice dripping with mockery as he called her naive. Go ahead, he sneered, his eyes dark with amusement. Take a guess. With a smug grin, he revealed the terrifying truth his informants were everywhere. He leaned in close, whispering that a weakling like her had no business meeting the professor. Unless, of course, she was a rat. I've only tolerated you because we wear the same badge for now, he spat, his aura turning cold. But once I ascend to Class 5, you know exactly what fate awaits you. Disgust twisted his features. How could a coward dream of wielding magic? In his world, she was nothing. Even if she was 4 years his senior, trash would always remain trash in the face of true talent. Look forward to your hell, he smirked. Broken by his cruelty, tears streamed down her face, her spirit crushed. Leaving her in despair, Mark strode to the classroom, his mind already shifting to the next phase. Is it ready? A lackey stepped forward, bowing eagerly. Yes, 2 of us will lock onto Cyrone from the very start. The others provide cover. The trap was set. Cyrone would have 2 paths, and both led to destruction. Mark nodded, a cruel satisfaction washing over him. The bridge segments are 10 meters each. His eyes glinted with malice. Cyrone won't last 10 turns. He'll be crushed before he even begins. The boy hesitated before asking, and the promise? Once the job is done? Mark didn't blink. Pass the test, he declared, and your future is secured. Jobs, magic tutors, I will provide everything. Even if you fail to graduate, he boasted, playing his trump card. My father is the technical advisor for the Mage Association. Serve me well, and you will never hunger. Absolute confidence radiated from him. No variables allowed, he vowed silently. In his eyes, a true genius never left room for error. Meanwhile, at the training grounds, the students of Class 7 gathered. The non-participants stared at the abyss, the pathless bridge. Murmurs filled the air. This wasn't just a test. It was a brutal, winner-takes-all battlefield where mercy did not exist. Tension spiked as they noticed the crowd. Too many participants, someone whispered. The elites from Class 5 had arrived, and their overwhelming presence suffocated the lower classes. The Class 5 students smirked, treating the event like a sideshow. If a rookie joins us, one laughed, they better be easy on the eyes. Their mockery echoed, dismissing the desperate struggle below. Classes 4 and 6 filled the stands, eager for the spectacle. High above, the judges took their thrones, their gazes cold and calculating. The atmosphere tightened. The announcement finally broke the silence. The time is upon us, the voice boomed across the arena. 21 souls had 10 minutes to prove their worth. At the edge, a student stared down into the terrified depths of the cliff. Are you insane? He cried, trembling at the sheer drop. Where is the bridge? A classmate pointed into the emptiness, shaking his head at the boy's ignorance. Open your eyes, you fool. The boy recoiled in shock. That's a bridge? It's suicide. High in the stands, Sariel adjusted her binoculars, her focus sharpening. She had found the perfect vantage point to witness destiny. I can see every move from here, she chirped, vibrating with excitement. Beside her, Amy sighed, bored to death. Why are we even bothering to watch Class 7 trash? We have better things to do, she groaned. But Sariel cut her off, her eyes shining with conviction. Supporting your man is the duty of a good girlfriend. It's about the bond. Amy rolled her eyes. This is a survival game, not a romance novel. You win or you lose. Support means nothing. Yet, as she spoke, a shadow of doubt crossed her face. Can Cyrone even use teleportation? She wondered. Down below, a scout rushed to Mark. Where is he? Mark demanded. The scout swallowed hard. He's not here. Cyrone is missing. Mark froze, his perfect plan cracking. Impossible! Elsewhere, Cyrone bolted upright in the dirt. Panic surged through him as he realized he had trained until he passed out. The clock was his enemy. Where is he? Amy asked, scanning the field. It doesn't make sense. Sariel gripped the railing, her voice trembling with rising panic. I've looked everywhere, but I can't find him. Ice filled Amy's veins. Is he dead? She had warned him not to go alone. Below, the participants stared at the void, terror radiating from them as the exam's brutal reality sank in. Professor Rumi stepped forward, her aura commanding absolute silence. At the signal, you teleport. Distance is your only score. Her words hung heavy in the air, suffocating the students with anxiety. Panic erupted. To fail was to fall into the abyss. Screams began to rise, but a teacher's voice cut through the chaos like a blade. Silence! Cowards may leave now. Class 5 is for the elite, he roared. If you cannot protect your own life, step back. The brutal truth hit them hard, igniting a spark of desperate resolve in their eyes. The fear evaporated, replaced by steel-eyed focus. They would risk it all. Mark stood apart, sneering at their struggle, his arrogance unshakable as he looked down on them. He failed during training, Mark concluded, satisfied. The weakling gave up. Professor Rumi ordered the lineup, but suddenly, a ripple of noise turned into a roar. A battered figure burst onto the scene. Cyrone arrived, gasping for air, blood and dirt clinging to his uniform. The crowd gasped. He stumbled forward, apologizing. Can I still take the test? Without waiting for an answer, he moved toward the professors, eyes burning with will. Sariel grabbed Amy's arm. Look at him. Amy narrowed her eyes. Bruises covered him, evidence of a brutal struggle. No shield? Amy realized with a shudder. He trained with his bare flesh against magic. Professor Oliver frowned, asking for a delay, but the request was denied. The test would proceed. Professor Rumi looked at the boy. The test begins now. If you are broken, step down. Cyrone straightened his back, smiling through the pain. I am completely fine. The atmosphere tightened. Phase 1 complete, a student thought. eyes darting to his allies. The whisper network activated. Eliminate Cyrone. 10 bouts. No mercy. Oblivious to the knives at his back, Cyrone locked his gaze forward. The early advancement exam had begun. The timer blazed to life. The air crackled with mana as everyone took their stance. Stick to him, Mark hissed to his lackey. Flash! The signal light exploded. The students surged forward like a tidal wave, adrenaline flooding their systems. Fear clawed at them, but instinct took over. They were mages. In training, hesitation meant death. 2 seconds passed. The world blurred into motion. 20 meters to the drop. Mark sprinted, a predator in his element. Distance is nothing, he calculated. Timing is God. The cliff rushed to meet him at breakneck speed. It was a game of chicken with gravity. Rush the edge. Teleport at the last fraction of a second. 3 seconds. The pack thundered behind him, desperate to keep up. Too close. 3 meters left. Light erupted as a student panicked and warped too early. Slow down, you fool, Mark shouted, but the chaos drowned him out. Another flash, 2 meters remaining at 3.5 seconds. The weak faltered, staying behind, while the brave embraced the edge. 1 meter to oblivion. But Cyrone was nowhere to be seen. He was trailing just 1 step behind. Then, the crowd screamed. He didn't cast. He jumped. He defied all logic. Cyrone soared into the empty sky, his body clearing the cliff's edge. 2 meters over the abyss. 4 seconds. Time seemed to freeze as all eyes locked onto him. Suspended in midair, Cyrone's mind drifted back. A memory with Leon. Don't imagine the result, the voice echoed. Focus on the now. Fear of death was meaningless. If you fall, you die. That is later. This is now. Remembering those words, his eyes snapped open, blazing with clarity. He wouldn't fall. He would fly. The spectators gasped in absolute horror as he plunged from the cliff edge. A blinding flash of light erupted. Realizing the clock was ticking against him, he threw his body into the abyss with reckless abandon. Before he even left the spirit zone, another burst of light exploded as he accelerated. Mark struggled to process the scene, his eyes widening in shock to see Cyrone already dominating the lead, while Class 5 roared for the dark horse. Who possessed the courage to jump into the void? Sariel turned to Amy, recalling her previous doubts about Cyrone's magical theory. However, Amy's expression had changed to one of realization despite his late start as a mage. He had absorbed knowledge like a sponge. She knew the truth: if Cyrone could master the rhythm of the bouts, he would be untouchable. As he blazed past Mark, a fire of humiliation ignited in the rival's chest. Another flash tore through the sky as Cyrone reclaimed his throne. Meanwhile, Maria refused to be dragged along. She clenched her fists, remembering her vow to remain in Class 7 to avoid the bloodthirsty nature of competition. To her, this was supposed to be a friendly rivalry, but her fear of the battlefield had kept her stagnant for 6 years. She despised the pitying looks, yet dread consumed her. If Mark ascended to the next rank, her survival in this academy would become a living nightmare. By the climax of the third bout, the herd was thinned into 3 distinct factions. The first was led by the prodigy Mark, accompanied by his loyal lackeys and the relentless Cyrone. The second group trailed 3 meters behind like shadows, while the last group consisted of the cowards, those who had teleported away in terror. Whispers spread like wildfire among the survivors. One student speculated that Cyrone had 0 flight capability, wondering if he would simply splatter against the ground. It was a gamble with death itself. Suddenly, students began to drop from the sky like flies. Mana control failed them. One desperate soul screamed for the professor, begging to forfeit his dignity for safety. But the response was brutal. The judges and crowd erupted in cruel laughter, amused by his pathetic display. The names of the fallen were struck from the record instantly. A participant howled in sheer panic, realizing there was no safety net to catch them. Reality hit them as hard as the earth beneath. They screamed in agitation, cursing the professor for hiding the danger. Just like that, the third group was annihilated. The second group met the same devastating fate moments later. Mark observed the chaos, noting that most had barely cleared half the gauntlet, but his eyes locked onto a singular threat. Cyrone was gaining distance. He showed absolutely no fatigue. Confusion clouded Mark's mind, he remembered. Cyrone gasping for air just minutes ago. Suddenly the air crackled with another flash of power. Professor Romy narrowed her eyes. Cyrone was spamming the compulsion skill. A terrifying display of raw talent. Meanwhile, Mark developed tunnel vision, obsessed with hunting down his rival. Another professor nodded in awe of Romy's insight, admiring her sharp instincts. Sariel watched with bated breath, amazed at how efficiently Cyrone manipulated the laws of physics. How could a novice master such high-level inertia? Amy, however, saw something deeper, unlike standard mages who let their subconscious handle the flow. Cyrone was special. He was manually rewriting his own subconscious instincts. A feat so rare, it was considered legendary. As Mark pushed his limits, a dark realization struck him. that this upstart was seconds away from stealing his glory. Determined to crush him, Mark barked orders to his subordinates. Attack him now. They hesitated, knowing that burning their mental energy could leave them defenseless. Meanwhile, Cyrone cut through the wind, but suddenly a shadow loomed. One of Mark's goons materialized directly in his path. Shocked by the dirty play, Cyrone's mind raced to calculate an escape. The opponent wore a look of desperation. "I have no choice," he cried out, unwilling to fail. He resolved to drag Cyrone down to hell with him. In that split second, our protagonist saw the killing intent. He was preparing a collision course. As gravity claimed them both, Mark's lackey managed to twist away at the last second, forcing Cyrone to take the full impact. He crashed with bone-jarring force. His flight sequence was shattered. Mana drained from his body instantly, leaving him teetering on the edge of a blackout. Darkness clawed at his vision, but his spirit refused to break. The attacker viewed Cyrone as a monster of resilience. Meanwhile, a sharp-eyed student from Class 5, having witnessed the collision, he whispered that the scene was unnatural. He theorized that Mark's minion had manipulated his trajectory, aiming to cause a fatal accident. It was a calculated assassination attempt. Another student confirmed the foul play with confidence. When asked for proof, he explained the mechanics: one blocked the exit, while the other flanked from the blind spot. They had weaponized the teleportation lag to orchestrate a pincer attack. If Cyrone hadn't adjusted his course, the result would have been catastrophic. It was a strategy born of malice. The analytical student boasted that he would have used motion calculus to dodge, but his arrogance only drew murmurs from the crowd. Some nodded at his logic, while others found him insufferable. Nevertheless, they all agreed on one thing: the instructors must have seen the foul play, and judgment would surely follow. Meanwhile, Mark basked in his stolen glory. Bursting into maniacal laughter, he radiated arrogance. He declared himself the undisputed king, taunting his own classmates and the trash from Class 6, demanding they bow to his supremacy. Cyrone, however, analyzed the battlefield through the pain. Mark had the high ground, and was poised for victory. Understanding the stakes, he knew he had to break his limits to win. Yet he feared that widening his movement gaps would destroy his fragile rhythm again. Instead, he chose a different path. He would accelerate the heartbeat of his magic, adjusting his timing by a mere half-beat. As the spectators watched, the dual astonishment swept through the stands. Cyrone was evolving in real time. Only he and Mark were left in this high-altitude war. Some cheered for the villain, urging Mark to crush the underdog. Amy watched with a knot in her stomach. She pointed out that Cyrone was already wounded. This reckless speed could tear his body apart. Suddenly, a deafening explosion rocked the arena. The shockwave left everyone paralyzed. Mark froze in midair, eyes wide with terror, screaming that the blast had nearly incinerated him. Meanwhile, panic seized the judge's table. The pathless bridge system had critically malfunctioned to level 10. Cyrone heard the alarm and stood stunned as chaos erupted. Without a second thought, Professor Thad sprinted toward the engine room. At the same time, Professor Oliver turned to the headmaster, screaming that the exam must be aborted immediately. Another faculty member wavered, claiming only 2 students remained, fearing that canceling now would trigger a riot among the influential families of the students. But the headmaster's eyes blazed with fury. He rebuked the fool, demanding the emergency signal be fired now. Moments later, a siren wailed across the arena, announcing the immediate termination of the exam. When Professor Thad saw the yellow flare, he knew it was over, grinding his teeth. He braced himself for the political storm of complaints that would surely follow. Venting his rage aloud, he recalled warning the staff about the system's stability, suspecting that some incompetent fool was drunk on the job again. But as he reached the engine room, he found the door sealed tight. A chill ran down his spine. This was no accident. Sensing a dark presence on the other side, he roared for them to open the door, threatening that if they refused, he would obliterate both the culprit and the barrier from existence. A voice answered from the shadows, daring him to try, claiming that their disappearance would mean nothing. A flash of magic pulsed. Thad recognized the voice instantly. It belonged to Maria. His heart sank with concern. He demanded to know if she understood the gravity of her crime, warning her that expulsion would be the least of her worries. But despite his desperate pleas, Maria refused to surrender. Resigning herself to the abyss, she laments that her fate is sealed, believing she is condemned to a life of misery. With Mark ascending to Class 5, the gap between them feels infinite. Her current reality is nothing but torment. As tears stain her face, she hints at making an irreversible decision. Sensing her desperate aura, Professor Thad steps in, assuring her the door need not be opened yet. Her choice no longer matters, for the exam has been terminated, just as she wished. But elsewhere, Mark is consumed by a blinding rage. As the cancellation signal flares, he sees this interference as an insult. Convinced victory was within his grasp, he refuses to retreat. He insists on finishing this battle to crush Cyrone and silence the doubters forever. He resolves to strike now. They charge swiftly into the maze. Moments later, a messenger rushes to the headmaster with the news both students have breached the perimeter. The headmaster's aura explodes with fury. He curses their reckless arrogance. As the two rivals plunge deeper, Professor Oliver watches in horror. Why won't they stop? She feels a desperate urge to intervene, knowing this path leads only to pain. She questions the madness of it all. She turns to the headmaster, but he is too paralyzed by frustration to speak. Internally, the headmaster realizes he may have gravely misjudged our boy. He thought Cyrone was different, but now he fears the boy is driven by the same greed as the others. Meanwhile, deep in the labyrinth, Amy and Soraya watch with rising dread. They know they must act to prevent a tragedy. Amy gasps in shock. They are entering Level 10, a stage designed solely for professional mages. As they cross the threshold, the earth erupts violently. Our boy reaches the 10th level. He instantly realizes the traps here are unavoidable. His mental fortress is crumbling at an alarming rate. Beside him, Mark pushes forward like a madman. Blinded by a thirst for glory, he craves recognition above all else. He needs the world to see him as the apex predator. Moving with reckless speed, he believes his skill is unmatched and commands his opponent to stay in his shadow. However, in a split second, the other boy leaps up, triggering a catastrophic warning in Level 10. Meanwhile, Maria sits on the ground, contemplating the cruelty of a system that drags students into such deadly games, crushing them under immense pressure. Thad, standing like a guardian nearby, tells her she is mistaken, but she refuses to accept his words. She insists the academy only worships talent while discarding the ordinary like trash. In response, he reveals a shocking truth: he too walked these halls as a student. Recalling the distant past, he explains that, when he was a senior, she had just entered the school. He asks if his name rings a bell, or if rumors of his struggle ever reached her ears. She shakes her head. He then confesses that he spent 5 long years stuck in Class 5 due to his lack of natural talent. Watching peers soar while he remained grounded filled him with a blazing inferno of envy. However, Maria, still frustrated, refuses to believe him, convinced he is weaving lies to comfort her. He recalls his own pivotal discussion with the headmaster. He had been in trouble, and the headmaster had warned him never to let anyone look down on him. Yet, he had always felt invisible. In response, the headmaster told him that a true mage never compares himself to others. He must focus solely on his own cultivation. That is the key to shattering self-doubt. If a mage merely chases the shadows of others, he loses his own way. Back in the maze, Mark moves deeper, until he suddenly realizes the path ahead is sealed. Confusion strikes as he notices the route has shifted. This is not the way he entered. Panic claws at his throat as he realizes there is no escape. Terror grips his heart, and he screams for salvation, his nerves shattering completely. The spectators yell in distress, but then, to everyone's shock, Cyrone appears. He grabs his rival without hesitation, pulling Mark back from the abyss just as he was about to step into a deadlock. The students of Class 7 watch in stunned silence as our boy rescues Mark. One points out that in an advancement exam, mercy is weakness, you don't save the enemy. However, another argues that the sanctity of life outweighs a mere victory. Among them, one student remains deep in thought, analyzing our boy's every movement. Mark, still trembling, continues to wail for help. Our dude reassures him, explaining that he is guiding him through the chaos. He has decoded the maze's algorithm and believes escape is possible if they follow the flow. However, the watching students realize something alarming: the traps are sentient. They are actively hunting the contenders, blocking their vertical ascent. Recognizing the lethal danger, our boy determines that pushing forward is a death sentence. Without hesitation, he orders a tactical retreat. The crowd erupts in cheers, celebrating his wisdom. He has chosen the path of survival over pride. The students discuss Cyrone's immense strength and character, finally realizing the depth of his talent. They begin to understand they have misjudged him all along. As their perception shifts, they start cheering his name, urging him to stay safe. Amy, however, remains uncertain. She wonders if he is truly trained enough to handle the final stage of this hellish exam. She knows that advancement is the crucible one must pass to become a true mage. Reflecting on his determination, she realizes his ambition has always been to master magic at a professional level. Meanwhile, Thad continues his lecture to Maria, emphasizing that competition is merely fuel for reaching the final stage. He believes no one should rush their destiny. Instead, by progressing steadily, they ultimately evolve into true mages. She questions if it is already too late for her salvation. In response, he extends a helping hand, asking if she has the will to try one more time. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears stream down her face. At that moment, the headmaster arrives, declaring the exam will proceed. Taking full command, he assures everyone, that he will bear the burden of whatever happens next. The spectators cheer as our boy moves forward, supporting Mark. He notices the traps behaving like living beasts, their patterns irregular and chaotic. Disappointment settles in as he realizes the perilous position he has accepted to save his rival. Meanwhile, Mark continues to whimper for help, terrified of death. Determined to find a way out, our boy decides to perceive the entire structure as a single entity, focusing on each component individually. It is an approach he has mastered before. He recognizes its similarity to the concept of schism. A sudden flash of insight appears. He surges forward, breaking through the traps with surgical precision. He dodges every obstacle, leaving destruction in his wake. The spectators watch in disbelief, unable to comprehend what they are witnessing. Amy and Sariel observe with dropped jaws, while Professor Oliver, standing beside them, wonders how a student is capable of such a feat. Meanwhile, the headmaster contemplates whether crisis forces humans to unlock extraordinary potential. However, he recalls that limits usually lie in self-satisfaction, yet he finds none in this boy. He questions if this contender has any limits at all. Unfazed, our boy keeps moving, leaving the traps in the dust. Professor Romy watches, fascinated by his unwavering focus. She realizes his spirit zone density has increased to 99.9%, indicating that he is on the verge of breaking through his own shell. While impressed by his monstrous talent, she knows the danger is still real. Traps continue to materialize. He quickly assesses the limited space. A full 10-meter teleport is impossible. Adjusting his calculations, he reduces the distance by a tenth, maneuvering with swift strikes to the right and left. With relentless precision, he outpaces the traps, advancing steadily through the labyrinth. He eyes the next trap approaching and realizes that moving straight is suicide due to the narrowing gaps. In this situation, he must act with godlike speed. Without hesitation, he accelerates, moving within the blink of an eye. Iruki, observing closely, feels a surge of excitement. He recognizes that stance Cyrone is about to unleash the rainbow drop, the legendary technique of bending light itself. The spectators were left baffled, questioning how light could possibly bend when the laws of physics dictate it travels in a straight line. But Iruki, with his sharp analytical gaze, revealed the fundamental truth. He declared that the derivative of a circle creates an infinite straight line. It meant that Cyrone wasn't just moving, he was slicing his teleportation intervals down to the single millisecond. The crowd gasped, wondering how a human mind could calculate reality with such divine precision. Iruki shivered, realizing that Cyrone's potential wasn't just high, it was absolutely limitless. He finally recognized him as a true genius, a monster among men. The other students could only watch in awe, acknowledging the gap between them. High above, Cyrone became a streak of lightning, still carrying the burden of Mark, while dancing through deadly traps with surgical precision. But as he surged forward, a shadow fell over him. The ultimate obstacle blocked his path, the dragon's maze. Professor Oliver frantically scanned the area for Thad, confused by his absence. Meanwhile, Mark's consciousness began to fade into the abyss. Suddenly, terror jolted him awake and he screamed, warning that a monster stood in their way. Our boy, eyes burning with focus, calculated a desperate route to the left. But Mark continued to wail, begging to be released, his spirit completely crushed by overwhelming fear. At that same moment, Professor Oliver finally cornered Thad. Seeing the situation, she screamed at him to terminate the maze simulation immediately. Confused, Thad argued that the test had already been cancelled, but Oliver's face was pale as she revealed the horrifying truth. The system was active, and 2 students were still trapped inside the jaws of death. Shock pierced through him. Without a word, he bolted toward the control room. Professor Romy arrived on the scene, her voice trembling as she announced that Cyrone was charging straight into the heart of the dragon's maze. Panic swept through the crowd like wildfire. They realized he was sprinting toward a death trap, and fear gripped every heart. Even the headmaster lost his composure, stepping in to halt the madness. Tension skyrocketed. There was only one solitary second left before Professor Romy abandoned her post, rushing to alert Professor Oliver. As our boy hurtled toward the dragon's maze clutching Mark, a thought flashed through his mind. He wasn't dead yet. The spectators screamed for them to stop, terrified for their safety. Cold sweat drenched Cyrone as he froze in midair. With just 1 second until impact, he forced himself into a state of absolute calm. He analyzed the battlefield, searching for a miracle. The clock ticked down, 1 centisecond remaining. He calculated 9 teleportation points, convinced it was enough to escape. But then, horror struck. He had miscalculated. He hadn't accounted for the extra mass of carrying Mark. With only 1 millisecond left, his mind raced to rewrite the formula. The headmaster reached out, desperate to save them. But in that fraction of a moment, Cyrone unlocked the perfect pattern. A blinding flash of light erupted. and both he and Mark soared through the heavens. The crowd gasped, unable to process the miracle they just witnessed. Moments later, they touched down softly. Had he actually survived the impossible? Professor Romy stood frozen in disbelief. Our boy blinked, unable to recall how he did it, wondering if he had truly escaped the maze's clutches. Behind them, the pathless bridge deactivated. A student whispered that this was a legendary difficulty level for seniors, and he had cleared it. Collapsing onto the ground, Cyrone finally let his guard down. It felt like the end of the world, but he had survived. Sariel beamed with joy and shock. Even Amy felt her heart skip a beat, realizing that for a fleeting moment, he actually looked cool. This triumph was the proof of his blood, sweat, and tears. The students swarmed him with praise, marveling that a mere Class 5 student possessed such determination. Just then, Professor Oliver stormed in, frustration written all over her face. She panicked, wondering if Thad's negligence cost her the entire exam. But the professor calmly placed a hand on her shoulder, assuring her that he had done his best, and the full story would follow. Still irritated, she turned to the headmaster. Since the students had reached the finish line, she suggested they announce the results immediately. But the headmaster remained catatonic, witnessing a miracle he couldn't explain. He stared at our boy with deep gratitude for showing him the true essence of light. Professor Oliver noticed his strange trance. Professor Thad stepped in to explain the lore. The headmaster was once known as the Light of House Murphy, a genius who redefined the photon and won the prestigious Golden Circle Award. But consumed by greed, he had abandoned his brilliance for status. Thad approached him, whispering that their school had finally given birth to a new, radiant star. The headmaster watched Cyrone, seeing the reflection of his younger self. For the first time in years, his heart raced with excitement. He turned to the crowd, commending the students, praising their bravery as the foundation of their future. He raised his hand and declared our hero the winner. The arena erupted in cheers, but the celebration was cut short as Mark stepped forward. The crowd tensed. Surely, he was about to protest? After all, he had launched attacks and then been saved by his rival. Whispers spread like poison through the students, insisting Mark had no right to challenge the results. But Mark humbled himself. He looked Cyrone in the eye, acknowledging him as a true genius and admitting his own foolish misjudgment. To everyone's shock, Mark bowed deeply, taking full responsibility as a mage should. The audience was stunned. Inspired by his honor, his teammates also stepped forward, bowing in unison and awaiting their punishment. But our hero didn't seek revenge. Instead, he looked at them with weary eyes and simply advised them to live with more dignity. He chose mercy over punishment. The weight of exhaustion finally crashed down on him. All he wanted was sleep. Amy urged Sariel to leave, but Sariel refused, insisting on guarding his side. Realizing she couldn't win this round, Amy accepted it was her turn to focus on her exams. But just as she turned to leave, our boy called out to her, declaring that he was coming for her next. Both girls froze. Sariel felt a sharp pang of jealousy. He had called out Amy's name in front of the entire school. Her interest in him deepened dangerously. Later, Cyrone woke from a deep slumber, completely forgetting his bold words. Meanwhile, Professor Romy was still haunted by the events in the Dragon's Maze, wondering how she had lost sight of him during the trial. Later, at the disciplinary hearing, the atmosphere was heavy. Professor Thad spoke up, stating Maria was ready to accept her punishment. But Mark and the engine crew objected. Mark insisted the guilt was shared, and one by one, students stepped forward to confess, revealing their shameful scheme to ambush Cyrone. As the tension mounted, our guy questioned if he was truly ready to bear the weight of his own actions. He argued that Maria was cornered and never intended to cause harm in the engine room. However, the headmaster remained firm. Discipline would be enforced regardless of intent. Suddenly, Cyrone stepped into the line of fire. He offered to share the punishment, admitting he had ignored the warning signals and entered the maze on his own accord. He confessed to dragging Mark into danger. The headmaster recoiled, surprised by this noble twist. Professor Thad smiled, noting that this was exactly the outcome the headmaster had secretly desired. The students, once blinded by petty jealousy and pride, now embraced the humble path of a true professional mage. Even this disaster had transformed into a profound lesson. In the end, judgment was passed on everyone. Thad stood in awe, remarking that in the school's entire history, he had never witnessed such unity. Every student faced the consequences together, standing tall. Maria and Mark faced a 2-month exile, while the rest got off with 30-day suspensions. As for the victor, Cyrone, Professor Oliver, demanded to know why he courted death in that maze. He paused, then confessed the chilling truth that he simply refused to accept defeat. The puzzle consumed him entirely, erasing all memory of safety, until Professor Oliver realized that beneath that calm exterior lay a predator's instinct. Yet, in other ways, he was just an ordinary boy, his age exhausted. Cyrone retreated to his sanctuary, and collapsed onto the bed, consciousness fading instantly. But sleep offered no escape. His mind drifted back to the endless labyrinth, visualizing himself erasing his very existence. He saw his teleportation fracturing, his being scattered across the globe, existing everywhere and nowhere. Simultaneously, he recalled the sensation of being swallowed by the maze space, stretching into infinity. Suddenly, his eyes flew open as the haunting melody of a piano pulled him back to reality. Shockingly, 3 full days had vanished since the test concluded. He had been lost in the abyss of slumber. Looking back, he realized the immense value of the grimoire Amy had entrusted to him. Grateful, he resolved to return the tome, accompanied by a humble offering of thanks. With purpose in his stride, he headed to Integrated Training Ground 2, where he found Cyrone and Amy standing there. Cyrone beamed, greeting him with genuine warmth. He poured out his gratitude to them, both presenting a token of his appreciation with a shy smile. He offered them fresh apples. Amy froze, staring at the fruit in disbelief. Cyrone confessed he had seen her sketches of apples inside the borrowed book. Realizing her secret doodles were exposed, her face turned crimson, and she suddenly bolted, leaving Cyrone and Cyrone paralyzed in shock. Just as class was about to start, Cyrone instinctively chased after her flustered friend. Though Amy had ascended to the advanced class, she still faced a wall, a problem she couldn't yet crack. Time flowed on like a river, and a month later, Cyrone returned. His classmates welcomed him like a returning hero, saving him a prime spot. Class 7 was back from suspension, buzzing with excitement to normalize things, yet Cyrone found their fanfare excessive. He began to wonder if he had become a monster in their eyes. As he pondered, Cyrone approached. She asked to share his desk, and he agreed playfully, dubbing her his honored guest. She teased that he looked lifeless without his girlfriend. He parried, suggesting she was the one truly affected by the shift. She sighed, admitting the truth. That was exactly why she took the advancement test. She once aimed only to graduate, but Amy's fiery drive ignited her own. Now she was seriously considering the path of a soldier. Cyrone was stunned by this declaration. Curious, Cyrone tried to steer the topic back to his romance with Amy, but he skillfully dodged the question. Instead, he asked if the battlefield wasn't too perilous for her. She shrugged it off, explaining that war wasn't just about bloodshed, it was about strategy. Soldiers enjoyed financial security and status, making it a solid path. She then dropped a bombshell. Amy had chosen long-distance magic, aiming to become an elite espionage agent. The news forced Cyrone to confront his own anxieties. Why did her safety weigh so heavily on his heart? In Class 5, choosing a specialization was the key to power. Suddenly, Nade stepped in. He asked if Cyrone had been grinding in solitude again, and offered his support as a training partner. Cyrone accepted the gesture, recognizing the raw potential. In Nade, the boy possessed a terrifying affinity for electricity, a rare and devastating talent. Looking around, he realized Class 5 was a different beast entirely from Class 7. Perhaps the narrower age gap fostered a sense of mature camaraderie. But his introspection was cut short. Several former classmates surrounded him, demanding his ear. Curious, he asked what demanded such urgency. He braced for a debate on alchemy or literature. To his shock, their query was far more primitive. They demanded to know who was his type, the alluring Professor Romy, or the intellectual Professor Oliver. The question caught him off guard, but Nade jumped in first, acting as if the answer were universal. Cyrone hoped for an ally, but Nade betrayed him, declaring his allegiance to Team Oliver and praising her sharp intellect. A rival student slammed that logic, arguing that Romy's maternal instinct was supreme. The crossfire turned back to Cyrone, demanding a verdict. Walking a tightrope, he crafted a careful response. He claimed his respect for both mentors was too great to degrade them with such comparisons. However, one boy scoffed, insisting he would teach Cyrone the correct answer later, but fate intervened as a new presence arrived on the scene. The group instantly shifted focus, greeting Iruki, who strolled in with casual swagger. They laughed off their debate about the teacher's charms. Meanwhile, Cyrone studied him, observing how Iruki commanded the room effortlessly. Nade made introductions, noting that Cyrone, the perpetual hermit, had likely never crossed paths with him, but Iruki smirked. He greeted Cyrone with confidence, revealing he already knew exactly who he was in this school. Cyrone was infamous. Suddenly a voice from the past echoed in Cyrone's mind. As their hands clasped, clarity struck. This was the voice that told him to focus on the goal, not the obstacle. Cyrone thanked him, crediting Iruki for his breakthrough. It was thanks to him that he grasped the concept of the schism, but Iruki just laughed bluntly, remarking that Cyrone was far more fascinating in the flesh. Cyrone blinked, unsure if he had just been insulted. Nade stepped in with a nervous laugh, assuring him that this was just Iruki's unfiltered style, warning him that the class was full of hard-headed idiots. Iruki prepared to leave. Nade asked if he would stay for the lesson, but Iruki dropped a bomb. He hated it. Nade was floored by the lack of interest. Turning back to Cyrone, he apologized for the eccentricity, explaining that Iruki was an acquired taste. He wasn't bad, just different. Cyrone mused that he seemed special. Another student scoffed, claiming that trying to understand Iruki was a fool's errand. He labeled Iruki a genius. But one, teetering on madness. Is he really that gifted? Cyrone asked suddenly. Eyes turned to the field. Iruki appeared to be in a trance. The boys joked, wondering if he would strip naked again. Confused, Cyrone asked if that was a real precedent. Just watch, they urged. Boom, a chain of explosions rocked the grounds. Cyrone's eyes widened. Iruki was manipulating a schism spirit zone with terrifying ease. The students watched in stunned silence no matter how often they saw it. The spectacle never aged in the entire kingdom. Iruki stood alone in this ability. He locked onto a target. Class 4's outdoor lesson students screamed for him to stop, but with a cold command he whispered, detonate, forcing everyone to hit the dirt. One boy cursed him as a lunatic. Mission accomplished. Iruki waved a casual goodbye to Cyrone just as Professor Romi's fury erupted across the field. The instructor scolded him for causing chaos the moment he returned from suspension, but he just shrugged, claiming he hadn't broken a single thing. Her eyes flashed cold. She slammed him with 3 more days of suspension. His jaw dropped. That punishment was way too brutal. Meanwhile, Cyrone's mind was racing. He replayed the scene that Shizmid Spirit Zone and its explosive power. Just who on earth was this Iruki guy? One of the classmates scoffed. Iruki was the academy's biggest freak. 0 friends, average grades, yet somehow everyone called him a monster of a genius. He was the definition of an uneven talent, a master in one field, a disaster in the rest. If he actually cared about a subject, he'd score a perfect 100 every time. Nade leaned in, whispering about savant syndrome. It was a condition where a unique mind possessed godlike skills in a single domain. For Iruki, that domain was computational physics. His brain was a supercomputer, calculating impossible conditions from absolute 0 to 100 million degrees. Nade wasn't finished. This guy could calculate a specific date 40,000 years into the future, and he could do it in under 60 seconds. He could recite the infinite digits of pi if he wanted to. But ask him about literature? Complete failure. Nade recalled a legendary incident from the past. A literature teacher had once cornered Iruki during a test. Shaking the paper in the air, she accused him of making a mockery of her class. She pointed at his answers with trembling fingers. This was an art exam, not a math problem. Her frustration was boiling over. She lectured him on the importance of human depth and emotion. But Iruki? He just stared back and claimed that everything in the universe could be decoded with numbers. He couldn't understand why she feared logic. In his eyes, even the most complex human emotions were just biological algorithms. Take turning red with rage, for example. He argued it wasn't poetic at all. It was nothing more than a simple chemical reaction in the body. He broke it down. Stress hormones flood the system. The autonomic nerves lose balance, and blood pressure spikes. The vessels dilate, flushing the skin. That was the science, the teacher snapped. She screamed at him to get out, failing him with a big fat 0. Listening to the tale, Cyrone was actually awestruck. To stand by your convictions with such iron will? It was terrifying for someone their age. Nade laughed, mentioning that professors used to fight over mentoring him. But now? They had all raised the white flag. Nade shot Cyrone a look. He didn't expect the quiet guy to be so interested in school gossip, but he was glad to share the intel. Cyrone admitted he was captivated. But more importantly, it seemed like Nade knew every secret in this academy. Suddenly, a student approached them. She flashed a polite smile, inviting Cyrone to the prestigious research club. They studied physical manipulation, magic, and they needed his talent. With his skills in proton magic, their progress would skyrocket. Plus, if they published a paper, they could skip the brutal vacation exams. It was a tempting offer, but Cyrone bowed his head. He apologized and turned them down. His basic grades were a mess, and he had to fix that first. She respected his honesty. With a warm smile, she told him the door was always open if he changed his mind, then drifted away with her group. Nade watched them go, sighing. That was one of the elite clubs. But he figured a guy like Cyrone wouldn't care about status anyway. Cyrone looked puzzled. The truth was, he barely had the basics down. He couldn't even dream of joining a high-level club when he was struggling just to survive. A pang of envy hit him. He turned to Nade, asking if the information broker belonged to a circle. Nade looked like the type to be in a top-tier group. Nade grinned. Actually, he was a club leader. But he quickly waved his hands. It wasn't some massive, powerful organization. To be honest, it was kind of pathetic. They lost their funding because they only had 2 members. He only got the leadership title because everyone else graduated. Cyrone's eyes lit up. If seniors had passed it down, it must have a legacy. He asked to see it, but Nade teased him about avoiding clubs earlier. Cyrone insisted he wanted to go. He just worried he'd be dead weight. Nade laughed it off, telling him to relax. A club wasn't a corporation. It was a place to hang out and study freely. He motioned for Cyrone to follow him to their hideout. They arrived at a strange location. Cyrone frowned, confused. Nade smirked and introduced him to Istas the Academy's magic warehouse. This was where the school hoarded its treasures, a state-of-the-art facility that could teleport any training material from the deep storage blocks right to the entrance. Cyrone admitted it just looked like a dusty storage unit. Nade held up a finger, just wait until they stepped across the threshold. Generations of students had guarded this place like a holy site. Cyrone felt a spark of anticipation. Was it really that special? Nade nodded enthusiastically. Prepare to be shocked, Nade warned. As the doors opened, he explained that this space was a legacy left behind by the seniors. Every club in school wanted to conquer this territory. It caused wars. Cyrone worriedly asked if hogging such a place broke the academy rules. Nade shook his head. The room physically shifted its structure to hide itself. It was the ultimate, undetectable hideout. Deep inside, Nade stopped. Welcome, he announced, to the Paranormal Science Club. Here, they investigated ghosts, spirits, aliens, and the divine. Hell, God, you name it. Cyrone felt a headache coming on. Maybe this was a mistake. That topic list was a little intense. Boom! A massive explosion rocked the room. Cyrone jumped, but Nade just waved it off as dust. Cyrone wasn't buying that for a second. Why didn't they clean this up? Then, through the smoke, Cyrone saw him. Iruki? Nade sighed. Yeah, the club had a bit of a reputation. Most members hid their faces. But Iruki? He didn't join because he believed in ghosts. He joined to scientifically prove that none of it existed. Iruki blinked, surprised to see Cyrone. But without skipping a beat, he launched into a lecture. Tell me, he demanded, do you believe atoms persist after matter is destroyed? He points to the fundamental building blocks of reality and poses a terrifying question. If these atoms are severed, what comes next? Caught off guard by this sudden leap into high theory, our boy hesitates, but his instincts scream the answer. Destructive power beyond imagination. Iruki's eyes gleam with rare approval. Precisely. He confirms the theory with a smirk. Cyrone is stunned that his intuition hit the mark. He leans in as the genius elaborates. These tiny particles? They hold enough dormant energy to wipe a metropolis off the map. Iruki then presses for the fallout. What happens when that power is unleashed? Cyrone, imagining the devastation, speaks from his heart. Innocence would die. But Iruki waves his hand dismissively. Irrelevant. To him, the only truth is the magnificent energy itself. Our boy frowns, trying to process this twisted logic. He counters with the Headmaster's teachings. A true mage must always weigh the consequences of their power on the world. But Iruki scoffs at such morals. Is satisfying the hunger for knowledge not worth a few sacrifices? He calls our boy's thinking dull and antiquated. His voice drops, dripping with arrogance. Mages don't limit their power by choice. They only stop because they lack the intelligence to go further. He declares that genius is a weapon meant to be used. Chirone's expression hardens. He stands his ground. If being a genius means walking a path of blood, then I would rather remain a fool. The air creates tension between them. Iruki counters instantly, his words sharp as daggers. History is written by the few who dare not the cowardly masses. The sheep remain ignorant while the wolves lead the world. He glares, admitting that nothing disgusts him more than naive idealism. But our hero refuses to back down, his eyes burning with conviction. That isn't wisdom. That is merely defeatism disguised as logic. He argues that an ideal is not a fantasy, but a future waiting to be forged. Meanwhile, Nade watches the sparks fly. He grins, loving the intensity of this philosophical duel. But Iruki has lost interest. He shuts down the conversation cold. Emotions make you irrational. Sit down. Calm your mind. This debate is over. Cyrone decides he has heard enough. I have nothing left to say to you. He turns to storm out with dignity. But Nade awkwardly clears his throat. Cyrone? You don't even know where the exit is. The dramatic tension shatters. Iruki sneers, his voice dripping with mockery. Just retrace your steps, genius. Or is even that simple task beyond your comprehension? Nade winces at the cruelty. He scolds the prodigy. You didn't have to be so brutal. You could have just explained your point. Iruki shrugs it off at first, but then a shadow crosses his face. Perhaps I got too worked up. He justifies his outburst with a shocking admission. Because that boy is my rival. Nade is floored. You? Caring about a rival? Until today, Iruki only cared about raw data and numbers. But the genius explains. Exactly. I live in a world of calculation. But then he brings up the impossible feat. The teleportation exam. Nade nods slowly, remembering the legendary moment that shook the academy. That was how Cyrone skipped grades and entered our world. Iruki's eyes narrow. He had just learned the magic, yet he cleared level 10. And the dragon maze? That should have been impossible. Iruki's mind races. I calculated his time segmentation. It was nearly 1,000th of a second. Hearing the raw numbers, Nade is left speechless. That level of precision is monstrous. Iruki laughs, a sound of pure fascination. It is the mystery of insight, faster than action, truer than knowledge. He clenches his fist. No conscious calculation can ever hope to outrun pure intuition. He looks at his own hands. What happens when the calculator faces the intuitive? Nade finally understands the gravity of the situation. This isn't just a school grudge. It is a war between two philosophies, logic versus instinct. So, Nade asks, you plan to challenge him? Directly. Iruki confirms without hesitation. I will break him. The stage is set for the speed gun challenge. The next morning arrives. A classmate drops a reminder. 2 weeks until the speed gun test. Cirone's heart sinks. The pressure crashes down on him. He knows the stakes. Failure here means expulsion from the advanced class. Are you ready? The student asks. But Cyrone is lost in thought. Ready for what? The student laughs, sensing the intensity radiating from our hero. You always perform best when your back is against the wall, Cyrone. I can't wait to see what miracle you pull off this time. The test is simple but brutal. Use active magic, destroy the targets, earn points. Active magic spells that physically impact the world. It doesn't have to be destructive, but it must be potent. Healing, support, or attack. Everything is fair game in this arena. The targets evolve in stages, demanding faster reflexes and deadlier aim. Speed and accuracy are the gods of this exam. However, a cold realization hits our hero. He has 0 active magic in his arsenal. Desperate, he approaches his professor. He mentions the academy standard requires 60 points to use such spells. The professor nods, seeing the anxiety in his eyes. Do not panic. She smiles reassuringly. Your chemistry grades are soaring. You are ready for the next step. She is the mentor of Class 5, and she knows his potential. Cyrone addresses Professor Oliver respectfully. I'm not trying to rush, but I need power. She chuckles. You always want to conquer everything at once. But she acknowledges his unique talent. You possess specialist-level knowledge in a specific field. Cyrone blinks. Are you referring to photonization theory? He recalls the mechanics of teleportation. It is a passive magic converting the physical body into light particles. Because the transition is instantaneous, it looks like magic, but it's actually high-level physics. I never thought deeply about it, he admits. I certainly never knew it could be weaponized as active magic. The concept seems foreign to him. But the professor drops a revelation. It is cutting edge. The Mage Association only recently registered it. Cirone's curiosity ignites. Magic made of pure light? What would that even look like? She slams several heavy grimoires onto the desk. Read. As he flips through the pages, he realizes the magnitude of this moment. This will be his first time learning active magic purely through theory and books. Doubt creeps in. Is this really the best path? It seems too theoretical, too abstract for a combat test. Can he really use this in a fight? However, the professor's gaze is steely. It may seem useless now, but think about it, Cyrone. Nothing in this universe moves faster than light. Control over such a force in a linear direction, it is the ultimate advantage. She references the legendary Ivory Tower, the pinnacle of magical research. They predict that photon firing will revolutionize how mages communicate and fight. Secret research is already underway, techniques the public hasn't even dreamed of. She believes in this path. With enough dedication, this magic will define the future. By the time you graduate, the world will look very different. Cyrone absorbs her words. The risk is high, but the reward? Infinite potential. He nods firmly. I'll do it. Excitement bubbles within him. To pioneer a completely new field of magic, he begins his training immediately, but reality is harsh. Something goes wrong. He strains, but the light refuses to obey. Frustration boils over. Why can't I manifest it? A dark thought whispers in his mind. Am I not talented enough? Meanwhile, at the practical training ground, the students of Class 5 gather. The air hums with mana. They are practicing spirit zone techniques, emitting photons from their hands to construct spells. Cyrone realizes the bitter truth. Firing photons is not simple. It requires insane precision. He wonders if his style, the swarmer type, is incompatible with this high-speed magic. Suddenly, a hush falls over the crowd. Professor Romy steps onto the field. Are you ready to begin? The students gasp, staring in total shock. Is that Professor Romy? She has transformed. Her aura is heavier, her presence commanding. Cyrone notices the intricate robes immediately. Whispers break out. Did she return from special training? But one student knows the truth. That isn't just a new outfit. Professor Romy is a bishop of the Karsus order. Cyrone freezes. A bishop? That is a rank reserved for the absolute elite. A title given only to the guardians of holy relics. Furthermore, only 12 bishops walk this earth, and Professor Romy stands proudly among them. Whispers even suggest she holds the legendary title of Jonah, a rare and divine honor. When he shares this with Nade, his friend's eyes light up with pure enthusiasm. Nade expresses his undying admiration for Professor Romy, swearing to join her elite team no matter what. Excitement sweeps through the student body like wildfire. Anticipation hangs heavy in the air for both the test and the practical training. Even Cyrone feels a fire in his chest, eager to absorb magic under her guidance. Professor Romy then addresses the class with a sharp question. Are you prepared for the speed gun trial? She explains that destiny has granted each class its own time on the training field. The students bow in gratitude, but before they proceed, she drops a crucial lesson. She speaks of the importance of strengthening their omnipotence, the very bedrock of their magical might. Then, dropping a bombshell, she reveals that a special guest from the senior class has descended to join them. Gasps echo through the room. The students react with shock and curiosity, wondering who the mystery guest could be. She welcomes Samuel, who steps into the light and greets the juniors with a confident aura. He clarifies that he has no intention of becoming a teacher, but for the great Professor Romy, he would move mountains. He simply hopes his guidance will help these fledglings take flight. Professor Romy then introduces his specialty, incantations. The art of weaving magic through speech is a fundamental skill for every mage. She urges them to focus, as mastering this is essential for their evolution. While other students gossip about Nade, he questions when exactly they became rivals. Meanwhile, Samuel cuts through the noise, explaining that incantations amplify the raw strength of magic. Words carry power, Samuel declares, but seeing is believing, so he decides to demonstrate a tornado spell. Raising his hands, raw energy condenses into a swirling sphere right before their eyes. Cyrone watches in shock. He instantly recalls the headmaster showing him this exact technique in his childhood. Suddenly, the energy expands, birthing a ferocious tornado right in front of them. The entire class is left trembling in awe. The teacher instructs them to memorize the strength of this initial spell before she proceeds to enchant it. Speaking sacred words, Samuel begins the incantation process. His goal is to amplify the tornado's fury. At first, the students are fascinated, but as minutes drag on, patience wears thin. When will it end? 3 long minutes pass like an eternity. Finally, Samuel completes the enchantment. As he casts the spell, a catastrophic gust of wind explodes outward, sweeping past the students with crushing force. They struggle to stay standing, realizing the spell's power has multiplied terrifyingly. Samuel smiles calmly, reassuring them he did nothing special. It is simply the absolute authority of the spoken word. He explains that empty reading is useless. Instead, they must recite with the focus of a monk, as if meditating to unlock its true potential. He asks the students to consider the magic hidden within language. Incantations rely on this principle, he notes. However, in the heat of battle, this process is impractical. To prove his point, he switches gears to cast an ultrasonic spell. Murmuring a rapid incantation, he summons a T-tangent-sized tornado instantly. The students watch in horror as the powerful wind engulfs the training ground, sending them tumbling across the floor like ragdolls. As they struggle to regain their footing, the teacher asks if they were paying attention. Meanwhile, the class is left in total awe of the overwhelming skill on display. Cyrone comes to a terrifying realization. When students graduate from the senior class, they are unofficially level 10 mages. Professor Romy then steps in, thanking Samuel for his chaotic demonstration. Samuel bows humbly. I may be strong, but Professor Romy is a level 6 mage. Her power is in a different dimension. The students then ask eagerly if they will be practicing incantations today, but Professor Romy shakes her head. We will focus on sequencing instead. She explains that sequencing is a technique where students count numbers with absolute precision. Maintaining deep concentration during this process strengthens omnipotence. The students look puzzled, wondering how mere counting could possibly fuel their magical cores. Some question why numbers are so special. Professor Romy clarifies that numbers act as universal symbols that resonate with the spirit zone, making them essential. To demonstrate, she prepares herself. She prepares to enhance her own spirit zone. She begins counting in increments of 10, and in a heartbeat, she reaches 100. The students are astonished by her mental velocity. She accelerates. Her spirit zone pulses with visible light. Soon, she surges past 2400, and Cyrone finds it almost unbelievable. The rapid increase in her power is staggering. It leaves the entire class speechless. They realize the true potential of sequencing. He considers her speed godlike as she rapidly counts to 10,000. Simultaneously, the diameter of her image zone expands. It increases fourfold. Observing their shock, she explains that while incantation relies on the tongue, sequencing is a purely mental exercise. The faster they count, the stronger they become. The more their spirit zone improves in accuracy, size, and power, the more their abilities soar. Our protagonist begins to wonder if this technique is the key to controlling his erratic photon fire. The professor continues, emphasizing that iron willpower is crucial in sequencing. She stresses that discipline and a composed personality play essential roles in holding the magic together. "Do you understand the concept?" she asks. Meanwhile, Cyrone reflects on his own speed. He realizes he has already reached 1,000 within a minute, leaving the others in the dust. While others struggle, he considers his talent for complex calculations, like those required in teleportation. Could that same mathematical genius apply to sequencing? An idea forms in his mind. If he divides numbers into groups and processes, each group separately, he realizes he could count to 1,000 in just 10 seconds. Determined to test his theory, he focuses his energy and attempts to fire a photon toward a tree. Snap! A brilliant flash of light blinds the onlookers. The students are stunned. Unable to comprehend what just happened, they gaze in awe at the radiant display, finding it truly magnificent. They speculate whether he emitted a fire photon, and if he is practicing for the speed gun test. They acknowledge it moves at the speed of light, making it incredibly fast. However, many consider it a waste of mana to use such a skill solely for a test. Meanwhile, Professor Romy is deep in thought. She reflects on her initial impression of him. She had pegged him as a defensive specialist, but now? She wonders if he has successfully unlocked the secrets of active magic. Observing his progress, she notes that he is becoming a master of sequencing. When he admits it, she suggests a challenge, testing his abilities in the image zone. The class gathers, tension rising as they prepare for his speed gun practice. The professor instructs him to focus on his target once he completes the sequencing. Closing his eyes, he begins. He concentrates on strengthening his spirit zone through rapid sequencing. As the numbers fly through his mind, he shifts his focus entirely to the targets. Now at level 1 of the speed gun test, he begins. He starts the challenge. A sudden flash erupts from his eyes as he emits photons. The photon fire, channeled through his hands, moves with surgical precision. He quickly realizes the truth. Photons travel at the speed of light. The targets shatter the exact moment he locks onto them. With his score now at 11, he advances to level 2 instantly. While marveling at how rapidly everything is happening, the students recognize a striking resemblance to direct invocation. The targets are breaking instantly, unable to withstand his aim. As Professor Romy observes, she notices the terrifying speed of his counting. It indicates his growing mastery of sequencing. The sight of his performance reminds her of information magic. It reinforces just how exceptional his abilities have become. The professor now realizes that our boy has learned significantly from the legendary Pathless Bridge. His sequencing speed has evolved into something godlike. He continues firing photons at a velocity that defies logic. By the time the buzzer sounds, he has smashed through to level 19 with a score of 342. The students erupt into chaos, utterly losing their minds. They can't believe he pulled off such a monstrous score in a single minute. The hype is contagious. Everyone suddenly wants to master photon firing. But the skeptics shake their heads, claiming that style only suits a genius like Cyrone. Meanwhile, our boy is buzzing with adrenaline. Nade grins, remembering how his friend used to struggle with the basics of sequencing. And look at him now, mastering the art and dropping 342 points in one run. However, Iruki scoffs from the sidelines. He calls the score mediocre at best. Nade fires back, insisting it's legendary. For a first attempt, Iruki ignores him and raises a hand, demanding the professor let him take the stage. The professor hesitates, sensing the arrogance radiating from him, but eventually grants permission. He adds a warning, "Do not destroy my equipment." The crowd's gaze shifts to Iruki, the tension thick in the air. Our boy narrows his eyes. Is Iruki genuinely training? Or is this just another ego trip to humiliate the class? Despite the rivalry, Cyrone watches like a hawk. Iruki steps into the center of the arena and initiates the test. But then, he does the unthinkable. He activates the schism technique for a speed test. The students gasp. Is he insane? That technique requires visual targeting, not sensory detection. It should be too slow. Our boy watches, entranced. How is he compressing his spirit zone with such mathematical precision? Suddenly, a blast of energy tears through the sky above the arena. It's a mesmerizing display of power. Iruki blitzes to level 2, racking up 13 points with 57 seconds still on the clock. He unleashes a barrage of attacks, holding the entire class captive with his performance. As the seconds tick by, a cold realization hits our dude. Iruki isn't just good, he's on a completely different dimension. Cyrone wonders if this strength is natural. But then, he looks closer, and the truth hits him like a lightning bolt. Iruki isn't using his eyes to aim. He is calculating the trajectory equations for every single target. It's an application of schism that defies all common sense. Our boy whispers, "Is he using sequencing?" Nade shakes his head with a grim expression. No. Iruki doesn't count in hundreds or thousands. That monster counts in millions. The revelation strikes our guy like a physical blow. The processing power required is unfathomable. The test concludes. Iruki stands at level 24 with a devastating score of 548. The students stand in stunned silence, wondering if he is even human. This ability is beyond genius. It's anomalous. Even Professor Romay is forced to admit the performance was a masterpiece of originality. Iruki steps forward, demanding a critique. Our boy, swallowing his pride, admits it was magnificent. But Iruki looks disappointed. He insists that using modularity is the real feat here. He leans in, taunting our boy. Aren't you even curious how I count in the millions? Cyrone nods, his curiosity burning, but he doubts the arrogant noble would ever share his secrets. Iruki waves a hand dismissively. Knowing isn't the same as doing. Knowledge without mastery is useless. He drops the bomb. It's not that hard. It's just applying logarithms to group the numbers. Just logarithms, he says. Despite the explanation, our boy feels a headache coming on. The logarithm technique is a mental fortress he hasn't cracked yet. For Cyrone, sequencing is simple arithmetic. Logarithms introduce a dimension of complexity that twists his brain. Iruki smirks. Do you think you can ever defeat me? When Cyrone mumbles that, it's just a test, Iruki's eyes turn cold. Don't preach to me unless you have the power to back it up. He declares that theories are garbage, without practical application. If you can't prove it, you can't persuade anyone. The challenge has been thrown. Our boy meets his gaze. So, if I beat you, my theory is right? Iruki laughs, a sound purely dripping with disdain. Sure, but that will never happen. You can't perform the calculations I do. You will be crushed. Frustration boils in our dude's veins. The students watch with bated breath, loving the electric hostility between the two prodigies. The speed gun test has strict laws. Score equals targets hit within 60 seconds. Each hit spawns a new nightmare, raising the difficulty level instantly. Target velocity increases with every level. But here's the kicker. If time runs out before you land a hit, the spawn rate dies, and your score flatlines. The class average is a meager 400. No one has ever touched 700. Our boy realizes the math. To hit that legendary number, he cannot miss. He must reach level 30 within the time limit. That means clearing every stage in 2 seconds flat. Determination hardens his expression. He steps up. The students watch in disbelief as he begins to annihilate the targets. His speed is blinding. His precision is absolute. The crowd whispers that this is no longer student level. The clock winds down. Level 25. Score 567. He barely misses the 700 mark, but the students are floored. He improved his score by 200 points in a single week. The image zone fades, and the cheers are deafening. He has evolved to firing 4 shots per second. But then, the shadow returns. Iruki steps up for his turn. The students notice something terrifying. His spirit zone is smaller, but it's faster, denser. He shatters targets with surgical cruelty. He finishes in record time, hitting level 24. The final score flashes, 568. The class gasps. He beat our boy by exactly 1 point. Just one. Our dude clenches his fist, convinced he can bridge that gap in the next round. He is focused. He is ready. But the next day, the same thing happens. 1 point difference. And the next. It's not a coincidence. It's a pattern. The students cheer for Iruki, clueless to the cruelty. But our boy sees the truth. That single point isn't a victory. It's a message. Iruki isn't even trying. He's toying with him, staying exactly 1 step ahead to break his spirit. The mob characters hail Iruki as the king, but they are also spooked by Cyrone's rapid ascent to 600 points. They swarm him, begging for lessons. Join our club. Teach us your ways. While they beg, Cyrone stares into the distance. He reflects on the effortless grace of Iruki's points. Cyrone is giving his heart and soul, bleeding for every point, while Iruki hasn't even shown his true power yet. Nade steps in, slapping his back. Don't worry, I'm on your side. You guys are both my friends, so I don't care who wins. Despite the pep talk, our boy feels his focus slipping. Nade laughs, pointing out the spectacle. Look at them. You two breaking records is the best entertainment this school has ever seen. Curious, our boy asks, has anyone else ever set a record like this? Nade blinks, surprised. Wait, you don't know? You really don't know about your own girlfriend's legend? He leans in and whispers the impossible. Amy once scored 987 points. Our boy's soul leaves his body. Shock doesn't even begin to cover it. Meanwhile, on the training grounds, Amy sits alone. Her friend, Sherelle, approaches, noting how thin she's gotten. Amy sighs. It's the senior class workload. It drains the life out of you. She warns Sherelle that her turn is coming soon. Sherelle asks if the advancement test is truly that hellish. Amy's eyes darken. It's not just hard. It's a standard of perfection. A high score isn't enough. It feels like every breath you've taken in the past is being judged. Sherelle shudders at the thought. But Amy smiles, regaining her composure. Don't worry. Passing means you equal a Class 4 mage. You have the skill. Sherelle notices the shift. Amy is radiating a new, sharper confidence. Then, she drops the question, how is Cyrone doing? Sherelle is stunned. Why is the Ice Queen asking about him? As Sherelle recounts the brutal rivalry with Iruki, Amy's expression changes. She realizes the truth. Iruki is challenging Cyrone, just like he once challenged her back in Class 5. The manipulator is playing his games again. Sariel trembled, questioning if Cyrone was truly a monster in human skin, her concern for our main character growing by the second, but Amy silenced her with a cold glance, commanding her to maintain her composure. Although Sariel insisted that the boy was in over his head, she found his calm demeanor unsettlingly rude. Yet Amy clarified the chilling truth that Cyrone had simply seen through the essence of the test. And suddenly, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd gasped as the results flashed on the screen. Our main character had obliterated the test with a score of 700, reaching level 13, a feat that had the students whispering the word monster with a mix of fear and awe. Even as they surrounded him, demanding to know the secret behind his godlike growth, Cyrone himself stared at his hands, struggling to comprehend that this terrifying power actually belonged to him, while Iruki watched with a gaze sharp as a blade. Iruki offered his congratulations with a knowing smile. Meanwhile, Sariel turned to Amy, desperation in her voice as she asked if victory was finally within reach, but Amy scoffed, dismissing it as mere child's play. Frustrated by her nonchalance, Sariel argued that Amy of all people should understand the gravity of this achievement, given her legendary speedgun record. But the Ice Queen remained unimpressed. Amy revealed the shocking truth that she had never taken this test seriously, admitting that if it came down to a life-or-death battle against Cyrone now, even she might face defeat. Just then, Iruki stepped up and shattered the atmosphere, scoring 701 points, creating a despairing one-point wall that forced Cyrone to wonder just how deep the abyss of Iruki's talent truly went. He realized with a sinking heart that for Iruki, this was as natural as breathing, and the crushing weight of reality settled upon him. He could not win this battle of numbers. Alone in the meditation room, Cyrone fell into a deep trance, agonizing over the impossible gap, realizing with horror that he had only 3 days to bridge a chasm that felt infinite. Iruki's ruthless words echoed in his mind, reminding him that excuses are the shield of the weak, and those without the strength to survive have no right to preach about the value of existence, igniting a fire of frustration within his soul. He understood that in this merciless academy, words without power were meaningless, and for a fleeting moment, he questioned if the pressure of the noble school was finally driving him into madness. But in a world where the weak are trampled, surrender was tantamount to death. If he wanted to seize victory, he had to shatter his own limits and find a way to transcend the concept of numbers itself. Like a bolt of lightning, an epiphany struck him. He questioned the very nature of the sequence, deciding to abandon cold logic and instead surrender himself to the flow, feeling the numbers as if they were alive. He pushed his consciousness to the brink, counting higher and higher until his mind began to fracture under the strain, stretching his spirit beyond the breaking point until the impossible occurred. Through his mind's eye, he witnessed the boundary of the infinite, muttering in disbelief as he saw the end of numbers, a concept that defied the laws of the universe. And a sudden, terrifying realization took hold. He began to decode the fabric of reality, but just as quickly, his concentration snapped, hurling him back to the physical world, leaving him dazed and wondering if he had touched divinity or simply succumbed to hallucination. Yet, the sensation was undeniable. A gravitational pull from a dimension beyond explanation had seized his soul, and the stress of the revelation weighed heavy on his heart. He questioned if numbers held a secret purpose known only to the gods, and when he finally opened his eyes, he was shocked to discover he had been in a meditative coma for 40 hours straight. The next day, tension hung thick in the air at integrated training grounds, one as students gathered for the Class 5 speed gun test, their hands trembling with the fear of failure. Whispers circulated about why the younger prodigies were watching, with one student explaining they were desperate to witness history in the making, just as the elites from Class 4 arrived with overwhelming presence. The pressure in the arena spiked instantly, and while some questioned the arrival of the seniors, others knew that the entire school had gathered for one reason only. They were there to witness the clash of titans between Cyrone and Iruki, a duel that promised to be legendary, and the excitement reached a fever pitch as the debate began. Arguments erupted over who would claim the throne, with many pointing to Iruki's flawless record, but Sariel cautioned them against underestimating the unpredictable nature of the Dark Horse. She explained that this wasn't just a test, but a duel of souls, noting that Cyrone possessed a terrifying instinct for real combat that made the outcome impossible to foresee. As the preliminary rounds concluded, victors celebrated while others cursed their lack of strength, and amidst the chaos, Cyrone finally confessed her hidden turmoil. Beneath her confident mask, her heart was racing with anxiety, and nearby, another student exhaled in relief, realizing he had survived the ordeal better than he had feared. The professor commended Group 19 for their valor before silencing the arena with the announcement everyone had been waiting for. It was time for the final showdown between Cyrone and Iruki. The stadium exploded with cheers, chanting their names like war cries, the air vibrating with anticipation as a classmate screamed for Cyrone to show them a miracle. The professor gave them 60 seconds to prove their worth, reminding them that the eyes of the future were upon them. And as Iruki signaled for Cyrone to begin, the battle of the century commenced. Instantly, their auras collided, and the spectators watched in stunned silence as every target was obliterated the moment it appeared, a symphony of destruction that defied logic. They were evenly matched, their scores locked at 12. But as the seconds ticked away, Iruki's spirit zone began to condense, a terrifying display of control that caught a sharp-eyed student's attention. He whispered to Cyrone about the legendary schism technique, a skill he never thought he'd see in person, and she nodded grimly, acknowledging that Amy's warning had been accurate. Iruki was a monster among men. But suddenly, the scoreboard flickered, and a gasp tore through the crowd as Cyrone's numbers surged past his rival, reaching 121 against 119. Whispers spread that Iruki must be toying with his prey, with some calling him arrogant for sandbagging in such a high-stakes duel. But the truth was far more terrifying. Iruki laughed, a maniacal sound, confessing that he was using every ounce of his power, and he turned to Cyrone with eyes full of suspicion, asking what kind of hellish training he had endured for the past 3 days. The professor watched with a sage-like gaze, realizing that Cyrone wasn't just counting. He was walking a path forged by pioneers, moving at a speed that defied the learning curve of ordinary geniuses. He questioned how far this boy had pushed his sanity to achieve such enlightenment, while Iruki, staring at the score, finally acknowledged Cyrone as a true monster, equal to himself. The professor recognized the technique as modularity, realizing that our main character was processing clusters of numbers instantaneously, a strategy that turned his mind into a supercomputer. Cyrone was consciously counting to the absolute limit of human capability, his focus narrowed to a singularity where nothing else existed but the sequence. He knew that a single lapse in concentration would cause his entire mental fortress to crumble, bringing instant defeat. So he walked the razor's edge of perfection. Suddenly, a flash of light signaled a massive leap. Cyrone's score skyrocketed, leaving Iruki in the dust with 469 points against 432. The arena descended into madness, the crowd roaring for him to break the heavens, while Iruki felt the suffocating grip of pressure, comparing the intensity to psychological doping. His calculation rhythm faltered as he realized he had severely underestimated his rival, admitting that while their intensity was equal, Cyrone's gambling strategy was on a godlike level. But Iruki refused to be dethroned. In a burst of desperate brilliance, his score surged past Cyrone's, shocking the onlookers. Yet our main character didn't even blink, his momentum refusing to die. The air cracked with the explosive rhythm of Iruki's power. A student gasped, thinking the spirit zone was glitching out, but Cyrone corrected him instantly. This wasn't a mistake. It was a display of pure dominance. 2 spirit zones formed at once. The audience was left breathless, their jaws on the floor. Even the professor couldn't believe his eyes, questioning how such a miracle was even possible. Meanwhile, our protagonist analyzed the anomaly before him. He realized Iruki had split his own mental schism, a feat of genius running 2 separate calculations simultaneously. Dual processing using logarithms within each zone. The professor admitted this was a technique unseen even among the elite, but suddenly, a flash blinded them all as Iruki's score skyrocketed to 8,045. In stark contrast, our boy was stuck at a measly 692. The gap was an ocean. A spectator shook his head, declaring the duel effectively over. The consensus was clear. Cyrone fought well, but luck wasn't on his side. As the crushing weight of reality settled in, doubt began to rot Cyrone's resolve. He had poured his very soul into this. Yet he couldn't even match half of Iruki's output. Sorrow washed over him like a cold tide. Was his absolute best simply not enough? But just as the darkness of uncertainty threatened to consume him, a spark ignited in the void. He refused to let fear dictate his destiny. Gritting his teeth, he resolved to push beyond the limits, vowing to transcend the numbers themselves. The crowd watched in awe as a new phenomenon unfolded. "Look at the lights," students shouted, pointing as his aura intensified. More targets materialized before him, summoned by his will. He pushed his mind to the breaking point, holding nothing back. Seeing this, Iruki let out a haughty, sarcastic laugh. "Go faster," he taunted, fueled by arrogance. He proclaimed his calculation power was the apex of this world. He believed he could decode the universe itself. Victory was his birthright. But, as the final second ticked away, time seemed to stretch into an agonizing eternity, breeding frustration. When the test finally concluded, Iruki smirked at his score. It was a monstrous number. Surely, the crown belonged to him. But before the victory cry could leave his throat, he saw Cyrone's face. In a heartbeat, Cyriel rushed to our hero's side. Panic filled her eyes as she assessed his condition. She frantically asked if he was all right. Drained of all energy, he could barely whisper her name. His only concern was the result of his desperate gamble. Instead of pity, her face lit up with a blinding smile. She dropped the bombshell he hadn't just won, he had shattered the world record. The stadium erupted into thunderous cheers as students swarmed their new king. Cyrone stood paralyzed, unable to grasp the magnitude of his triumph. But the moment was interrupted as Iruki stepped forward. He raised an objection, citing a specific violation. Area of effect magic is forbidden in a speed test, he stated coldly. The realization hit Cyrone like a truck. He admitted he had unintentionally engulfed the room. Iruki sighed, calling his honesty dull. But then, the twist Iruki dismissed his own accusation. Firing protons doesn't count as area of effect magic, he clarified. With a smirk of respect, he formally conceded victory to Cyrone. The crowd gasped, their brains short-circuiting at the display of sportsmanship. One student joked that the sun must be rising in the west. Seizing the moment, our boy addressed the elephant in the room. He asked if Iruki finally understood that human life outweighs research. It was the question that had divided them. After a tense silence, Iruki gave a reluctant nod. Cyrone was stunned by the admission, but Iruki quickly cut in. Our hero had misunderstood one crucial detail. He explained that an explosion isn't inherently evil, it is merely a colossal liberation of raw energy. For that energy to become violence, it requires malicious intent, he concluded. Our boy countered that humans are the variable, and that makes it dangerous, Iruki agreed, but twisted the logic. That is precisely why the responsible must control the power. His expression darkened with seriousness. From this day forth, Cyrone, you must take responsibility for me. Iruki revealed his vision. One blast could sustain 10,000 people. It could birth a utopia free of resource wars. Though he added, typically, that he didn't care about the politics. Our boy asked why he hadn't just led with that noble goal. Iruki admitted it was a test of character. He needed to know if Cyrone would exploit power or respect its terror. The truth clicked. Iruki was afraid of his own potential. He saw Cyrone's victory, not just as a win in numbers, but as proof of an unshakable will. Only you can stop me, he declared. It was a warning. If Cyrone refused, Iruki would unleash chaos. Determined, our boy vowed to stay until the duty was done. The students whispered, in shock. Had the great Iruki been holding back out of fear? Was he a cold realist or a terrified dreamer? Our hero took Iruki's hand, sealing their pact to keep the world safe. Suddenly, a friend wrapped them in a bear hug. I'm so proud to know you guys, he cried out. But the celebration was cut short by the professor. She dragged Cyrone away, her voice grave. Do you understand what you've done? Did you intend to leave us behind? She warned that stepping into that realm meant forfeiting one's humanity. Cyrone blinked, surprised, and apologized for his ignorance. She sighed and began to explain the true horror. He had entered the domain beyond numbers, the immortal section, or nirvana. A human can touch infinity, but venture too deep, and you simply cease to exist. Later, our boy reflected on the nightmare haunting him, a vast, hungry void pulling him into nothingness. It was the same terror that gripped him every night since the test. Weird phenomena began to plague him. Even spilling water felt unnatural. Desperate, he sought Professor Romi's guidance, but her diagnosis was chillingly normal. His body was fine. Cyrone wondered if a ghost had hijacked his senses. He took his worries to the only place that might understand the Paranormal Science Club. Nade laughed it off, though he admitted Cyrone's intensity was spooky, but our boy slammed his hand down. This was no joke. He reminded them of their club's purpose. Iruki chimed in, noting how rare it was for the victor to be so rattled. For a genius who defeated me to be this scared. Nade asked why Iruki was buying into this gloom. Our guy chuckled, wondering if he was being a fool, but Iruki ignored the banter and zeroed in on the dream. Total darkness, drifting stars, a mysterious pull, and at the end, a pulsing string of light. Nade's eyes widened. That light, it looked like a heartbeat? Iruki analyzed the data instantly. The scale and speed Cyrone described were physically impossible on Earth. If the dream was real, there was only one explanation. That phenomenon exists only in outer space. Our boy was floored. It matched the textbooks perfectly, but how could he dream of a place he'd never visited? Nade leaned in, whispering that it was indeed possible. He recalled a forbidden experiment from 2 centuries ago. Let me tell you about the spiritual electrolysis test. Scientists tried to prove the soul had physical mass using a death row inmate. Their theory? Electricity could shatter the spirit. They locked the man in a metal coffin. The box became a conductor for a continuous, agonizing current. The experiment was shut down for its cruelty, but against all odds, the man survived. And when he finally regained consciousness after a full month, he spoke of distant empires he had never visited, lands that no map had ever recorded. Yet, he described them with terrifying accuracy. Nade emphasized that every single word was later proven to be fact. He then unveiled a chilling theory. What if the man's soul had been shattered? If the soul became ionized, it could transform into an electromagnetic force, a force capable of attracting all the information in the world. That strange, tingling sensation he felt, it was known as supersight. Shock washed over our boy. That tingling was exactly what he had been enduring. Iruki, however, immediately raised a question. How could Cyrone perceive outer space itself? He suggested a deeper layer to the mystery. If the soul is electrically ionized, it might trigger a quantum phenomenon, transcending time and space. Our protagonist struggled to grasp these high-level concepts. Iruki clarified with scientific precision. This occurs at a level smaller than electrons, a realm where human logic crumbles, a world that cannot be measured, a world existing only through infinite probabilities. He proposed a radical idea. If the soul becomes lighter than an electron, the absolute laws of time and space collapse, making it possible to perceive the universe in its entirety. Nade's eyes lit up with excitement. The theory fit Cyrone's condition perfectly. Cyrone stared in awe. For the first time, the chaos in his mind had a name. He praised their brilliance, jokingly adding that they truly were a science club, even if they didn't look the part. Nade puffed out his chest with pride. But Iruki, the realist, cut in. This is still just a hypothesis. To find the truth, Cyrone needed to come clean. He brought up the anomaly during the proton firing test. The moment the nightmares began, curiosity burned in his eyes. What really happened that day? Our boy hesitated. He started to recount Professor Romi's words. But the moment he mentioned the immortal function, Nade's composure shattered. He demanded to know if Iruki knew of it. Iruki let out a knowing laugh. He recalled the teachings of his father. The immortal function. The ultimate enigma of mathematics. He believed this function held the key to decoding the very fabric of reality. Our dude mentioned the warning about its danger. Iruki nodded solemnly. In a way, infinity and nothingness are two sides of the same coin. He suddenly realized how Cyrone had defeated him. The irony was palpable. Watching them discuss such terrifying concepts so casually, it made Cyrone feel a strange sense of peace. With a fire in his eyes, Cyrone made his choice. I'm joining the Paranormal Science Club. Nade erupted in celebration, while our boy explained his reasoning. I refused to cower in fear any longer. He wanted to study this power, to face it head-on. Together, they could uncover the secrets of the world. Nade roared with enthusiasm. The immortal function is ours. They finally had enough members to reclaim their official status, and the school funding that came with it. However, Iruki remained the voice of reason. Will the faculty actually approve this? He reminded them of the grim reality. Their club had the worst reputation in the entire academy, but Nade smiled confidently. Leave it to the president. He flashed a stealthy application form he planned to slip in. The other two looked worried, but he waved them off. To the cafeteria. We celebrate. Cyrone offered to foot the bill. Iruki reminded him he was broke. Laughing, our boy insisted. Since this is my club now, it is only right. However, there was a catch. First, we must purge the clubroom of filth. Unfortunately, fate is a cruel mistress. Despite Nade's stealth, the application was intercepted by the one professor he least wanted to see it. Her eyes went wide when she saw our boy's name. Professor Oliver intercepted Professor Thad. What are you doing? She asked. He was processing the new wave of club admissions, a busy time before the vacation. Every year, the cycle repeated. Clubs form, students perform, and then dissolution. As he spoke, a single slip of paper fluttered to the ground. Oliver snatched it up and froze. This application, it does not belong here. Her confusion turned to shock. The name of their star student was on the paper. Clutching the document tightly, she marched straight to Professor Romi's quarters, apologizing for the intrusion upon her meditation. But Romi sensed the urgency. You must have a reason for this. They sat over tea as Oliver dropped the bomb. Cyrone has joined the club. Even Romi could not hide her surprise. Oliver pressed on. The Paranormal Science Club? Infamous for the catastrophe that occurred during their own student days. Parents still lodged complaints about it. She couldn't understand. Why would a prodigy like Cyrone choose that place over his prestigious studies? Professor Romi, however, offered a different perspective. The winds have shifted under Nade's leadership. He is responsible. He leads a disciplined group. They cause no trouble. She dropped a heavy name. Gold Makia, the head of the Mage Association of Tormia, was once a member of that very club. Confident in this new path, she believed that Cyrone was exactly where he needed to be. Joining the club had its perks, but on the other side, Nade was just lounging around. Our boy, ever the diligent student, asked if they were skipping class. But Nade, he just groaned, playing the sick card to get out of work. He shamelessly admitted that skipping was his daily routine. Meanwhile, Iruki was locked in a battle of wits over the chessboard, eyes gleaming for a rematch. Cyrone glanced around, his heart sinking. The room he'd just cleaned was a disaster zone again. Realizing his sunbays had zero interest in academics or research, Cyrone sighed. If they wouldn't work, he would. He grabbed a book, diving into self-study while chaos reigned around him. Nearby, Iruki grew curious. Is your masterpiece finished yet? He probed. Nade smirked. Not quite. But Iruki's sharp instincts kicked in. He guessed it was the legendary invisibility cloak. When Nade finally unveiled the device, jaws dropped. Even our boy couldn't hide his excitement. Nade explained the catch. It only lasted 1 hour before beckoning Cyrone closer to witness the magic firsthand. Also, the atmosphere elsewhere was heavy. Professor Oliver and Professor Romy were deep in discussion. Professor Oliver made one thing clear. Nade wasn't the one keeping her up at night. Her target was Iruki. That boy was hiding his fangs in Class 5, far more dangerous than he appeared. But she noted with pride that Cyrone had already crushed him in the speed gun test. She knew the school would soon be cleansed of those troublemakers once they graduated. Her real fear, that Cyrone, a rough diamond, would be tainted by Iruki's slacker philosophy. If he picked up their bad habits, it would be a disaster for the academy. Professor Romy, however, just raised an eyebrow. She thought Oliver was spiraling into paranoia. Back in the club room, our boy spotted a pile of magic grenades. Sweat formed on his brow. Were these live weapons? Nade claimed they were his precious stockpile, but Iruki scoffed, calling his bluff immediately. He just wants to be a magic engineer. That's why his grades tanked, Iruki drawled. Cyrone's eyes widened. Using electromagnetic energy for design? That was genius-level ambition. Then, something caught Cyrone's eye. A mysterious red book resting on the table. He reached out, fingers trembling. Is this the club's log? He flipped the cover, and his breath hitched. It wasn't just a log. It was a dossier, a complete archive of every problem child who had ever passed through the academy's dark underbelly. The history of the shadows, every dirty secret, every piece of gossip, complete with illustrations. Cyrone couldn't believe his eyes. How did the administration let this exist? The scandal was palpable. He flipped frantically until freeze. Amy Karmas? His eyes locked on her name. Nade leaned in with a devilish grin. Worried about your own file? Or are you and Amy an item? Blushing, Cyrone ignored the jab. Who wrote this masterpiece? He demanded. Iruki shrugged. That's the ultimate riddle. The author is a ghost nobody knows, but considering the dirt it held on the seniors, the culprit had to be one of them. Cyrone felt a chill. A senior mastermind was walking among them, silently judging everyone. Back in the office, Professor Oliver was fuming. To her, the Paranormal Science Club was a breeding ground for villainy. Like dark magicians in training, they would twist talent into something evil. It threatened the very foundation of the school's monitoring system. She explained the loophole to Romy. The club survived because it was never officially recognized in the first place. But now that geniuses were flocking to it, she had to drop the hammer. It was time for a purge. Professor Romy poured tea, listening to the warpath with a calm demeanor. Romy took a sip and played devil's advocate. There's a reason we don't interfere, Oliver. The clubs were sanctuaries of independence, sacred ground for growth. They allowed students to taste the fruit of their own labor. She argued passionately. If you strip away their freedom to choose, you strip away their humanity. They'll grow up paralyzed by fear, unable to make a single decision. Romy urged her to trust the kids. Oliver paused, the wall of her resolve showing a small crack. She saw the logic, but her protective instinct was too strong. She had to guide them. She had to shield them. Romy finally understood this wasn't about rules. It was about him. Oliver didn't see a club member. She saw a prodigy. She had given Cyrone space to find his path, but her patience had run dry. She was obsessed with shaping his destiny. So, Romy dropped the bomb she'd been holding back. During the test, Cyrone didn't just pass. He reached the state of nirvana. What? Oliver's scream could shatter glass. Suddenly, boom! The floor quaked, the entire building shuddering under the force. In the clubroom, Cyrone felt the tremors rattle his bones. An earthquake? He gasped. Nade's face went pale. Hide it. Hide everything, now, he barked. Cyrone was lost, but Nade knew the truth. A boss-level threat was approaching. The professor is coming! It was a raid! Oliver marched down the hall like a general. She calculated the distance 3 minutes. Plenty of time for them to scramble and destroy the evidence. Cyrone, bless his heart, suggested they welcome her warmly. Are you crazy? The seniors practically tackled him. One wrong move, one suspicious look, and they'd all be suspended. They had to channel their inner actors. When Oliver kicked the door open, she found a picture of serenity. Just 3 students, sitting casually on the sofa, but their calmness, it was too perfect. Oliver's eyes narrowed. This club had to go. Do you not know how to greet a professor? She demanded, aura flaring. She knew these clubs claimed autonomy, hiding behind the student council's skirts. She believed in due process, but this disrespect was testing her limits. Suddenly, Nade cut her off. We're in the middle of a very crucial debate, Professor. His casual arrogance was enough to make a vein pop on her forehead. If we knew you were gracing us with your presence, we would have rolled out the red carpet, he quipped. She realized their game. They were dragging Cyrone into their rebellion. Cyrone, however, just felt warm and fuzzy seeing his favorite teacher. Should he stand? Bow? Oliver scoffed. No tea for a guest? Nade smirked. Would you even drink it if we brewed it? Touché. She wouldn't trust a drop from them. Cutting the banter, she dropped the order. School club room. Now. The heir left the room. This was serious. Why? Nade demanded. Oliver laid out the cold, hard facts. She'd audited their history. 4 years of existence. 0 contribution to humanity. It was a wasteland of wasted potential. No members, no funding, just empty space. She cited the Academy bylaws. Produce a significant breakthrough within 1 month, or you are deleted. Nade practically prostrated himself. A presentation? Have mercy. How could they scientifically prove the paranormal? It was a paradox. He begged for any other punishment. It went against the very laws of the Society of Magic. He'd rather scrub floors. Seeing his desperation, Oliver revealed her trap card. Fine, there is one other way. Kick Cyrone out. The words hung in the air like a guillotine. Our boy gasped, heart-shattering. Me? Why? Oliver's gaze softened, but her voice remained steel. You know why, Cyrone. The immortal function within him wasn't a gift, it was a ticking time bomb. It was a danger to the students, and worse, a danger to himself. But Cyrone stood his ground. I know the risks, but I won't let it control me. It's not just about control, Oliver countered. It's the overflow. Cyrone blinked, confused. Iruki stepped forward, his eyes dark. It's the curse of the prodigy, he whispered. The genius disease. And I was its first victim. Recalling the cold memory, he shared his father's dismissive advice to simply endure the pain. They seemed to treat his suffering as a joke. But the professor? She was dead serious. She described overflow not as a gift, but as a catastrophic phenomenon. The human mind shatters under the weight of infinite ability, the brain's barriers crumbling like glass under the pressure of too much information. It was the genius disease, a cruel curse. She warned that without immediate and proper treatment, the victim is condemned to a lifetime of agonizing torture, never knowing peace. But the true nightmare was the overflow triggered by the immortal function. That was a death sentence. As the gravity of her words sank in, a cold sweat broke out on his skin. The terrifying reality clawed at him. He was spiraling toward total madness. The nightmares that haunted his sleep finally made sense. The puzzle pieces of his destruction were locking into place. She had previously ordered him to rest, but now she was taking command. If his friends truly cared about his survival, they would cut him loose from the club immediately to save his life. Nade, however, stood his ground like a stubborn mule. She called him childish, but he refused to back down. This was a man's decision to make. Iruki backed him up, sensing the injustice. Believing she was suffocating him with unnecessary pressure, Nade dropped a tactical nuke of a remark. He boldly suggested that her obsession with the boy's safety meant she had fallen in love with him. But then, the impossible happened. She didn't deny it. She admitted it. The boys stood there, brains short-circuiting, completely bewildered by how this could be reality. A teacher falling for a student? She calmly explained that statistically, the probability existed. Nade wasn't having any of her math lessons. He dismissed the logic entirely. Desperate, he asked the million gold coin question. According to statistics, do you like me too? Her answer was instant and brutal. Absolutely zero. Nade crumpled to the floor like a wet paper towel. Writhing in exaggerated agony, he begged for a reality check. Iruki stepped in, cutting through the drama to point out a crucial fact. Just because their boy couldn't handle the overflow, it didn't mean the Reaper was at the door. However, she insisted that Iruki, of all people, should understand the lethal stakes given his own dark history. Iruki fired back. They needed to trust their friend's potential. He accused the professor of being overprotective, bordering on a creepy obsession with their friend's safety. She was acting like a stalker. That was the breaking point. The boy rose to his feet, shaking but determined. He declared his agency. Yes, he was terrified. He felt like he was dancing on the edge of the abyss, about to lose his mind. Yet, Strangely, that chaotic energy gave him a twisted sense of satisfaction. The professor was stunned by his confession. This power, it felt incredible. It felt special. Despite the terrors lurking in his dreams, he vowed to unlock the secrets buried in his soul. This wasn't a curse, it was a challenge. He would conquer this storm, not bow down to it. Professor Oliver watched him, seeing the ghost of every determined student she had ever lost to the magical arts. A memory resurfaced, a boy from her past, who once tried to save her. Seeing that same fire in his eyes, her resistance crumbled. She accepted his resolve. She agreed he could stay in the club. Nade cheered like he had won the lottery. But the celebration was cut short. She announced they were proceeding with Plan A. The catch? They had to produce results within one single month. Nade went from ecstatic to exhausted in a heartbeat. The boy asked the obvious question. Are we doing a presentation? Can we just dig up old records? Iruki crushed that dream instantly. The club had never done a presentation in its history. If they had, then paranormal science would be a respected major, not a joke. There was simply no way to scientifically prove the soul exists. Nade looked ready to cry. He felt utterly helpless. Trying to change the mood, Iruki pointed out a distraction. Look, a beauty at 12 o'clock. The boy tried to stay focused, but Nade's eyes were already locked on the target. Is she a senior? A grad student? Then the realization hit them like a truck. That stunner was Professor Oliver. She looked completely different without her teaching robes. Iruki smirked at his friend's radar. Where was this glamorized version of the professor heading? Iruki speculated. She's definitely going on a date. Nade's eyes lit up with a devilish scheme. He decided to stalk her. If they could find dirt to blackmail her, they could save the club. Their boy thought the idea was ridiculous, but the gears were already turning. Iruki warned them tailing a level 6 mage was a suicide mission. But Nade was already gone, and Iruki, the hypocrite, sprinted after him, declaring he was all in. Cyrone was dragged along against his will. Nade demanded his stealth cloak, commanding Iruki to keep his distance. In their delusional minds, this was the only way to survive. Their boy sighed. If only they put this much passion into their actual grades instead of their club's survival. Meanwhile, Professor Oliver walked ahead. Unaware of the trio, Nade was sure they'd been spotted a dozen times. Their boy felt sick to his stomach, questioning their sanity, but even he couldn't deny the curiosity bubbling up inside him. Who was she meeting? And why was she heading toward the commoner district? As she entered the market area, the speculation ran wild among the boys. Was she selling illicit goods on the black market? No, she approached a humble house. A man opened the door. Nade gasped. Is that her secret boyfriend? Their boy had seen enough. Mission abort. Let's go. But Nade was hungry for gossip. We need hard evidence. He decided they were going in. Without a shred of survival instinct, he charged toward the house. He would do anything for the club, leaving his friend shocked by this sudden burst of stupidity. They snapped the basement lock and slipped inside like amateur ninjas. The first floor was clear, so they crept up the stairs to the second floor, hearts pounding. Nade decided to use Schism to scan the hall. Again, their boy wondered. Imagine if they used these high-level skills for homework instead of felonies? Freeze! Nade signaled. He heard a voice. Their boy pleaded with his eyes. Let's run before we die. But Nade stood firm. She started this war. We have to finish it, Nade argued. They pressed their ears against the wood, listening intently to the muffled conversation inside. Someone was commenting on appearance, discussing changing clothes. Their boy's face went red. This is the perfect time to leave. Then, a girl's voice asked, When will your wife be back? The man replied, In 2 hours. Nade's jaw hit the floor. The professor's boyfriend was married? This was a scandal. Iruki grinned. This was gold. Pure blackmail material. But Nade hesitated. This felt wrong. Even he had limits, or so he thought. Too late for ethics. They kicked the door open. Professor, we caught you doing illegal things, they screamed, ready for a scandalous scene. But there was no affair, just Professor Oliver, sitting elegantly while the man sketched a portrait of her. She looked at them with zero amusement. Now, sitting on their knees like scolded toddlers with trembling hands, they begged for mercy. Nade accused her of an affair, which only made her angrier. Do you really think that little of me? Professor Oliver commanded them to wait until they returned to the academy with a voice cold as ice. Iruki, sensing the hammer of judgment was about to fall, instantly betrayed Nade, but his friend wasn't going down without a fight. Nade fired back, arguing that Iruki was the ringleader all along. Iruki, desperate to save face, pointed out the invisibility cloak was his property. The blind stranger, amused by their panic, suggested a different possibility. Perhaps these students had only broken the rules because they were worried about their beloved teacher? Professor Oliver remained stern, but the man's soothing voice began to chip away at her anger. He reasoned that since she was present, they assumed sneaking in was safe. Then, like a guardian angel, he offered to serve them tea. The boys looked at him with worshipful eyes. He was their savior. However, our protagonist felt a chill run down his spine as he watched the man. A heavy pressure crushed the air around him. Was this his supersight, reacting to an unknown power? Professor Oliver seemed to relax, comforted by the man's gentle aura. Unable to contain his curiosity, our boy asked who this mysterious figure was. With a sigh, she revealed their shared history. They were classmates at the Magic Academy long ago. Iruki immediately asked if he was a mage and what tragedy befell his eyes. The atmosphere turned heavy. She solemnly revealed the heartbreaking truth: he lost his sight because of her. Her mind drifted back to a nightmare from her childhood, a day when her magic overflowed. She had been trapped in a living hell, running blindly through a torrential flood. The waters rose like a beast, and in her panic, she had recklessly jumped into the abyss. She was oblivious to the lethal danger. But in that moment of despair, he appeared, clutching a piece of driftwood. He screamed for her to hold on until they reached safety. Fear paralyzed her, and she cried out that she couldn't make it. But he refused to let her die, commanding her to hold her breath. It was their 1 in a million chance for survival. He managed to lower her into the water safely, but then disaster struck. Massive logs crashed into him with bone-shattering force. He was once a genius student with a bright future, but sacrificing his sight for her cost him his destiny as a mage. He was forced to abandon the path of magic forever. She was shocked to learn he had recently reinvented himself as an artist. Iruki realized this was why the professor was so terrified of magical overflow. Just then, Armin returned, balancing the tea tray with practiced grace. The boys thanked him profusely. As he served them, he chuckled, guessing that Professor Oliver had already scolded them. But he reminded them that her anger came from a place of deep love. Nade sipped his tea, the guilt finally hitting him. He admitted that, despite their antics, they truly respected her. Our boy, however, couldn't take his eyes off Armin. He asked to witness the man's painting process, and the others leaned in, intrigued. Iruki voiced the question on everyone's mind. How does a blind man paint? Armin, unfazed by the doubt, simply smiled and suggested they see for themselves. He asked for the professor's permission. Sitting on the bed, she became his muse, while the students watched in breathless anticipation. Iruki narrowed his eyes, sensing a shift in the atmosphere. He suspected the man was utilizing a spirit zone. Nade felt it too. This man was a high-level zoner. The realization made the air vibrate with tension, and our boy felt the need to apologize. He asked the forbidden question, "Can you actually see?" Instead of anger, Armin smiled warmly. He had been waiting for someone with the guts to ask, acknowledging our boy's sharp instincts. With a calm, deliberate motion, he removed the cloth from his eyes. Armin didn't expect a student to notice so quickly. When he opened his eyes, the room went silent. His eyes weren't dead. They held a terrifying, mystic depth. The students struggled to comprehend what they were seeing. Armin calmly explained that this was a legendary magic known as pause. Our protagonist was thunderstruck. Standing before him was a time mage, a being capable of reaching the speed of light. Armin gestured for the young prodigy to sit. "There is no rush," he said softly. "Time is on our side." He admitted he had sensed our boy's awareness from the moment they met. It was a connection only those of their kind could feel. Normal humans perceive light as visual data, but Armin's eyes saw the light itself. That was why he recognized the potential within our hero instantly. Our boy, mind racing, asked for confirmation. "Is this the immortal function?" Armin nodded, describing the ability as a gateway to the infinite. This domain belongs only to the unlockers. The moment that door opens, the mind expands into the endless void. It brings godlike power, but also absolute freedom. However, he warned that pushing past one's limits would shatter the mind. Our boy hesitated before confessing his secret nightmare. Every night, he dreamed of the universe consuming him. He had never told his friends, fearing the supersight was driving him into madness. Armin listened intently, then offered a different perspective. Magic hadn't cursed him, it had chosen him. These symptoms were the natural price of stepping into infinity. To touch the vastness of the universe is to feel one's own insignificance. That overwhelming fear is the first step toward enlightenment. Most unlockers gain omnipotent control over space. But Armin suspected our boy's fear came from something far deeper than just space. He had touched something else. Understanding would come in time. It might take days, years, or perhaps a lifetime to grasp the truth. Our boy was stunned, but Armin offered reassurance. The knowledge wasn't out there. It was already sleeping inside him. He just hadn't named it yet. Desperate for answers, our hero recalled a strange string of light from his dreams. Armin pondered this, suggesting a connection to gauge symmetry. The answer lay hidden within that complex mystery. The term gauge symmetry hit our boy like a lightning bolt. Armin began to lecture, not as an artist, but as a master of magic. Scholars once believed the world was perfect, governed by flawless laws. Fixed numbers. Unchanging light. A divine balance orchestrated by a higher power, but the truth was far more chaotic. The symmetry was broken. Our boy remembered Iruki's words about the microscopic world. A world governed by probability, not certainty. Armin agreed the universe was flawed, and that was its beauty. The force that broke the balance remained the ultimate mystery, a nameless power lurking in the void. Yet, he looked at our boy with absolute confidence. You will uncover the truth. Our hero felt a surge of inspiration. Until now, he had only followed Professor Oliver's footsteps, but meeting Armin had ignited a new fire within him. Armin then lowered his voice, asking for a serious favor. Please, look after Sienna. Our boy was confused. Why did Armin hide his magic? Why live a lie when the truth was so magnificent? Armin explained that Sienna was crushed by guilt over his lost future. Nothing could undo the past. He refused to let her live her life shackled by debt to him. She believed he had moved on, and that belief set her free. His only wish was for her happiness. He made our boy swear to take this secret to the grave. Later, he thanked Sienna for everything. She told him to write when he settled down, unaware of the sacrifice he was making. He encouraged the boys to pursue their studies. He turned to Sienna for one final, silent goodbye. She nodded, walking away. Suddenly, a cheerful girl arrived, breaking the melancholy atmosphere. Finished your painting yet? She chirped. Professor Oliver froze, surprised to see Sienna making a hasty exit. With a knowing look, she urged her to stay for dinner. Standing beside Armin, a mysterious girl radiated confidence. While Cyrone watched the scene unfold in silence, he was caught off guard. Who knew the cold Armin had a romantic bone in his body? The mystery girl turned to Sienna, a smirk playing on her lips as she spotted the poor girl's burning red face. Her voice dripped with mischievous teasing. She pointed out Sienna's pale complexion to Armin, clearly enjoying the chaos. But the moment passed, and the group departed, leaving Armin behind to wave a final goodbye. As they walked away, the girl couldn't help but crack a joke. Who would believe that Armin, with those sharp, intelligent eyes, could look so utterly dumbfounded? Armin, however, was not amused by her antics. He told her to cut the comedy and focus on the mission. The atmosphere instantly shifted from playful to grave. She reminded him of their deadline. They had 15 days to leave Creus and reach Kelvora, and the path ahead was paved with danger. Trouble was guaranteed to find them. Yet, she grinned, calling him by his dramatic title, the Reflector of Eternity. She knew he could handle anything, but Armin remained as cold as ice. He vowed to fulfill his contract, cutting off her teasing with a sharp command to silence. Her expression darkened as she asked the forbidden question. Did he tell Sienna the truth? She reminded him of the stakes. The lives of everyone he cherished were hanging by a thread. Armin's voice was steady as he confirmed it. Sienna knew nothing. Meanwhile, panic was brewing elsewhere. Nade suddenly cried out, sensing impending doom. We are in serious trouble. When the professor demanded an explanation, Nade laid out the catastrophic reality. Professor Oliver was already in a foul mood. If this continued, her wrath would be legendary. They were looking at severe punishment. They had snitched on a professor and broken into a restricted zone. At this rate, their club would be history. Desperate to survive, Nade proposed a tactical distraction, a peace offering in the form of food. Iruki jumped on the bandwagon instantly, claiming he was starving to death. The professor paused, her icy demeanor cracking slightly. It wasn't often they went out together. With a sigh, she agreed to grab a bite before returning. But her voice carried a hint of sarcasm. She noted they must be famished after causing chaos all day. Taking her sarcasm as permission, she told them to order whatever their hearts desired. Hope blossomed in their chests. Nade schemed, wondering if a full stomach would save them from execution. Iruki, the opportunist, was already eyeing the most expensive item on the menu. Meanwhile, our boy Cyrone sat quietly, connecting the dots. He suspected the professor's bad mood was linked to Armin's sudden departure. He made a silent vow. He would find a way to lift her spirits. Cut to 2 hours later at the restaurant. The professor was knocking back drinks like a sailor. She commanded the room's attention with her wild energy. When the students questioned her pace, she shot back casually. What is the problem here? If you brats can break into houses, then surely a teacher deserves a drink or 10. Nade, desperate to stay on her good side, became her personal cheerleader. He declared today her designated drinking day. Iruki watched with amusement, noting he had never heard such twisted logic before. Wanting to score brownie points, Nade offered to pour her another glass. But she shut him down instantly. He was 100 years too early to touch alcohol. Nade retreated into his thoughts. He needed a strategy to survive her wrath, but his mind was blank. Our boy Cyrone tried to pass a drink to Iruki, urging him to join the chaos. But Iruki refused, looking bored with the whole affair. However, a gleam appeared in his eye. He had a plan. He would discover the professor's ultimate weakness tonight. 1 hour later, the professor was completely wasted. She grabbed Nade's face, squishing his cheeks like mochi. She called him a troublemaker, cooing over how soft his skin was. The other two watched in awe. She was absolutely undeniably drunk. Suddenly, her finger snapped in their direction. She began praising their scores on the speed gun test, marveling at their power. She admitted they were talented geniuses. But then came the lecture. Why did they slack off in class? Her voice turned serious, heavy with emotion. Talent without effort was a tragedy waiting to happen. She insisted she only wanted them to succeed. Even if they hated her. Even if they thought she was a villainess teacher. They tried to deny it, but before they could comfort her, she face-planted onto the table. Total shutdown. Seeing her unresponsive, panic set in. Iruki noted the empty plates and the unconscious teacher. She wasn't waking up anytime soon. And then, the realization hit them. Nobody had paid the bill yet. They shook her, called her name, but she was out cold. Suddenly, a shadow loomed over their table. A stranger approached, eyeing the vulnerable professor. He smirked, commenting on her intoxicated state. He offered to help, suggesting he take her home in his private carriage, alone. His creepy laughter filled the air. Cyrone stepped in immediately, refusing the offer. But the man waved him off like a fly. "Leave it to the adults," he sneered. His eyes roamed over the professor's figure, calling her a beauty. That was the last straw. Rage exploded in our boy's chest. He seized the man's wrist in an iron grip. The man flinched, shocked by the student's strength. He warned Cyrone to let go, but our boy's voice was cold as steel. "Do not touch our professor." The man's ego shattered. He began screaming, calling Cyrone a brat. He lectured them about curfew and played his trump card. He threatened to have them all expelled, boasting it would be child's play for someone of his status. Nade didn't hesitate for a second. He unleashed his magic, giving the man two choices: leave now or be humiliated publicly. The restaurant patrons gasped, realizing magic was being used. Whispers of the prestigious Althea School of Magic spread through the room. Iruki, cool as a cucumber, snatched the man's wallet. He read the ID card aloud for everyone to hear. Douglas Silver, from the Creus Administrative Office. A government official. Douglas stood frozen, demanding to know how a mere student took his wallet. But Iruki ignored the question. He mocked the man, calling him a lowly civil officer. He tossed the wallet aside like trash. Then, he dropped the bomb. "If you want to expel us, go ahead. But you'll have to speak to Iruki Mercadine first, and the Mercadine family is always willing to listen." He threw the wallet back, smacking Douglas right in the face. The man looked confused, but then the name Mercadine echoed in his mind. The blood drained from his face. A first-class noble house, overseers of the Dragon Vault, advisors to the king for 3 generations. He had messed with royalty. Panic took over. He and his goons scrambled over each other to escape. Iruki watched them flee, shaking his head. "Why start a fight if you're just going to run like a coward?" Nade turned to him, stunned. "Why did you play the noble card? You usually hate mentioning your family." Iruki shrugged casually. He made exceptions for scum who tried to abuse their tiny amount of power. It was pathetic. He suggested they leave, claiming the mood was ruined. But before they left, Nade pulled out his phone. He snapped a picture of the unconscious Professor Oliver. A mischievous grin spread across his face. Professor Perfection passed out drunk? This was front-page news. Iruki glanced at the photo and nodded sagely. This wasn't just a photo. It was leverage. This might be the artifact that saves their club from destruction. Meanwhile, our boy Cyrone was struggling. He was carrying the professor on his back, sweating buckets. He complained about being the pack mule. Nade teased him mercilessly, while Iruki pointed out that Cyrone was technically the strongest physically. But our boy had reached his limit. His legs gave out, and he collapsed. Seeing his struggle, Iruki offered a suggestion. Why not use his schema? Cyrone looked confused. How could he activate it on command? Iruki explained the theory. If he could create a spirit zone, then using schema should be second nature. Nade chimed in, mentioning the mage knights of their kingdom. He was certain Cyrone had that same legendary potential. Excitement lit up our boy's eyes. He was ready to learn. Iruki switched to instructor mode. Close your eyes. Focus inward. Follow my voice. Cyrone obeyed, shutting out the world. He listened as Iruki guided him deeper into his own consciousness. Can you hear me? Take deep, slow breaths. Cyrone confirmed he was listening, his focus narrowing. Satisfied, a trolling smirk appeared on Iruki's face as he prepared his next move. Hearing the details of his first kiss with Amy, Nade exploded with hysterical laughter, mocking them for being total opposites. Realizing he had been played like a fiddle, our boy ground his teeth in frustration, while the others howled with amusement at his expense. Soon the laughter died down as they journeyed back. Suddenly Cyrone broke the silence. suggesting they drop the blackmail scheme immediately. Stunned, Nade asked why, reminding him of the blood, sweat, and tears they poured into getting that photo. But Cyrone reasoned that the professor was human too. She must have been enduring a hellish emotional day. Iruki agreed, realizing her harshness was just a shield to protect them from the pain she once felt. After weighing the options, Nade nodded solemnly, though the heavy burden of the club's future pressed on his shoulders. Since the founder passed the torch to him, he felt the weight of responsibility. However, after a moment of hesitation, he made his choice. They would forge their own path. Eyes burning with resolve, they agreed to succeed without dirty tricks. Just as Cyrone shouted, "Let's do it!" Disaster struck as the professor suddenly sat up and demanded to know what they were plotting. They froze like statues in pure terror. Our boy stammered, asking if she was actually sober. She sighed, letting the tension melt away, and admitted she owed them a massive favor. She promised their little blackmail stunt would remain a secret, and they would face no punishment for their audacity. The three stared at her slack-jawed in disbelief, but she wasn't finished yet. She announced a lifeline, giving them 1 extra month to prove the club wasn't garbage. Her challenge was simple: find a ghost or scientific proof that justifies the club's existence. If they truly loved this club, they had to convince the school of its worth. Fueled by her challenge, Nade eagerly snatched the deal, determined to prove their importance. Iruki, though less thrilled, sighed, acknowledging they would finally have to use their brains. Nade, buzzing with excitement, called them rascals and told them to gear up for the ultimate challenge. Our boy, relieved but suspicious, asked the fatal question: how long had she been awake? Smirking, she replied that a little alcohol couldn't dull the senses of a high mage. The trio exchanged glances, realizing they had been danced around from the start. Several days later, chaos erupted at the magic school. Students gathered in confusion, staring at a massive notice board, displaying details about a mysterious presentation. Whispers spread, asking when Cyrone became a member, while others were baffled to see the genius Iruki involved. However, what sent shockwaves through the crowd was the club's name, the Paranormal Science Club. Murmurs turned to shouts as they read the audacious title of the presentation. The terrifying truth about Althea's School of Magic, the school's darkest secret revealed. A group of students questioned if this was a joke or a declaration of war on logic. Recognizing the members, Cyrone and Iruki, rewind 10 days to the dorms. Nade was tearing his hair out in frustration. Iruki reminded him they had brainstormed all night, yet they still had 0 results. Nade slumped in despair, realizing that even if past events were real, recreating a supernatural phenomenon for a presentation seemed impossible. 3 days after the deal with Professor Oliver, our guy felt the crushing weight of the deadline. They had a chance to save the club, but the subject of paranormal science was a nightmare. Nade panicked, wondering how to show the invisible. Regret washed over him for tossing that old spirit photograph. Iruki remained cold and unfazed, remarking that he was used to being the class weirdo, but he was done with failure. Meanwhile, our boy recalled a moment of pure terror, where Nade had screamed at a mere shadow. Considering a trick, he wondered if they could fake a ghost. Cyrone jumped in fright at the idea, but Iruki remained skeptical, doubting a cheap illusion would fool trained mages. But Nade argued that Cyrone was fooled even for a second. Suddenly, realization struck Cyrone like lightning. They didn't need to prove the existence of ghosts. Nade, sensing a breakthrough, suggested asking the professor for help, but Iruki believed the answer was already in front of them. Our dude explained the philosophy. Fear comes from the mind, not from external proof. Iruki grasped the concept immediately. They needed to plant the belief first, then provide the illusion. Nade grinned, calling it a psychological game of chess. Cyrone, recognizing the brilliance, thanked them for saving the club, but jokingly added that Nade smelled like he hadn't showered in days. Iruki praised the strategy, but remained critical, concerned that a simple magic trick was too weak even for believers. Cianjai suggested, ramping up the horror factor. Nade confidently declared he could handle the visuals, using a continuous lightning shadow effect. With that, he prepared to show off his skills. Iruki analyzed Nade's demonstration, noting that if he looped the technique 24 times a second, it would look like a seamless movie. Meanwhile, Nade looked like a walking corpse after 3 days without sleep, struggling to keep his eyes open. Our boy, concerned, warned him not to push, until he collapsed. Iruki then wondered if they could automate the process with a machine. Nade admitted he thought of that, but there was a fatal flaw. He explained that a hologram is mindless. Running a program is fine, but if the ghost doesn't react to the person watching it, the illusion shatters instantly. Recalling his own trauma, he emphasized the key factor: a lack of reaction kills the fear. Our guy reflected on his encounter, realizing that eye contact with the ghost was the trigger that froze his heart. Iruki, suddenly having a eureka moment, claimed he solved the puzzle. When the others pressed for details, he explained, that they could predict human reactions in advance. Curious, they asked how they could read minds. He suggested using complex systems theory, analyzing behavior patterns to code a reactive program. Giving an example, he described the trap. If Cyrone instinctively looks right, the ghost is programmed to spawn left, forcing direct eye contact and triggering primal fear. Cyrone was awestruck but skeptical, questioning if such a plan was feasible. Iruki remained arrogant, stating that humans are creatures of habit and easily predictable. However, he admitted the technical hurdle. They needed an enormous amount of data, vast storage capacity, and a way to transmit the program to multiple machines instantly. Nade, realizing his electric magic wasn't enough, suddenly turned to our boy. Recalling his unique ability to fire photons, Cyrone, initially surprised, quickly remembered Professor Oliver's lecture about the ivory tower's cutting-edge magic, recalling her words that photon technology is the future of communication. The pieces of the puzzle clicked together. Photons could carry the data instantly. Nade, thrilled by the breakthrough, excitedly declared they were about to create the perfect artificial ghost. Iruki, however, dampened the mood, noting that merely scaring a few students wasn't enough. Looking at Cyrone, he assumed there was a bigger plan. Our guy, hesitating for a moment, admitted he had an ace up his sleeve, and proceeded to show them a list of strange keywords. Seeing their unimpressed expressions, he explained the twist, suggesting they mix these concepts into the horror. Instead of mocking him, Nade praised the idea as brilliant. Cyrone, unsure if his keywords would work, became confused, but Nade, still buzzing with energy, admitted he never imagined using the presentation for something so ambitious. Iruki, convinced of their victory, confidently stated that if this works, they wouldn't just save the club, they would shake the school to its core. Finds the idea fascinating. Nade's eyes gleam with a stroke of genius, and he takes absolute command, launching the device's construction immediately, while assigning Iruki to the programming and ordering our boy to prepare his core for photon transmission. A surge of adrenaline rushes through them at this unorthodox plan to save their club. But suddenly, Iruki freezes, his expression darkening with a grave concern. Noticing the shift in atmosphere, Nade demands to know the obstacle. Iruki grimly explains that after running the complex photon calculations required for the data transfer, he has realized that Cyrone would need to triple his current magical output and sustain it for 10 agonizing minutes. Turning to our hero, he asks the impossible. Can he truly withstand such a crushing burden? Our boy stands thunderstruck. The mere thought of maintaining a photon projection for 10 minutes destroys his resolve. Yet, time waits for no one. 10 days later, Nade bursts into the room, vibrating with excitement over the overwhelming response to his posters. Meanwhile, Iruki has turned into a machine, spending the entire day scribbling complex behavior, pattern equations, and Cyrone has dedicated every waking second to refining his photon firing technique. Sensing Nade's energy, our hero asks for the report. Iruki, wearing a mischievous grin, announces that their upcoming event has become the absolute legend of the campus, and everyone is dying to see it. Cyrone, baffled, wonders if a mere poster could truly ignite such a firestorm. Iruki, amused, suggests the hype might be due to their reputation for chaotic brilliance. However, his expression sobers. He notes that a larger audience means the stakes have just skyrocketed. Demanding a head count, he asks Nade for the numbers. Nade, trembling slightly, estimates that over half the entire student body will attend. Terrified by the thought of the crowd's reaction, he shouts their names, warning them not to dare faint from the crushing pressure. 17 days before the Paranormal Science Club's Judgment Day, the students gather in breathless anticipation. Whispers of excitement fill the halls. One student, placing full faith in Cyrone and Iruki's genius, predicts this presentation will be legendary, wondering what miracles they will unveil. As the professor walks by, a student dares to ask if the presentation is real. She responds grimly that according to the latest intelligence, the club's destiny still hangs by a thread. If they fail, their sanctuary will be seized immediately. A bystander scoffs, claiming the club is already a walking corpse, its former glory reduced to dust long ago. However, he cannot ignore the facts. Iruki, the servant, and our boy, the hero who crushed the dark magicians, are forces of nature. Even Nade's chaotic influence cannot be discounted. Yet, they are merely lower-grade fledglings. The real nightmare lies in the aftermath. He predicts that once the applause fades, the shadow clubs will wage war for control of Estus. Our boy pushes his body past the breaking point, suddenly collapsing to the floor. He is using the mental rebound technique, a forbidden shortcut to amplify magical output that carries deadly risks. It completely drains one's mental fortress in an instant. It demands 20 minutes of agonizing recovery before repeating the cycle. On Everest, a single spell consumes 40 minutes of focus, making this training a flirtation with death itself. He knows his professor would be furious, but desperation drives him on. Despite the torture, he can only sustain his magic for 5.5 minutes. With only 1 week remaining until the deadline, our hero trains like a madman to reach the 10-minute mark. He must shatter his limits, even if it means losing consciousness forever. Can he truly ascend? Nate arrives, demanding a progress report. Masking his exhaustion, our boy confidently swears he will be ready. Internally, he acknowledges the mountain he must climb. This is a feat far beyond what any Class 5 mage should endure. Yet, if Cyrone falters, their club will be destroyed. Stealing his heart, our hero reassures him and shifts the spotlight to Nade's invention. Nade announces the final test is imminent and invites Cyrone to witness it. Suddenly, they notice Iruki, looking like a walking corpse. Worried, our boy asks if he is all right, and Nade questions if he has slept at all. Iruki brushes off their concern, his eyes burning with obsession to finish on time. Our hero realizes there is no stopping this genius madman now. Then, Nade unveils the centerpiece, which our boy recognizes as the prototype. Laughing maniacally, Nade explains the final piece involves testing the fiber optic cable from Iruki's father. He commands Cyrone to seize it and channel his magic. As Cyrone pours his power into the device, he is left thunderstruck by the reaction. Nade, basking in the success, declares it is exactly as they envisioned. The moment of truth is approaching. Nade hunts down Cyrone and finally spots him, his face beaming with triumph. Our boy has succeeded. Letting out a confident laugh, our hero declares it is time to show the world the miracle they have forged. The day of destiny arrives at the Paranormal Science Club. Students swarm the venue, buzzing with anticipation. Many shout their excitement while others scramble to grab snacks and form orderly lines. A boy hauls in the school's legendary cherry juice, and someone shouts for the flyers. Mark arrives, and stunned by the ocean of people, questions the commotion. A girl shoves a flyer into his chest, ordering him to join the queue. Confused, he thanks her and examines the paper, instantly noticing the crude, childish design. He assumes a toddler must have scribbled it, but when his eyes land on the names, his blood runs cold. He recognizes a name etched into his memory. Dismissing it as a cruel prank, he doubts anyone would care about this. He expected higher standards. Suddenly, Maria materializes, her eyes lighting up at Cyrone's name. She insists that Mark absolutely must attend. She practically drags him toward the line. Though hesitant, he relents, thinking he might glean some intel. During their recent suspension, Maria and Mark had endured hellish special lessons from Professor Thad, though Mark had deliberately acted as a human shield between Maria and the professor. Meanwhile, whispers break out as girls spot elite senior students and point them out in awe. One identifies them as Amy and Soraya, baffled as to why such high-ranking seniors would waste time on a lower-grade presentation. Another girl chimes in, reminding them that our boy is Amy's boyfriend. Amy, clearly wishing the floor would swallow her, complains about being dragged there. Soraya, losing patience, snaps back that she has asked the same question a dozen times. Since her boyfriend is the star, her presence is mandatory. Amy, cursing her fate, mutters that the embarrassment never fades, no matter how often this happens. As the crowd swells to bursting, a gasp goes through the room. A student from Class 1 has arrived. A rare sight indeed. Soraya suddenly freezes, nudging Amy urgently, and pointing out, "Fermi." She wonders what business he has here, only to realize he isn't alone. Flanking him are Herky from Sonar and Rykon, the legendary electric monster. Even Richard, the alchemist, and Kaden are present. Confused by this gathering of monsters, she questions reality. Amy then asks if Soraya knows the connection between these titans. When Soraya looks puzzled, Amy drops the bombshell. Rumor has it they are all members of a secretive, elite organization, known as the Shadow Club's Golden Circle. At the auditorium, the professor spots the headmaster himself and curiously asks what draws the supreme authority to this humble event. He responds that the three boys have poured their souls into this day, and his curiosity got the better of him. She welcomes him, offering a seat. Chuckling, he sits down, eager to witness their creation. Meanwhile, chaos erupts as students scramble for the remaining seats. Shouts ring out to stop pushing as the tension mounts. Amy, feeling a pit in her stomach, wonders if she is underestimating the gravity of this moment. Suddenly, a voice booms through the speakers. The Paranormal Science Club's long-awaited presentation has officially begun. The crowd's gaze locked onto the stage as the event unfolded. However, 30 minutes later, a heavy wave of disappointment crashed over the audience. Frustrated murmurs began to ripple through the hall. Regret washed over them as their high expectations shattered. A few voiced their disbelief, admitting they expected greatness from Class 5. Others complained it was a total waste of time, Feeling betrayed, several accusations were hurled at the presenters, accusing them of pulling a complete scam. But then, the Paranormal Science Club's presentation began, and the hall erupted in cheers. Nade beamed a charismatic smile, thanking the crowd. He introduced himself as the club president and declared he would lead the main event. He revealed the day's topic was none other than spirits. Maria's eyes sparkled with excitement, but Mark looked annoyed, wondering aloud if a spirit was just another word for ghost. Nade continued, warning that the faint of heart might be terrified. He advised extreme caution while watching. Suddenly, the chandeliers shifted colors, and the screen behind him flared to life. Headmaster Alpheus smiled, noting the students' impressive preparation. Professor Sienna silently agreed. The hologram background was a stroke of genius, but she could not help but wonder what trick they had up their sleeves next. At that instant, an ominous image of the school materialized on screen. Nade asked if anyone knew the dark history of the school's construction. He explained that 520 years ago, this area was merely a humble farming village. However, during the legendary War of Conquest, chaos descended. Civilians and soldiers alike fled deep into the mountains to escape the bloodshed. As he spoke, the lights suddenly died. Shock rippled through the students. Nade resumed, his voice grave, revealing that non-human entities had plagued history. A blood-curdling scream echoed through the darkness. Whispers broke out among the crowd, desperately trying to convince each other that nothing scary would happen. Just then, a foot dangled ominously on the screen. Nade explained it belonged to a soul possessed by a malevolent spirit. The tension broke, and the students burst into laughter. They recognized Iruki immediately. He acted like a deranged spirit, scampering across the stage before crawling back into the shadows. Sariel laughed loud and hard, finding the antics hilarious. But Amy, sitting beside her, looked utterly confused. She wondered if this was a lecture or a theatrical play. Nade continued the lore, when suddenly, he dramatically bolted from the stands. He appeared to be in agonizing pain, screaming out for Alia. He claimed he lost his most precious person while escaping the ravages of war. Maria, deep in thought, speculated he must have lost a lover during the flight. Mark remained speechless, questioning the sanity of this presentation. Just as he pondered this, a new voice rang out, crying for Noah. The unexpected shout made Mark choke in surprise. A worried blonde girl rushed backstage, screaming desperately for Noah. The students gasped loudly, and the girls blushed furiously. Everyone instantly recognized the figure as Cyrone. The male students roared with laughter. Professor Sienna gasped in pure shock, while the headmaster simply smiled. Sariel was equally stunned to see Cyrone disguised as a woman. She turned around and noticed Amy, blushing and gaping in total disbelief. She looked rendered speechless, while Sariel quickly tried to calm her down. Meanwhile, Nade shouted with theatrical flair, expressing the depth of his longing for Alia. As the scene unfolded, the audience leaned in, anticipating the twist. The two characters drew closer, faces inches apart. Thad's expression darkened, and Maria covered her eyes, unable to process the unfolding drama. The students gasped, waiting for the climax. At the most dramatic moment, Iruki, playing the evil spirit, lunged from behind and bit Nade's shoulder. That's got. The students froze, paralyzed by shock. Their eyes went wide with horror. Nade screamed for salvation as the hall plunged into absolute darkness. Maria looked around nervously, admitting that fear was creeping into her heart. Mark swallowed hard, fighting to keep his composure. Suddenly, a spotlight hit Nade. He returned to normal, calmly holding up a notebook. He explained that 6 months ago, researchers unearthed an ancient diary. It was found while studying the Academy's history. The research revealed a bone-chilling truth. Some souls, after being tainted by evil spirits, turned malevolent themselves, wandering the earth to hijack living bodies. Nade was about to continue when a bell tolled behind him. Unease swept through the students. Some whispered that the bell only rang at midnight, yet it was not even 7 o'clock. Nade explained the rule. When the light vanishes at midnight, the evil spirits emerge. Maria and Mark frowned, a shiver of true fear running down their spines. Nade reassured the crowd, noting they had likely never seen a spirit at night. This was because spirits only reveal themselves to the chosen few. However, after this presentation, their senses might be heightened. They might even become attuned to a spectral presence. He suggested that when the midnight bell tolls, they should check their surroundings. The students reacted with a chaotic mix of fear and skepticism. Some exclaimed they were too terrified to move. Others argued it was absolute nonsense. One student worried about staying in the library until the witching hour. Nade smiled mysteriously, saying if they were lucky, they might witness a real spirit. With that ominous thought, he concluded the presentation. As the lights returned, a heavy silence filled the hall. Suddenly, a student from the audience shouted in disbelief. Immediately, crumpled paper bags rained onto the stage. Voices echoed in frustration and anger. Some complained there were no real findings. They called it foolish to believe in Cyrone and Iruki. Others felt embarrassed, having expected something serious. Amy stood up, trembling with rage and humiliation, and stormed out. She declared she knew this would happen when her so-called boyfriend got involved with these freaks. Sariel ran after her, calling her name. One by one, the first-year students left in cold silence. Sienna quickly bowed to the principal, apologizing profusely. She promised to punish the students involved. However, the headmaster waved his hand dismissively. He noted that since it was a paranormal group, their eccentric approach was understandable. Sienna sighed, wondering if her trust had been misplaced. Meanwhile, the headmaster silently watched the crowd. He thought that if it ended this way, perhaps they shouldn't have started at all. In the wings, Nade laughed heartily. He asked Iruki if he saw the students' terrified expressions. Iruki smiled, replying that the fear in their eyes was undeniable. As the students left trying to hide their trembling, Iruki remarked, "The seed of fear has been planted." Behind him, Cyrone removed his wig. He declared that step 1 was a success. Now, it was time to show them a real spirit. At the Magic Academy, the clock struck 11. Nade walked in, telling Cyrone the time had come. He asked if the meditation was complete. Cyrone turned, nodded silently, and followed Nade into the night. A day earlier, Nade had installed hundreds of ghost-dimensional projectors around the school. These devices were programmed to predict Iruki's movements perfectly. Cyrone entered the room, and Nade reminded him to tread carefully. Iruki checked the clock. 5 minutes and 15 seconds until midnight. He instructed them to wait for exactly 9 seconds, emphasizing that timing was everything. They could not be too early or too late. They must manifest the ghost exactly at midnight. Iruki raised his hand, signaling the start. Nade turned to Cyrone, telling him it was his turn. Everything depended on him now. Cyrone nodded with determination. Iruki checked his watch and confirmed their readiness. Nade heard the command and hovered his hand over the button. At that critical second, Iruki shouted, "Begin!" Cyrone immediately infused mana into the orb in his hand. A powerful golden light exploded forth. Iruki watched, acknowledging Cyrone's rapid growth. He noted how much his magic had developed. In just a single month, Nade was pleased, praising Cyrone as expected. However, Cyrone suddenly frowned. The situation felt wrong. He described the sensation as if he were pouring water into a bottomless abyss. Nade spun around in shock, asking if something was wrong. He shouted in alarm, demanding an answer. Iruki quickly demanded a status report. Nade, with tears welling in his eyes, reported the impossible. The energy output had not increased at all. Iruki was stunned, questioning how this could be. He asked if it could be fixed. Nade, frustrated and panicked, admitted he didn't know. His calculations were perfect. He wondered aloud what catastrophe was occurring. Suddenly, they discovered the terrifying truth about the energy transmission. Disaster struck as a single rat bite destroyed the cable. Iruki glared at the clock, his voice cold as ice. It was over. They had failed. Nade hung his head, crushed by the weight of absolute defeat. He cursed his own incompetence. Tears streamed down his face as he called himself useless. He had dragged his friends into this mess, only to make them a laughingstock of the entire academy. He swore to take full responsibility, but Cyrone cut him off instantly. He insisted that they had bled and sweated for this together. He looked at his friends, acknowledging their burning dedication. He refused to let their dreams die here. Cyrone unleashed his spirit zone. Iruki panicked, screaming for Nade to stop him, but Nade stood frozen, unable to comprehend the madness unfolding before him. Then, the horrifying realization hit. Our guy was activating the forbidden immortality function. His consciousness dove into the abyss. Desperate, Iruki and Nade grabbed him, fighting to pull him back from the edge. If he went too deep, he would cease to exist. They begged him to stop. Nade sobbed uncontrollably. He screamed that he didn't care about the research group anymore. He couldn't bear to lose his best friend. But our protagonist simply smiled. Fear had no place in his heart now. Gritting his teeth, he looked toward the future, recalling Master Armin's teachings. He vowed to defy the laws of the universe. A blinding beam of destiny pulled him forward. He anchored his soul to his identity. He would not run away. Just as he teetered on the brink of oblivion, he snapped back to reality. A massive explosion of light engulfed them. Nade cried out, terrified for his friend. Struggling for breath, Cyrone gave the order. "Move out." Iruki instantly understood. It was showtime. Nade dashed to the console. The energy output was off the charts. Fighting back tears of relief, he slammed the switch. He roared the signal to Iruki. Iruki suppressed his worry and activated the controller. Meanwhile, in the girls' dormitory, Maria closed her book, ready for beauty sleep before class the next day. A sudden chill ran down her spine. The midnight ghost story haunted her thoughts. She chuckled nervously, gazing out the window. Spirits? In this scientific world? Impossible. But fate had a cruel twist in store. A hideous evil spirit loomed right outside the glass. Maria froze in terror. In the next room, Amy lost her mind. She hurled a vase at the window in a panic. What was that thing? How did it get here? The entity only laughed, sending shivers through her very soul. Was it smiling at her? A primal scream tore from her throat. She fled into the hallway, colliding with Cyrone. She had seen the horror too. They turned around, dread pooling in their stomachs. It wasn't just one. An army of evil spirits had invaded the dorms. Pandemonium broke loose. Screams echoed through the halls as girls ran for their lives. Lights flickered on across the entire campus. The night air was filled with terror. Vengeful spirits swarmed the academy. Students scrambled for safety, questioning the heavens. Why were they being hunted? Total anarchy engulfed the school. First years wailed in fear, while seniors tried to play hero. But it was futile. The legion of spirits multiplied before their very eyes. The numbers doubled, tripled. The students huddled together, awaiting their doom. Then silence. The ghosts vanished into thin air. A lone voice cried out, pointing to the roof. 3 silhouettes stood against the moonlight: Cyrone, Iruki, and Nade. They looked down like kings, clapping slowly. Nade grinned. The audience had finally arrived. He announced the start of their grand presentation, but a demon in human form interrupted. Sienna stormed onto the scene. She screamed for them to descend this instant. She demanded an explanation for this midnight madness. She had been in the shower when the chaos started, and she was furious. Nade flashed a cheeky smile. What a beautiful night for a fright. Realization dawned on the crowd. The ghosts were nothing but high-level holograms. Laughter began to bubble up. Sienna turned to the headmaster, shocked by his presence. But the old sage merely smiled. The show isn't over yet, he mused. Let us watch until the curtain falls. Nade seized the spotlight. He explained their mission to uncover the truth of the spiritual realm. He posed a single question to the crowd. Do you believe in the supernatural? Rage erupted from below. Frauds, charlatans. They accused the trio of cheap parlor tricks. But whispers spread. How were the holograms so realistic? The debate raged on until the headmaster raised a hand. He conjured a tiny ghost with a flick of his wrist. Laughing, he challenged the students to explain the mechanism. Even Sienna had to admit, the prank was genius. Standing high above, Cyrone smirked. Intelligence was the ultimate weapon. And curiosity? That was the bait no one could resist. The fourth years ground their teeth in frustration. Fooled by mere fifth graders? Humiliating. But they couldn't solve the puzzle. Sienna nodded slowly. The execution was flawless. However, a stunt alone wouldn't save their club. The headmaster interjected with a knowing glint in his eye. The trick itself is trivial. Confusion rippled through the crowd. The skeptics pushed back. These are fake, they shouted. They have no souls. Nade laughed, turning their logic against them. What do fake souls have to do with it? He pointed a finger at the crowd. You all claimed disbelief, yet you ran for your lives. Silence fell like a heavy blanket. Amy and Cyrone exchanged meaningful glances. Nade drove the point home. That raw emotion, that primal fear, that was the heart of their research. Even the staunchest non-believers felt the icy grip of doubt. Facing the unknown, everyone hesitates. Cyrone and Iruki shared a victorious smile. Do spirits truly exist? The question remained a mystery, but Nade declared their purpose: to explore that very doubt. That is the essence of true science. The crowd began to sway. Yesterday's falsehoods become today's truths. Nade raised his hand for the finale. The experiment was a success. They had proven the worth of their team. The 3 eccentric geniuses bowed in perfect unison. The presentation on the science of supernatural souls concluded. Stunned silence lingered. Then, laughter broke the tension. Cheers erupted like a volcano. The campus roared with praise for the audacity of the research team. Even the victims admitted it was a thrill. The faculty watched the scene unfold with amusement. The headmaster nodded. This was a turning point. Suddenly, Professor Thad stepped forward. He offered no objections. Sienna sighed, defeated by their brilliance. She announced the verdict. The club was officially recognized. Iruki, Nade, and Cyrone erupted in joy, but the victory celebration was short-lived. Sienna's voice thundered once more. However, you are all suspended for 3 days. The hammer of justice had fallen. She called them complete idiots. But did they care? Not one bit. They hugged each other, basking in their legendary success. Below, the students continued to chant their names. Maria beamed, her eyes sparkling. Cyrone was truly something else. Mark nodded in agreement. The guy's a certified genius. Cyrone watched with admiration. To do something that shakes the world. Isn't that the dream everyone holds at least once? Amy stood silent for a moment. Then, a small, knowing smile graced her lips. She focuses entirely on her studies, desperate to graduate, while judging them for wasting time on what she deems a pointless pursuit. Meanwhile, Nade weeps openly, and Cyrone, overcome with emotion, watches their reactions unfold. But in a shadowy corner, other students whisper with disdain, ruthlessly criticizing the club. They argue about the rigid hierarchy within the academies. Various research groups, questioning if they should even take these supernatural studies seriously. One student scoffs, remarking that the fifth graders will be graduating soon enough, advising the others to simply leave if they do not want to face the seniors' wrath next year. But among the murmurs, a calm voice cuts through, advising everyone to cease their arguing. He warns that attracting attention now would only bring disaster upon them. Another student smirks, suggesting that waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike would be far more beneficial. Meanwhile, Sienna silently observes the chaotic group and releases a heavy sigh, thinking to herself that those troublesome students in that unconventional research group need to grow up. Elsewhere, the headmaster is thoroughly impressed by Chirone's magic. He smiles, declaring it truly magnificent. Even he, a specialist in light magic, is awestruck by how the boy utilized such power. Looking up at the vast sky, he admires Cyrone. He believes that in the future, our protagonist might just be capable of fulfilling his wildest dreams. Meanwhile, our hero lies on the grass, grinning with pure euphoria. Next to him, Nade asks with genuine concern if he is really okay. Cyrone reassures him that he is fine, while Iruki smiles, asking who would risk their life for a mere game, though he admits the thrill was incredible. Nade agrees, explaining that without Chirone's immortal function ability, their plan would have crumbled. Iruki appreciates the brilliant way our guy handled the immortal function, combined with the defensive spirit zone. Cyrone insists that they are geniuses too. Iruki predicted the entire school's reaction, and Nade built an army of machines. Iruki sums it up with a perfect phrase: they are big fish in a small pond. The three friends lie back on the grass, teasing our protagonist for being so humble. Cyrone gazes up at the azure sky again, and with a brilliant shine in his eyes, he declares that he wants to reach even higher, like the shining North Star above. Iruki asks if it is time to think about the senior class now that they have played enough. Nade suddenly sits up, vibrating with excitement, saying that they must graduate together. Once they step into the real world after graduation, the fun will truly begin. Cyrone, surprised by the heavy mention of society, falls silent. Nade lifts his hand and, smiling, says they must promise to go all the way together. The three stack their hands in the center. Iruki asks what they should have, a motto to boost their spirits and seal their eternal promise. Nade cheerfully replies that anything works. The three raise their hands high in the air and shout their new battle cry, "Long live the Paranormal Science Club." Their plan is to graduate as one. Then, they burst into uncontrollable laughter. Nade points at Iruki, asking why he is cheering for something so silly. Cyrone smiles happily, thinking that together, they will become the strongest mages in history. At midnight, the school grounds still hum with the residual energy of the three friends. The next morning, in the boys' dormitory, Nade shakes Cyrone, trying to wake him up. He tells him not to waste his suspension time, and to go out and play. Iruki, standing beside them, comments that Cyrone must be exhausted. Even when shaken, Cyrone does not open his eyes. He feels trapped in sleep paralysis, unable to move a single muscle. Once again, our guy sinks deep into his own spirit zone. He sees himself drifting toward infinity in the dark void, moving alongside the stars. At the end of his path, a massive galaxy surrounded by swirling light awaits his arrival. But this time, the atmosphere feels different. Normally, he would wake up by now. But something has fundamentally changed. Suddenly, rays of light pierce through, creating cracks in the eternal darkness. Cyrone looks ahead in surprise as a burst of blinding light flashes. Our guy suddenly jolts awake. He realizes that his dream was different this time. Looking around, he wonders if the events of yesterday caused this evolution. He silently stares at the ceiling, feeling an undeniable shift in his spirit. Getting up, he immediately checks the paper left on Nade and Iruki's desk. They have left a note saying they are heading to the casino, claiming Iruki's calculation skills will guarantee a win. Our guy sighs, figuring out that they will probably come back empty-handed, and broke again. With 3 days of suspension ahead, our guy wonders what to do. He considers going home, but rejects the idea, fearing his parents' disappointment. Deciding to keep his suspension a secret, he dresses neatly and stands in front of the mirror, smiling. He suddenly remembers something he has yearned to do. As he steps away, his heart pounds for no reason. Unnoticed by him, his reflection in the mirror shifts, and a beam of light identical to him appears in the glass. Later, our guy stands in front of an old bookstore. He hesitates before reaching for the doorknob, thinking about how he has spent years studying without a break. Now, he just wants to buy a novel for himself. He misses those simple days. A memory surfaces, one where he was forbidden to touch books. He feels a twinge of fear, wondering if someone will stop him again. Taking a deep breath, he finally opens the door. As soon as he enters, the shop owner greets him warmly. Smiling brightly, the owner jokingly asks if Cyrone has come to deliver goods. Startled, our guy quickly clarifies that he is here to buy a book. The shopkeeper remains cheerful, telling him to take his time and search. She suddenly comments on how handsome he has become. Cyrone, speechless, thanks her, thinking she probably does not even recognize who he is at all. He picks up a book and wonders if he has really changed that much. After paying 2 gold coins, the shopkeeper beams with joy, calling him generous and thanking him excitedly. Cyrone lifts the book, the dragon tamer who slayed the Dragon King, toward the sky, thrilled to have finally bought his own novel. Spinning around with happiness, he does not notice the shy glances people give him. Feeling lucky that he still has money from the Ogeni family, Cyrone walks with a smile. Just then, a voice calls out his name, and a hand grabs his arm, shocking him. A pink-haired girl appears and asks if he is Cyrone. He stammers, confused, and asks who she is. Ignoring his question, she turns and calls out to others, confirming his identity. Cyrone, still in shock, slowly recognizes her. A long time ago, while he was reading, he had been approached by a group of friends. Now, those children have grown up. Seeing him, they happily call his name. Our guy exclaims in surprise, recognizing one of them instantly. Rumina smiles and teases him for forgetting her face. Cyrone awkwardly admits that he didn't recognize her at first, saying she has become very pretty. Rumina pouts, recalling that when they were younger, Cyrone told her something very different. Cyrone, feeling shy, nervously laughs, trying to brush it off. The other friends gather around, chatting excitedly. They comment on how noble he looks, wondering if his outfit is expensive. They are amazed at how much he has changed. Our guy, feeling a little overwhelmed, does not know how to respond. At that moment, another figure approaches. It is the leader of the village children, Altor. He smiles and greets Cyrone, saying it has been a long time since they last saw each other. He asks how he has been, mentioning that, even when he asked Mr. Vincent, he got no answers. Cyrone, unsure of what to say, thinks for a moment. He realizes that they will find out eventually. If he lies, it might hurt them, especially Altor. Making up his mind, he decides to tell the truth. He simply says that he has been studying at the Magic Academy. Everyone is shocked hearing this revelation. Altor's expression changes slightly, showing a hint of annoyance. Altor has a powerful physique and a generous personality, so he naturally became the leader when he was 10 years old. Back then, he saw Cyrone reading a book and asked if he was reading again. Seeing Cyrone with a book, Altor frowned immediately, finding the written words overwhelming. The friends around started whispering, calling Cyrone smart since they didn't even know how to read books like that. Hearing this, Altor snatched Cyrone's book and questioned why he was reading when he doesn't even go to school. He insisted that training, physical strength is more useful for society, especially in a small mountain village where danger is common. There, everyone follows a rule to obey the leader. From that day on, whenever such a situation arose, Cyrone offered a gentle smile, choosing peace over pride to diffuse the tension. Seeing this submission, Altor handed back the tome and issued a challenge, a game of soccer, to test their bond. Suddenly, a voice like thunder shattered the moment. Romina, a fierce 10-year-old, stormed onto the scene, accusing Altor of tormenting their fragile scholar. Altor stammered, trying to defend his honor, but her wrath was absolute. She reminded him of Cyrone's delicate recovery, sparking Altor's defensive annoyance. In the present, our protagonist chuckles softly, the memories of their chaotic youth warming his heart. But curiosity burned within the group. They surrounded him, eyes wide with wonder, demanding to know the truth of the Magic Academy. Did he truly wield the arcane arts? They needed proof. Cyrone explained that he was merely a novice, and the Academy's laws strictly forbade unauthorized spellcasting. Altor burst into laughter, finding the excuse hilarious. He mocked Cyrone for clinging to his books like a lifeline. Altor lunged, attempting to snatch the tome, suspecting it held grand secrets. Panic seized Cyrone. He had to protect it at all costs, claiming it was mere fiction. As the book tumbled, Cyrone's body moved on instinct, a flash of lightning speed that left the others blinking in shock. Yet, Romina only saw Altor's aggression, unleashing another wave of scolding upon the confused warrior. Altor pleaded his innocence, but Cyrone simply smiled, dismissing the display of speed as pure luck. Romina, however, remained skeptical, her brow furrowed in protective concern. Sensing the tension, Romina proposed a feast to lift their spirits. Altor's mood instantly brightened. He declared a celebration for his recent business victory, demanding Cyrone join the festivities. Our hero happily accepted. As a carriage rolled up, Altor hoisted Cyrone into the air as if he were weightless, depositing him in the front seat. Our mage was left stunned by the display of raw power. Altor laughed, teasing his friend's feather-light frame. Cyrone could only stare in awe. Realizing how much Altor had evolved, he was no longer a boy, but a pillar of strength destined to lead the village. His childhood friend had become a man of business and influence. Lost in these thoughts, they arrived at Romina's family establishment, the aroma of destiny and food in the air. Romina's mother gasped, showering Cyrone with praise for his refined appearance. Flustered and blushing, Romina frantically begged her mother to maintain some dignity. Glasses were raised high in honor of our returning hero. A banquet was laid out, and Romina urged Cyrone to indulge, explaining the fizzy barley brew with a bright smile. The conversation turned to the academy's secrets. A friend asked, the heavy question, was Cyrone the top disciple? Did he rub shoulders with high-ranking nobles? The interrogation caught him off guard. Overwhelmed, Cyrone insisted his nose was always buried in books, leaving no time for social hierarchies. Meanwhile, Romina's gaze drifted to Altor, who nursed his beer in a brooding silence. Slamming his cup down, Altor's expression darkened. He pressed Cyrone about the future, reminding him that his father's back was breaking under the weight of supporting him. Soon, the mantle of responsibility would fall on Cyrone's shoulders: marriage, money, survival. Cyrone sat frozen, realized he had never truly faced the harsh reality his friends lived every day. While his peers built empires, Cyrone's father toiled alone. When would the scholar finally pay his debts? Sensing the atmosphere turning, suffocating, Altor decided to shift gears. He slammed his elbow onto the table, an arm wrestling challenge. The crowd erupted in cheers, and our main character recalled their childhood duels where strength was king. In the past, he had reigned supreme, but today, he resolved to lose, to preserve Altor's pride. The stakes were set. The loser would fund the feast. The moment their hands locked, a mountain of force crashed down. Cyrone didn't just lose, he was crushed into the floor, trembling before Altor's monstrous power. Romina screamed at Altor for his brutality. Even Altor looked shocked, not expecting his friend to be made of glass. Guilt washed over him, but Cyrone sprang up with a bright laugh, accepting his defeat with grace. He moved to pay the wager, but fate played a cruel trick. His bag slipped, spilling 5 shimmering gold coins onto the floor. The room went deathly silent. Eyes nearly popped out of sockets. Romina gasped that gold was worth a month of blood, sweat, and tears in the village. Cyrone's heart raced. He had revealed too much. Altor's face burned with humiliation. Sweating bullets, our hero stammered out a half-truth. He was being sponsored by a benefactor. The group marveled, assuming their friend was set for life, living in a world of luxury they could only dream of. Cyrone tried to explain, but the damage was done. It wasn't free money, it was complicated, but he couldn't say that. Behind him, Altor's aura turned jagged with irritation. He exploded, his voice dripping with venom. He mocked the fuss over the gold, his jealousy, ugly and raw. The room grew cold as the others rushed to apologize, memories of Altor's volatile nature resurfacing to haunt them. Romina realized the truth. Altor's inferiority complex flared whenever Cyrone was near. Breaking the suffocating silence, Altor cleared his throat, trying to mask his shame. Martin, the savior of the hour, clapped his hands to dispel the gloom. He spoke of a shadow in the mountains, a predator stalking the wilds. Brad nodded grimly to confirm. Livestock vanishing into thin air, Romina rolled her eyes at Martin's dramatic flair. But Brad insisted, claiming his father had seen a beast of nightmare, a monster resembling a bear. Cyrone's eyes narrowed. His own father had whispered similar warnings. But why was a beast of the frozen north here? Romina theorized it was mating season, a time of natural aggression. She warned them to stay within the safety of the village, away from the forest's dark heart. Then, Altor dropped a bombshell. He didn't want to hide. He wanted to hunt the beast down. The table stared at him in disbelief. With a chest full of pride, Altor claimed it was their duty to protect the village. Why bother the adults with a mere bear when he stood ready? A friend laughed, recalling Altor's legendary feat of slaying a red bear. Cyrone blinked. His friend was truly a warrior now. Altor set the time. Dawn. He turned to Cyrone, a silent challenge in his eyes. Seeing Romina's excitement, Cyrone offered a warm smile. He would stand by his friends. Glasses clinked one last time, a toast to glory and the hunt. The night faded, giving way to the golden light of destiny. As the sun kissed the horizon, Romina found Cyrone. Clad in hunting leathers, he looked the part. Together, they stepped out into the crisp morning air. Altor grinned, a wolfish, playful look. He warned the scholar to keep up, or be left in the dust. Cyrone merely chuckled. He assured him that wouldn't happen. The group moved into the green abyss, executing their plan. With military precision, nets were laid, ropes secured. Our mage watched, impressed by their seamless teamwork. A teammate smirked, noting that this was merely the prelude. The true stage belonged to Altor. He analyzed the earth like a book, declaring the beast was near. The air grew heavy with tension, as he ordered absolute vigilance. Cyrone marveled at Altor's command of the wild. But a thought sparked in his mind. Perhaps it was time to unleash his spiritual zone to see the unseen. To pinpoint the prey, he severed his visual senses and sank into deep concentration, attempting to track its aura. But what his mind's eye revealed was a vivid nightmare, a flash of a mangled carcass. Cyrone's eyes flew open in pure alarm. A cold sweat of premonition drenched him. Something was catastrophically wrong. As he turned to process the horrific vision, a heavy hand clamped down on his shoulder. It was Altor, his face twisted with annoyance, demanding to know why Cyrone had vanished without permission. But before the scolding could escalate, a bone-chilling roar shattered the silence of the forest. Both Altor and Cyrone looked up instinctively, their pupils trembling at the scene ahead. The forest floor was a graveyard, scattered with the torn remains of countless beasts. Rumina gasped, the sound choking in her throat. Panic spread through the party like wildfire. Altor stood rooted to the spot, his mind unable to comprehend the slaughter. Cyrone immediately took command, urging a full retreat, warning them that no ordinary Perdixtoff's predator could cause such devastation. This was a massacre. Altor, still shaking, stammered for answers. Cyrone insisted they alert the academy instructors immediately. The mountain had to be sealed off, and if the threat was truly this high, they needed to request elite reinforcements from the city. But Altor tightened his grip on Cyrone's shoulder, his pride refusing to back down. He questioned why they needed soldiers, when they hadn't even identified the target. Arrogance clouded his judgment, as he argued they were elite enough to handle it themselves. Cyrone countered sharply, reminding him that Altor himself had dismissed it as a mere bear earlier. But the bloodshed before them proved this was a disaster in the making. Frustration ignited in Altor's eyes. He demanded to know what made Cyrone so special. The sudden explosion of temper stunned the group. Altor raised his voice, accusing Cyrone of looking down on him, of never acknowledging his authority as leader. Cyrone stood momentarily speechless at the inferiority complex on display. He opened his mouth to respond, but a ominous sound from the shadows cut him off. Every head snapped toward the noise. One of the boys raised his bow, his hands shaking uncontrollably as he asked what nightmare stood before them. Emerging from the gloom was a monstrosity, an unholy fusion of a bear and a wolf. A wave of primal dread crashed over Cyrone. This was no wild animal. It was a demonic mutation, unlike anything they had ever faced in their training. He had only seen such horrors in ancient texts, but witnessing the beast in the flesh sent ice through his veins. The group instinctually recoiled, their bodies paralyzed by the overwhelming killing intent. After a heartbeat of hesitation, Altor raised his weapon and loosed an arrow. But to their absolute horror, the beast dodged the projectile with casual ease. A collective gasp sucked the air from the clearing. Cyrone muttered in disbelief. The creature had moved with martial artist precision. A sinking feeling in his gut confirmed the worst. This was a wolk, a highly intelligent monster class, far beyond a mere beast. His studies warned him of this. Creatures possessing physical specs that mocked nature and an intellect that rivaled humanity. Their origins were shrouded in mystery, though scholars theorized their terrifying evolution was a result of surviving hellish environments. As the arrow struck nothing but air, the group watched in shock. The beast shredded a massive tree like paper and launched its assault with godlike speed. Altor, snapping out of his stupor, screamed for everyone to scatter. Chaos erupted as the students scrambled for their lives, completely directionless in their panic. One suggested fleeing downhill, but Altor screamed a denial, ordering them to head for the summit instead. In that critical split second, Cyrone gripped his bow and turned to face the nightmare alone. Altor's eyes widened in shock, screaming at the madman, asking if he intended to offer himself as live bait. Without a shred of hesitation, Cyrone drew the string taut and fired directly at the monster's skull. But the beast didn't even flinch. It retaliated instantly, shattering Cyrone's bow with a single devastating swipe. Just as death seemed certain, Cyrone blinked away, teleporting inches from the lethal blow. The wolk let out a deep, vibrating growl, its breath heavy with the scent of blood. Cyrone rapidly analyzed the situation. The creature had impenetrable defense and blinding speed. He realized the only way to prevent a massacre was to become the sole target. He made a reckless decision. As the beast lunged with earth-shattering force, Cyrone chained his teleportations, kiting the monster away from his vulnerable teammates. However, just as he thought he had pulled the aggro far enough, the wolk slammed on the brakes, It shifted its stance. A cold dread washed over Cyrone. The monster had realized the trick. It found a new prey. Meanwhile, Altor commanded the group to drop their heavy gear and run, but as they pushed forward, the leader suddenly skidded to a halt. Turning his back on safety, he told them to go on without him. Rumina's voice trembled, cracking with panic as she screamed at him. Tears welled in Altor's eyes as he admitted the truth. His pride wouldn't let him abandon a comrade. Rumina, devastated, shouted his name, but fate was cruel. The Wolk was already closing in on Altor. In that fleeting second, Altor wondered if Cyrone was already dead. A crushing weight of guilt suffocated him. If he had only listened to the warning, if he had chosen the downhill path, things might have been different. But before despair could claim his soul, a brilliant explosion of golden light erupted between him and the beast. For a moment, Rumina watched in stunned silence, praying the monster had been incinerated. The others exchanged bewildered glances, wondering if a high-tier mage had intervened, but their relief was shattered instantly. From the distance, Cyrone's voice tore through the air, screaming for them to run. The monster had tanked the hit. It was damaged, but far from finished. Despair painted Rumina's face. How could anything survive that? Was that blinding power nothing more than a distraction? Before they could process the horror, the Wolk launched a counterattack, targeting the students on the ridge. Altor stood frozen, his legs refusing to obey his will. Rumina, paralyzed by the predator's gaze, tried to crawl away, but the beast's massive claws descended like a guillotine. She stumbled, collapsing to the dirt, helpless against the incoming slaughter. Just as the Reaper raised his scythe, Cyrone flashed into existence, intercepting the attack and grappling the monster. Altor screamed Cyrone's name in anguish. The Wolk roared, swiping its razor-sharp claws at the boy, but faster than the eye could follow, Cyrone vanished again. In a split second later, the monster was swallowed by the same spatial energy, disappearing alongside him. Rumina, still sprawled in the dirt, screamed into the empty air. Cyrone reappeared, having warped both himself and the beast to a desolate clearing. His mind raced at a fever pitch, creating a new strategy. He had planned to drop the beast the moment he severed its lock on Rumina, but releasing it now would leave him wide open. Yet, maintaining the grapple was a death sentence. He scanned the battlefield. They were now outside the safe zone. The question wasn't how to escape, but how to kill it. A spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He recalled ancient legends of silver coins and forgotten knowledge, theories of gravity and symmetry manipulation hidden deep in his memory, within his spiritual domain. He extended his hand toward a reflective surface, channeling his entire aura reserve. A beam of pure energy erupted, and in that instant, the realization hit him. Mathematics was the language of the gods. As the transparent barrier around him shattered, Cyrone grasped the fundamental truth of the universe. Mass is an intrinsic property of matter, a constant that defies location or state. It is the anchor of inertia, the total energy of an object at rest. The concept physicists called rest energy. Cyrone contemplated the very nature of reality. Why does the world exist? And what defines existence itself? His mind transcended the battlefield, delving into the origin of mass and the laws that govern the cosmos. In his vision, he saw the fabric of space itself. In a realm where symmetry fractures, a singular truth awakens. If the universe existed before form took shape, then survival demands the disruption of that perfect balance. He grasps the key at last. Mass is the anchor of reality, and he possesses the forbidden power to burden light itself with weight. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion tears through the silence. Debris scatters like shrapnel in every direction. Cyrone blinks through space, teleporting downward and landing amidst the chaos. Through the choking smoke, his breath hitches. The beast lies broken at his feet. As he stares at the carcass, the pieces of the puzzle align. Armand's teachings thunder in his mind. Symmetry breaks only through spatial mastery, the elusive power of the unnamed knowledge, a divine mechanism that grants substance to the intangible. If manipulated, even a photon becomes a hammer. A grin cuts across Cyrone's face as enlightenment washes over his soul, but his triumph is short-lived. Why would an apex predator hunt in these desolate mountains? A bone-chilling growl interrupts his thoughts. The air grows heavy. Muscles coil tight as he spins around. He missed something critical. These monsters never hunt alone. He looks up, and his blood runs cold. It is not just one. Wolk. Across the ridge, Altor and the others stand frozen in a nightmare. A legion of wolves looms before them, eyes burning with hunger, staring at the humans like a feast on a platter. Despair claws at the group. Some collapse, weeping in the face of death. But Altor steps up, his face grim. He will be the bait. He will draw the horde away, while the others escape down the cliff. Are you insane? A companion screams, horrified by the suicide mission. But Altor stands like a stone wall. This is their only path, a leader's burden. Tears spill from his eyes as he begs them to survive. Do not let our sacrifice be for nothing. But then, the heavens split open. A pillar of radiance crashes down. Cyrone descends, a godlike entrance at the critical second. His aura radiates raw power. The students rush to him, sobbing in relief, voices overlapping. They thought he was a ghost. The air fills with cries of joy. Cyrone offers a humble smile and a quiet apology. Altor tries to speak, his voice trembling, but Cyrone cuts him off. Sorry for the worry. His eyes lock onto the pack. Leave the trash to me. Altor panics, moving to stop him, terrified for his friend. It doesn't break school rules to defend ourselves, Cyrone states calmly. A deafening roar shakes the earth. The Wolks, driven by bloodlust, charge at blinding speed. Yet, Cyrone stands like a statue. Light gathers at his fingertips, humming with terrifying energy. Rumina watches, breathless. This is not normal magic. The nature of the light has shifted. A sigil glows on Cyrone's forehead. He has done the impossible. He has given weight to light. With a casual flick, he unleashes a heavy beam. The radiant energy slices through the monsters like a hot knife through butter. Altor gasps. Cyrone watches the carnage, and it finally clicks. This is his true magic, a power that was always within him, waiting to be awakened. The remaining pack, consumed by rage, launches a second wave. Cyrone does not retreat. He blinks forward to meet them. Boom! A massive photon blast engulfs the battlefield. Dozens are vaporized in a heartbeat. The survivors stare, minds blank. Altor whispers in disbelief. He is a true magician, but Cyrone feels the backlash. This magic devours his mental stamina like a parasite. Suddenly, killing intent spikes behind him. A wolf lunges from the blind spot. Cyrone spins and fires, but as the dust settles, the beast's eyes snap open. It is still alive. Shock fractures Cyrone's composure. His output is dropping. The magic is weakening. The wolf senses the weakness and lets out a piercing howl. The signal is given. The entire pack surges as one. Run, Cyrone! Altor screams, but Cyrone plants his feet. There is no retreat. His mind races at light speed. There is only one path to victory, but the risk is catastrophic. Can he hold the balance? The currents of mana rage around him. The monsters close the distance, claws ready to tear him apart. The screams of his friends fade into the background. His eyes snap open, blazing with electric blue light. Deep within his spirit domain, the cracks in reality widen further. A dark vortex, a singularity resembling a black hole, begins to spin. It pulls everything into its infinite depth. His consciousness shifts, returning to that legendary state, the state of absolute focus he achieved before the school. His arm fades from reality, yet he forces it up. An immense torrent of magical energy erupts from his core. It crashes into the horde like a tsunami. The sheer pressure hurls the massive beasts backward. The shockwave is so violent that neither Rumina nor Martin can stand. They are blown back by the wind alone. Altor stares, unable to process the divine power unfolding before him. It feels like a dream. Energy radiates from Cyrone like a sun, yet the monsters are relentless. They push through the devastation, driven by madness. Cyrone realizes with horror, his fuel is running dry. If this keeps up, his spirit domain will dissipate like mist. A memory surfaces the feeling of hitting his limit once before. He knows what must be done. There is no holding back. He must burn every drop of mana he possesses. He follows his instinct. The previous attack was strong, but this time, he amplifies it to infinity. The energy surges outward, blinding and absolute. The mountain trembles. The air ruptures. Rocks disintegrate into dust. The Wolks freeze in pure terror, recoiling before the apocalypse. As the light fades, the battlefield is unrecognizable. The rugged terrain has been leveled flat. A perfect line carved into the earth, a testament to his godlike strike. The surviving creatures shake uncontrollably. Cyrone meets their gaze, his blue eyes piercing their souls. Scram. He commands them to leave and never return. They turn and flee, vanishing into the shadows. The adrenaline crash hits him instantly. His vision swims. He sways, about to fall. Altor is there in a flash, catching his friend. The others rush in, voices trembling with worry. Rumina checks his pulse, her hands shaking. He pushed past his limits. She whispers. Altor pulls him close. Let's go home, he says softly. The hunt is over. Later that night, Cyrone sits on the grass, watching the stars. Altor approaches, a grin on his face. How did you end up out here? Cyrone smiles, taking a deep breath of fresh air. I just wanted to see the stars. It hits him he hasn't slept this peacefully in years. The nightmares that usually haunt him feel a million miles away. When he wakes, he is surrounded. Tears streak his friends' faces. Rumina's voice quivers. I thought you would never wake up. He realizes his slumber was so deep it resembled death. They hadn't left his side for a second. He looks at Altor. The others? Altor smiles, relief washing over him. They're cooking. Altor laughs. Aside from a few scrapes, everyone is alive. They're all terrified of your power, though. Cyrone nods. That is good fortune. Altor looks up at the sky, his expression hardening. Tomorrow, I will settle everything with the adults. He glances at the loot. The monster, skins, and fangs. These creature parts held a legendary value. Curious, he tested the boy's knowledge, asking for the beast's name. Without a second's hesitation, Cyrone identified them as wolks, recalling that their fangs fetched a fortune on the market. A laugh escaped Altor as he nodded in agreement. But then, a heavy silence descended like a fog. Suddenly, Altor apologized. Puzzled, Cyrone asked what he meant, but Altor hesitated. The words caught in his throat. Finally, he admitted the truth. It was jealousy that weighed upon his soul. Cyrone was stunned by this raw confession. His mind drifted back to a distant memory. A quiet afternoon spent reading after the day's labor of chopping firewood was done. He remembered Altor's friends walking by, one casually remarking that Cyrone possessed an undeniable aura of greatness. Altor had simply watched him in silence back then. Snapping back to the present, Altor spoke again, bringing up the impossible dream Cyrone had always chased. Surprised, Cyrone asked for clarification. Altor nodded with a knowing look, acknowledging that it was indeed the very path Cyrone had been pursuing all along. A faint blush dusted Altor's face as he expressed his sincere hope that Cyrone would one day seize that destiny. Hearing this, Cyrone's lips curled into a gentle, confident smile. Both of them shifted their gaze toward the endless, azure sky. With quiet certainty, Cyrone assured Altor that he would reach the summit. The following day, Altor asked if the boy intended to extend his stay, but Cyrone shook his head. He explained that numerous unfinished studies at the academy demanded his return. After a firm, brotherly handshake, Altor wished him glory and encouraged him to walk his path as a magician without looking back. The others joined in, their smiles warm as they voiced their unwavering support for his journey. In response, Cyrone beamed, assuring them that he would return one day. But in that fleeting moment, Romina rushed forward and embraced him tightly. She insisted he visit again after mastering the arcane arts. She jokingly warned that if he ever ignored her on purpose, he would face catastrophic consequences. Cyrone chuckled gently, promising to etch her words into his memory. As he prepared to leave, he wished everyone farewell, and they responded with heartfelt goodbyes. Watching him depart, Altor placed a comforting hand on Romina's shoulder and teasingly remarked that if her heart ached that much, he could always drag him back for her. Romina wiped her tears and shook her head, stating with conviction that he was not gone forever. Smiling, she added that she had always admired the fire in his eyes while he chased his dreams. Cyrone made his way back to the school, heading first to the labyrinthine district of Istas. As he entered, he opened a small notebook, recalling a past conversation where he had wondered how to locate their research group's room among 89 blocks. Nade had smiled at the time, assuring him that as a new member, he would be guided through the chaos. He had pointed ahead, instructing him to check the number 19 on the ceiling and note the golden color of the door. Cyrone had taken notes, observing that room 19 was number 5. As he climbed the stairs, he continued decoding his notebook, analyzing the building's complex structure and determining that 3 other rows were connected to this location. He represented them as X, Y, and Z, forming a brilliant equation to calculate the total energy flow of Istas. He remembered being awestruck by the sheer logic and had wondered who possessed the genius to design it. Nade had responded that one of the founding members, a true savant, had created the equation and had memorized the entire Istas system. He also recalled showing this equation to Iruki for the first time. Returning to the present, Cyrone opened a purple door and found himself inside the sanctuary of the Paranormal Science Club. As he stepped in, he admired the elegance of the equation. From within, voices clashed in a heated debate over a calculation error. One person complained about wasted time, insisting that increasing the sample size was the key to accuracy, while another retorted that such a method was only possible with the budget of a king. Slowly opening the door, Cyrone reflected on how his journey to locate the club mirrored his growing realization of the value of bonds. Smiling, he greeted Nade and Iruki, remarking that they had finally returned after the chaos. Nade urged him to listen closely to the debate, while Iruki, noticing his radiant expression, questioned why he looked so pleased. Cyrone, silently expressing gratitude in his heart, smiled and announced that he was back. Later, at the 48th training ground, the 3 of them gathered. Cyrone extended his hand, and a stream of brilliant energy converged in his palm. Nade, observing the phenomenon, speculated it was simple photon emission, and questioned whether he had merely enhanced its output. However, Iruki's instincts screamed that this was unusual. Analyzing the energy, he realized that while photon emission typically radiated outward, Cyrone's energy was condensing inward. Before Nade could grasp the magnitude of the moment, Cyrone unleashed his self-luminescent source, creating a force reminiscent of his battle against the wolf pack. Stunned, Nade and Iruki examined the resulting destruction, their expressions twisted in disbelief. Nade exclaimed in shock that Cyrone had used light to punch through solid matter, calling it true magic. Iruki, still processing the impossibility of the situation, inquired about the spells involved. Smiling nervously, Nade tried to dismiss it as a joke. Cyrone then explained that he had developed the spell himself and had named it the photon cannon. Iruki, deep in thought, noted that anything related to photons was usually divinely complex, making this spell a legendary achievement. Cyrone offered to elaborate, but suggested relocating. At a restaurant outside the school, Nade and Iruki, while eating noodles, expressed their utter disbelief at Cyrone's ability to add mass to photons. They wondered if this godlike principle could apply to electricity. Nade admitted the thought alone was overwhelming, pointing out that, if Cyrone had truly achieved such a feat, it would mark a groundbreaking revolution in the world of magic. While Iruki acknowledged the brilliance of the discovery, he also noted that understanding the theory did not guarantee mastery. Even those who attained almighty enlightenment would struggle to comprehend its intricacies. Nade agreed, adding that the implications were far greater than they initially assumed. At that moment, Cyrone asked for their help. He wished to deepen his knowledge, but due to the vacation period, access to the library was restricted. Furthermore, he was unable to enter the noble library alone and requested their company. Nade, curious about the restriction, speculated it might be related to what Cyrone had hesitated to say earlier. Iruki also pondered the secret behind it. Cyrone hesitated, uncertain of how they would react to the truth. However, he decided he would no longer run away. Taking a deep breath, he confessed that he was not a noble, but a commoner. He explained that as an infant, he had been abandoned in a stable before being adopted by his parents, with his father working as a simple hunter. A heavy, suffocating silence filled the table. Nade, observing him closely, admitted he had noticed the shift in his mood. Iruki, however, reacted differently, coolly questioning why it even mattered. Nade was taken aback by Iruki's response, but Iruki continued, emphasizing that despite Cyrone's background, he had accomplished extraordinary feats. He pointed out that Cyrone had studied for only a year, reached the 5th grade in just 3 months, and even defeated him in front of the entire school. He then questioned how someone from such circumstances had even great maces, managed to date a genius mage like Amy. Before he could say more, Nade interrupted, reassuring Cyrone that his origins were irrelevant. With a warm gesture, he affirmed his brotherhood with Cyrone. Cyrone, touched by their loyalty, smiled and thanked them with teary eyes. Iruki, appearing deep in thought, suddenly asked if Amy was already aware of this truth. Nade, equally surprised, inquired how long Cyrone and Amy had known each other. Smiling, Cyrone explained that their destinies had been intertwined since childhood. Curiosity hung in the air like a thick fog. Nade needed to understand the darkness that bound them, and so, the story drifted back 5 years, to the hellish slums of Rodham, a desperate sprint for survival. Young Canis tore through the alleyways, clutching a stale scrap of meat like it was a holy relic. Behind him, a hulking predator with a knife roared, demanding blood for bread. The frail boy scrambled like a cornered rat, diving into the filth of the sewers. In the darkness, he whispered one name like a prayer. Erin. There she lay, a fragile flower withering on a bed of dirty straw. Agony was etched onto her pale face. Canis collapsed beside her, panic rising in his chest. He offered the stolen food with trembling hands, begging the Reaper to stay away for just one more day. He looked toward the light, praying for a savior. But the slums have no heroes. The 3 thugs materialized from the shadows, their laughter dripping with malice. A heavy fist sent Canis flying into the muck. They mocked his pathetic struggle to hide. Blow after blow rained down, punishing him for daring to survive. Then, the nightmare deepened. One of the brutes hoisted Erin onto his shoulder like a sack of grain. While the others stomped Canis into the ground, he screamed a vow of death. "Touch her, and I'll kill you." But his fury only fueled their amusement. They spat on his threats, seeing only a toothless puppy barking at wolves. Steel flashed in the dim light. The kill order was given. In that split second, the cold reality crushed Canis's heart. Weakness was a sin. If only he had power, absolute power. But when despair hit rock bottom, the abyss answered. Black mana erupted from the void, swirling around the attackers. Canis watched, eyes wide. as the shadows themselves rose up to devour the gangsters effortlessly. The darkness was gentle as it placed Aaron down, before condensing into a terrifying form. A being of immense pressure stood before them. His voice was calm, yet it carried the weight of a mountain. "Boy, do you desire magic?" Canis was frozen, his mind racing. Then, the realization struck like lightning. This wasn't just magic, it was salvation. It was the first ray of light in his hellish life. Years later, the sun set over the Tormia capital, the Bushuka kingdom. High above the streets, Canis stood on a rooftop, his coat fluttering in the wind. He scanned the ants below. "Security is tight," he reported, his voice devoid of fear. The master's voice crackled back. "The building is overflowing with artifacts," the voice noted. An unprecedented treasure trove of ancient history. But Canis wasn't there for a history lesson. He cut to the chase. "Where's the target?" The objective was legendary, the dragon's heart. The core of the ultimate anti-magic barrier, locked away on the third floor like a princess in a tower. 15 elite guards stood between him and the prize. But the real threat was the core itself. Its aura would crush any magician's connection to the spirit domain the moment they stepped close. It was a death trap for casters. Canis straightened his posture, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "No magic? Fine." He would have to handle this the old-fashioned way. The warning from his earpiece was dismissed with a confident smirk. "Does the shadow of your past still haunt you?" Canis didn't answer. He simply jumped. As he plummeted, dark aura exploded from his body, tethering him to the building like a spider of the void. Crash. Glass shattered into a million diamonds as he made his dynamic entry. The guards barely had time to scream before the intruder was upon them. Canis didn't rush. He walked with the arrogance of a king. He lifted his gaze, and the air grew heavy. "Submit." Waves of black mana detonated from his core. The pressure wave swept through the hall, dropping the guards like puppets with cut strings. Impossible. How was he using magic inside the barrier? Panic spread like wildfire among the survivors. They scrambled for the alarms, screaming that a monster had breached the perimeter, but their cries were cut short. Canis unleashed another pulse of darkness, silencing the remaining opposition instantly. He didn't even break his stride. He kicked open the heavy doors, his eyes locked on the prize. There it was, the dragon's heart, a stone of luminous blue pulsating with ancient power. Canis reached out, ready to claim what was his. But the enemy was relentless. Just as his fingers grazed the relic, a new squad stormed the chamber. One guard, trembling in his boots, tried to shout a warning about the core's volatility. "That relic is..." Thwack! A spear of shadow pierced his chest before the sentence was finished. Canis flicked his wrist, and the rest of the unit was consumed by the void. Silence returned to the room. A familiar presence stepped through the carnage. Canis didn't need to look back. "Took you long enough." Irene stood at the entrance, a vision of deadly grace amidst the ruin. She surveyed the bodies, her expression cool and detached. "Did you kill them?" Canis shook his head, his voice calm. "They're just sleeping. I'm not a butcher today." Irene stayed silent, her eyes unreadable pools of mystery. But their reunion was interrupted by a thunderous boom. The walls shook as an explosion rocked the compound. Outside, a literal army had assembled. Hovering in the sky was a figure radiating immense mana. "The commander!" His voice boomed like thunder. "Surrender the relic. There is no escape from the might of the kingdom." The commander raised his hand, gathering energy for a cataclysmic strike. A beam of pure destruction hurtled toward the shattered room. But from the smoke, two silhouettes emerged, unfazed. They were wrapped in a terrifying aura of darkness. The commander's eyes nearly popped out of his skull. That energy? Dark magicians? Before he could process the shock, the darkness lashed out. A tidal wave of shadows surged upwards. The commander barely raised his shield in time. Impact. When the smoke cleared, he frantically scanned the area, but the intruders had vanished into thin air. Chaos erupted in the ranks. The core is gone. The commander hovered in the sky, his face twisting into a grim mask. "Find them. Tear the city apart if you have to." But his mind was racing elsewhere. No teleportation signatures. That meant they were still physically close. But what truly terrified him was their age. They were just kids. To bypass a restriction device and wield dark magic at that level, it shouldn't be possible. Unless a chill ran down the commander's spine as a forgotten legend resurfaced in his memory. Only one monster in history possessed darkness that pure. A mage whose power was so absolute it could swallow the sun. A calamity in human form. Arcane, but Arcane died in a tragic accident 40 years ago. The commander clenched his jaw, sweat beading on his forehead. Could a ghost truly return from the grave? Meanwhile, far from the chaos, deep in the secluded mountains, Canis and Aaron arrived at their sanctuary. In Canis's hand, the dragon's heart pulsed, calling out to its master, the final piece. In the center of the room, surrounded by arcane machinery, lay a withered old man. His body was frail, but his presence was undeniable. Canis approached with reverence. He placed the stolen heart into the machine's core. "Master, it is done." Aaron watched with bated breath, the tension in the room thick enough to cut with a knife. The machine roared to life. Blinding blue light flooded the chamber. Steam hissed and gears turned. As the smoke cleared, Canis smiled. The ritual was a success. A gnarled hand gripped the side of the bed. The frail figure sat up, shaking off the slumber of decades. His voice was raspy, like grinding stones, but the weakness was gone. 40 years. The words dripped with venom. He had returned from the brink of oblivion. He raised his head, and his eyes burned with the fires of hell itself. Alpheus Mirhi. The name was a curse. Memories of the betrayal flooded back. The fire. The screams. The moment his life was stolen, this research was ours. He had screamed at Alpheus back then, amidst the flames. "I gave everything for this." But Alpheus, young and arrogant, had simply turned his back. That cold smirk, that heartless betrayal. Alpheus had left him to burn alive, but Arcane had survived. He looked at his hands, power surging through his veins once more. The King of Darkness had returned. He muttered into the darkness, his voice dripping with venom, revealing that it had taken 4 long decades to recover his strength. His hatred for Alpheus burned hotter than the sun, and he scoffed, wondering if his old rival truly believed he could sleep soundly after the sins of the past. Canis and Aaron dropped to their knees, bowing their heads in absolute submission. They poured out their gratitude, acknowledging that every breath they took and every ounce of power they wielded was a debt owed to him, swearing eternal loyalty to his command. Arcane gazed down at his devoted disciples, his eyes cold yet satisfied. While Aaron trembled like a leaf in the wind, Canis maintained a chilling, unwavering smile. Arcane's voice cut through the air, warning them to never lower their guard. He reminded them that Alpheus was a man blinded by greed, a monster who had once killed without a second thought to seize his ambitions. He painted a picture of a tyrant willing to commit any atrocity, no matter how vile, just for the sake of absolute power. Meanwhile, miles away in the principal's office of the Magic Academy, a violent storm raged against the glass. Alpheus stood by the window, a solitary figure lost in the labyrinth of his own mind. Moving with the silence of a ghost, he approached a bookshelf and pulled a specific tome. The mechanism clicked, and the wall groaned open to reveal a hidden passage. Taking a lamp, he stepped into the shadows, placing the light on a table as he surveyed the secret chamber. His mind drifted back to a night identical to this one, decades ago. His gaze locked onto a large portrait, and in a voice barely above a whisper, he vowed to never forgive. Meanwhile, in Bashuka, the Royal Professors Association conference was in full swing. Professor Thad rubbed his temples, exhaustion weighing on him like heavy chains. He finally understood why the veteran teachers dodged these events. The debates were an endless cycle of torture. He took a sip of water, sighing deeply. His soul longed for the comfort of home. This year, he bore the burden of representing Alpheus's academy. Watching the noble scholars still bickering long after the gavel had fallen, he couldn't help but be impressed by their stubborn persistence. But his true motivation for remaining was purely personal. His eyes darted to the center of the room, where a striking woman with hair like cascading blue silk commanded the room. Thad recognized her in a heartbeat. It was Lena Ogent, a legendary member of the elite Artist 99 Club, and a royal pianist trained by the Merchant of Melody himself. She stood like a queen, unbothered by the swarm of admirers. Thad sighed, thinking how much brighter his life would be if someone he knew possessed even a fraction of her grace, his mind involuntarily flashing to the chaotic Professor Oliver. But just then, Lena's gaze sliced through the crowd and met his. Thad nearly choked, spitting his drink in a spray of panic. His heart hammered against his ribs as he wondered if a goddess like her was truly looking at him. Before he could fix his face, a melodic voice greeted him. Lena addressed him with perfect etiquette, recognizing him as a professor. Thad, paralyzed by shock, stammered like a novice, struggling to process that she knew of his existence. She casually mentioned she was aware of his prestigious role and that House Ogent had deep ties to Creus. Overwhelmed by this sudden twist of fate, his imagination went rogue. In a split second, he hallucinated an entire future with Lena wedding bells, a white picket fence, and children. In his fantasy, she smiled angelically and called out a name, Cyrone. But the image shifted violently, and the child in her arms bore the unmistakable face of Cyrone. Reality crashed down on Thad like a falling piano. Recognizing the name, the gears in his head finally turned, and he understood the situation. His mind spun, realizing this wasn't a romantic encounter, but a parent-teacher conference in disguise. Quickly regaining his professional mask, he responded with a polite smile, launching into a speech about Cyrone's god-tier abilities, calling him the crowning jewel of the academy. Lena, visibly relieved, asked about Cyrone's social life. Thad reassured her, explaining that the boy was a charismatic magnet, beloved by both male and female students alike. He even admitted his own jealousy, casually dropping the bomb that Cyrone had a girlfriend. Lena froze. Her body went stiff, though she quickly plastered a forced smile over her shock, stating she was glad he was thriving. Noticing the crack in her composure, Thad offered to deliver a message, but Lena declined, claiming her motherly heart was content just hearing he was safe. He doubled down on the reassurance, emphasizing that Alpheus's magic academy was the kingdom's fortress of knowledge, and that Cyrone was in the best possible hands. Her surprise melted into genuine gratitude as she thanked him for guarding her son. Moved by her dazzling smile, Thad impulsively shot his shot, inviting her to return to Creus with him the next day for a meal. Lena clapped her hands in delight, but regretfully declined, explaining she had a concert performance in Bashuka. Seizing the consolation prize, Thad eagerly asked if he could attend the show. Lena, amused by his enthusiasm, accepted his request, saying she would be honored to have him in the audience. Thad felt as if flowers were blooming all around him, but Lena's expression suddenly dipped into shadow. She confessed her worry that the seats might be empty, due to the chaos gripping the capital. Curious, Thad asked for clarification. Lena's frown deepened as she dropped the news. Inferno prison had been breached, and a Class B Calamity prisoner had escaped. The culprit was a dark magician who remained a ghost in the wind. As a result, the capital was under strict martial law. Thad's expression turned to stone as he pressed for the prisoner's description, and Lena casually mentioned the escapee was an elderly man with snow-white hair. The revelation hit Thad like a physical blow. Horror flooded his veins. Without a second thought, he bowed abruptly and excused himself. Lena watched in confusion, calling out to him, but he was already a blur in the distance. She stood there, puzzled by his sudden shift. Thad sprinted through the halls, panic rising in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he muttered curses under his breath, convinced that the dark magician and the escaped prisoner were pieces of the same nightmare. Frustration boiled over as he cursed the heavens that this catastrophe happened while he was away. Flashback to the previous night. Within the burning ruins of Inferno, hellfire consumed the facility, and bodies lay scattered like broken dolls. Amidst the carnage, a man was hoisted into the air by invisible dark energy, his throat crushed, before being impaled and discarded like trash. Dark magic was defined by two terrifying laws: absorption and assimilation. It was a gluttonous force, devouring energy and merging it into a singular, unstoppable power. Canis's spiritual energy drank in the dark power, mitigating the backlash. He stood like a statue, silently witnessing the monstrous force coalescing before him. Despite the chill running down his spine, Canis faced the abyss, fully aware that his power reigned supreme in the shadows, but withered under the sun. He pondered the eternal truth that darkness could never fully extinguish the light. Just then, Arcane placed a heavy hand on his shoulder, praising his growth. Canis recalled his master's teachings, specifically the tale of their benefactor, the great mage Arcane, who had plucked both him and Aaron from the jaws of hell, and saved them from a life of despair. Speaking in a tone as calm as a frozen lake, Arcane assured Canis that with enough power, he could eventually blot out the light itself. Extending shadows toward the sunlight, Canis annihilated the giant ants blocking his path as if swatting flies. Observing the beautiful destruction, Canis allowed a twisted smile of satisfaction to grace his lips. Agonized screams tore through the air as victims begged for mercy, only to be swallowed whole by the darkness. Aaron, standing in the rear, voiced his hesitation, questioning if this slaughter truly honored their master's vengeance, or if they had become monsters themselves. Canis, his faith unshakable, insisted they must trust the master's grand design. Locking eyes with his brother, he asserted that the master never acted without divine purpose. Surrounded by death, he smiled like a true fanatic, while Aaron, still plagued by doubt, merely muttered his compliance. As the dark force pulverized the barriers ahead, they marched into a vast chamber where the worst of the worst were caged. Suddenly, the heavy iron gate groaned open, forced by an invisible hand. One prisoner stepped out into the light, blinking, soon followed by another. Both were dumbstruck by the devastation. They exchanged confused glances before turning to Canis, praising the destruction and asking if he was a high-level mage. But their awe shattered instantly, replaced by raucous laughter when they noticed. Canis and Aaron were just mere brats. They mocked them for bringing children to a battlefield like it was a field trip. From the crowd of convicts, one man stepped forward, introducing himself as Kraken, the Nightcat. His aura reeked of arrogance. Arcane, watching from the shadows, finally spoke. His voice was ice-cold, dripping with disappointment as he dismissed the prisoners as nothing more than insects, calling them mere minnows, daring to swim in his ocean. His words ignited their fury instantly. The prisoners, faces twisted in rage, charged forward, convinced that their numbers would crush this arrogant old man. Against him? No. A sudden wave of endless darkness swallows them whole, plunging them into a chaotic nightmare where vision is stolen. The walls feel as though they are closing in, trapping them in a suffocating abyss of despair. Pure panic erupts. In their desperation to survive, they trample one another, struggling for an escape route that simply does not exist. Their terrified screams are soon silenced, drowned beneath the overwhelming pressure of the void, until only a deathly silence remains. Along with a vast, crimson pool of blood, standing amidst the carnage, Arcane speaks once more, declaring that this reality is nothing but a grand conspiracy. His cold gaze shifts to the sole survivor, a man who fidgets, clearly on edge. This is Lucas, bound in heavy iron chains, with the tattoo of a parrot stamped upon his shoulder like a brand. He takes a bold step forward, acknowledging his capture, yet his voice drips with accusation. He challenges the group's intent, claiming they are conspiring against the kingdom itself. A knowing, arrogant smirk plays across his lips. As he insinuates that his intuition is spot on, Canis and Aaron are taken aback by Lucas's sheer audacity. With deliberate, fluid movements, Lucas raises his bound hands, turning the heavy shackles into deadly weapons. He attempts to strike the dark magician directly. However, he quickly realizes the gap in their power. His attacks barely make contact. Stunned, he freezes, questioning the true identity of the old monster standing before him. The iron weights never even touch Arcane's face, halted by an unseen, yet impenetrable magical barrier. Then, without a hint of hesitation, Arcane speaks. He declares that Lucas has passed his test. The prisoner recoils, struggling to comprehend the twisting logic of these villains. A nervous chuckle escapes him as he insists he never volunteered to join their twisted cause. Arcane offers no verbal response. Instead, the darkness surges forward like a living beast, rushing toward the prisoner with lethal intent. Lucas clenches his teeth, refusing to believe this is where his story ends. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the chains binding his wrists shatter into dust. Arcane, completely unfazed, makes a simple observation. Lucas's greatest weakness is money. For a moment, the prisoner remains frozen in place, processing the offer. But as Arcane continues, promising him wealth beyond his wildest imagination, his expression shifts. The light of greed flickers in his eyes, and in an instant, a wicked grin forms. He accepts the proposal without a second thought. Canis, standing in the background, watches in grim silence, his brows furrowed in deep contemplation, as he struggles to decipher the true, hidden intentions of his master. Meanwhile, beneath a sky thick with ominous storm clouds, rain crashes down onto a dark road. A carriage speeds desperately through the night. Inside, Thad leans forward, his voice rising with urgency, demanding the driver push the horses to their limit. He insists he has paid every gold coin necessary, but the driver, unfazed by the noble's panic, reminds him of the harsh reality. No matter how swiftly they travel, they will not reach the City of Cries before dawn. Frustration twists Thad's features into a scowl, and he curses under his breath. The driver simply sighs, lamenting the misfortune of being on the road at this cursed hour. Slumping back against the seat, Thad rubs his aching forehead, thoughts racing at 1,000,000 miles an hour. He knows the truth. Arcane was released from the deepest prison just last night. Given his history, there is no doubt his next move will be absolute vengeance for the events that transpired 40 years ago. The rain continues its relentless assault, and Thad knows he must deliver this warning to his master without a second of delay. At the Alphea School of Magic, Lucas shivers visibly, grumbling about the biting cold and the merciless downpour that only makes their dark mission more miserable. Canis, indifferent to the mercenaries' complaints, orders him to focus on the contract rather than wasting breath whining. Lucas smirks, his attitude unshaken, as he demands a generous reward. In exchange for his cooperation, his gaze drifts toward Arcane. With a low mutter, he voices his regrets. Had he known they would dare to assault the prestigious academy, on such a stormy night, he never would have signed up. Yet Arcane remains silent, eyes fixed on the path ahead. Lucas joined for the money promised to him, yet he soon realizes that their mission feels less like a job and more like high treason. His curiosity piqued. He questions Aaron's presence, suggesting that a woman of her beauty does not belong in this dangerous line of work. He even offers her a chance to run away with him, but before she can respond, Canis cuts in sharply, reminding Lucas to focus on guarding the hostages. When Lucas presses for details about who these hostages are, Canis remains vague, telling him all will be revealed in the morning light. Frustrated, Lucas wonders why a master follows a man like Canis, but quickly dismisses his doubts. Everything is unfolding according to their master's grand design, and questioning it serves no purpose. Above them, Arcane rises into the air, spreading waves of dark energy across the entire field. Long ago, mass disrupted the perfect symmetry of the universe, setting off the chain of events that shaped the world. Now, Nod, exhausted from hours of study, stares at a mountain of books. He ponders, could the world exist without mass? He speculates that mass must have emerged suddenly, perhaps in an explosive, cataclysmic event. Nearby, Iruki, sprawled lazily on the floor, dismisses these deep thoughts, calling it nothing more than a simple fact of nature. Irritated, Nade presses him for a real answer, asking if he believes a god created everything. Then, with a hint of sarcasm, he asks if Iruki is just too hungry to think straight. Iruki shrugs, admitting he does not know. Their endless search for the answers regarding mass has led them to the same dead end. That it is a concept far beyond human understanding. Sitting up, Iruki remarks that they have come as close as possible to viewing it from an omniscient perspective. He glances to the side and sees Cyrone buried in ancient texts. Curious, Iruki asks him what mass truly is, from an all-knowing standpoint. At this, Cyrone explains, a magician's omniscience allows them to form an unbiased view and an objective reality, while their omnipotence remains entirely personal. Pulling out a specific book, he admits that defining mass in words is nearly impossible. Instead, he recalls a vision from the spiritual field, a moment when the walls of reality crumbled, revealing a vast sky filled with infinite stars. Holding a piece of a broken puzzle, he had watched as it transformed into radiant beams of pure light. Now, he believes existence itself has a purpose. Though Iruki struggles to grasp the philosophical depth, Cyrone senses an undeniable force, as if existence itself longs to be acknowledged. Nade finds this idea profound, comparing it to the innate human need to prove one's own existence. Intrigued, Nade suggests a name for it, the Particles of God, a name that surprises Cyrone. Iruki agrees, and Cyrone decides the title is perfect. Nade believes that understanding this concept will strengthen their omnipotence and imagination, while Cyrone, absolutely fascinated, resolves to study it until he masters the truth. The next morning, at Alpheus Magic Academy, Nade complains loudly about the end of their vacation, though Iruki argues it has only been interrupted. Cyrone reminds them of their shared promise to work hard for their 4th year. However, his words do little to reassure the duo. Nade and Iruki exchange skeptical glances. Nade jokes that if anyone needs extra time, it is Cyrone, who might end up repeating the year. Cyrone protests immediately, pointing out that their grades are actually higher than his, making him the most at risk of failing. Nade then suggests spending their very last day of freedom at the clubhouse. Cyrone refuses, saying he has somewhere else to be, urging them to go ahead without him. As Iruki also takes his leave, Cyrone reflects on how much has changed in just the past 6 months. Once an inexperienced first-year student, he has since learned about the God particle and gained invaluable friendships, not to mention the guidance of the one who helped him reach this level. Meanwhile, at the Iron Bastille senior class building, students file into the room one by one. Amy and Sariel walk in together, chatting casually, when suddenly, Cyrone rushes toward them, balancing 2 cups of coffee in his hands. Startled, they step back instinctively. He grins, apologizing and explaining he just wanted to surprise them. Shyly, he thanks Amy, acknowledging that he owes her a great debt. However, instead of a warm response, Amy coldly questions why he is speaking so informally to her. Shocked, Cyrone asks what she means. Sariel, standing beside Amy, her gaze turned icy as she scolded him. A student should focus on cultivation, not bothering seniors, Sariel muttered under her breath. So much for a peaceful afternoon. Bewildered, Cyrone chased after them. Why the cold shoulder? I haven't visited in ages. But before he could finish, a harsh shove sent him crashing to the dirt. Stalker, they spat, venom in their voices. Leave now, or face the disciplinary committee. Trembling, Cyrone stammered. No, there must be a mistake. He could not process their cruelty. Amy's gaze turned bored. Enough. Lunch is over. As the 2 goddesses walked away without looking back, Cyrone stood rooted to the spot, his world shattering. His mind screamed in denial. This couldn't be real. Panic seized his heart, forcing him to turn and flee. Watching him go, Sariel frowned. He looks innocent, but he is oddly persistent. Amy remained silent. Noticing her expression, Sariel nudged her playfully. Don't overthink it. You already have a handsome hero by your side. Amy hesitated, glancing toward a figure across the room. Meanwhile, Cyrone sprinted through the halls until, bam, he collided with a tall student, Mark. Seeing the senior badge, Mark instinctively bowed. My apologies, senior, but Cyrone, now drowning in confusion, stared back. Do you truly not recognize me? Mark rubbed his neck awkwardly. I don't. Shocked, Cyrone cried out. But we took the teleportation exam together. Mark only offered another confused apology. Suddenly, Professor Oliver approached, her voice stern. What is the commotion? Cyrone felt a wave of relief wash over him. Professor, he cried. But she looked at him like a stranger. Who are you, student? Her cold words sent a terrifying chill down his spine. Had he been erased from their memories? Whispers of intruder spread like wildfire among the students. Terror gripped him, and he bolted as angry shouts erupted behind him. His mind raced, clawing for logic. A nightmare? A curse? Desperate for a lifeline, he crashed into the classroom where his true brothers should be. He burst through the door, screaming their names. Nade and Iruki looked up from their desks. Gasping for air, Cyrone pleaded, Please tell me you know me. But Nade's eyes were dead cold. How did an outsider get in? Iruki mimicked the hostility. Cyrone froze, his heart stopping. A terrifying realization took hold. Had he never existed? Was his entire life just a fleeting dream? Suddenly, Nade spoke, his voice sharp. Hey, outsider. How do you know the key to Eastus? Did a research group send you? Cyrone's soul crumbled. But then Nade and Iruki burst into hysterical laughter. We couldn't hold it in anymore. They pointed and mocked his despairing face. Nade even mimicked his crying. Cyrone's legs gave out. You remember? Seeing his genuine tears, their laughter died. Whoa, why are you crying? They apologized for the prank, but the tears wouldn't stop. Nade frowned. Wait, what did you mean about times others times not remembering? Even Professor Oliver? Iruki's face grew serious. Cyrone clutched his head, his voice trembling. When I looked in her eyes, it wasn't a prank. She really didn't know me. Nade stood up. We need to check this. Outside. Now. Cyrone panicked, grabbing them. No, if we leave, you'll forget me too. I can't be alone again. Iruki's eyes lit up. Then we rewrite ourselves. Nade grabbed a pen and scribbled on Iruki's hand. Asterisk. If memory fails, the North Star marks your friend. Asterisk. He held out his arm, now branded with a star. Even if our minds forget, this mark will remind us. Cyrone stared at the ink, hope flickering in his chest. Was this a curse? A spiritual anomaly? Iruki pointed to the window. Let's go. Together, the trio stepped back into the academy grounds. The scene that greeted them froze their blood. The courtyard was packed with students and teachers, but they were marching in unison, like eerie puppets. It was far more twisted than Cyrone's description. He recoiled, terror returning. If I get close, will I become one of times them? Asterisk? Iruki adjusted his glasses, analyzing calmly. Probability is low, Iruki concluded. You already made physical contact earlier and remained yourself. Hearing this, Cyrone finally let out a breath. Nade steps into the fray, calling out to a familiar face. Gabe lifts his head, eyes clouded with confusion, asking if they have met before. Iruki and Cyrone follow close behind, their breath hitched in surprise. Desperation claws at Nade's voice as he insists on their bond, demanding to know where Gabe is heading. But Gabe stands frozen, a lost lamb in the mist, offering no answer to the plea. Suddenly, Gabe's grip tightens like a vice on Nade's shoulder. He screams, demanding the source of the cacophony tearing through his mind, clutching his skull as his sanity begins to fracture. Nade questions the auditory hallucination, but Iruki's sharp eyes catch the truth. The boy doesn't realize the voice echoing in his head is his own. And then a terrifying silence falls. A guttural cry of distress pierces the air. As Gabe's memories crumble into dust, our protagonist watches in horror. But before they can act, a collective gasp escapes them. The true nightmare awaits ahead. Rows of students march with dead, hollow eyes, a procession of soulless dolls ranging from first years to graduates. Even the teachers have fallen, all guided by a sinister violet aura swirling beneath their feet. Deep within the shadowed forest, Aaron turns, his voice booming with dark authority to his captives. Beside him stands Kenneth, commanding a legion of students who shuffle forward like the walking dead. As the orders are given, a blood-curdling scream shatters the atmosphere. Lucas stands amidst the chaos, arms crossed with the arrogance of a king, a cruel smirk playing on his lips as he watches the transformation. His twisted gaze falls upon Amy, admiring her beauty like a prize to be claimed. But before his malice can bloom, Canis cuts in his voice cold as the grave, warning Lucas against ruining the Grand Master's design. One wrong move, and Canis promises to end him right there. Lucas looks up, frustration written on his face, whining like a child denied a toy. He begs for a taste of bloodshed, but Canis remains an immovable wall of discipline. Swallowing his curse, Lucas knows better than to challenge a high-ranking mage in his own domain. He releases Amy with a heavy sigh, lamenting the boredom of a job without a twisted reward. The entire academy has become an army of the damned, marching toward the horn. High above, Nade, Cyrone, and Iruki hold their breath in the shadows. Nade's instinct is to intervene, to save them, but Iruki's hand shoots out to stop him. Cyrone turns, confusion in her eyes, as the strategist explains the impossible scale of the magic unfolding before them. To manipulate the memories of over 500 souls is a feat of godlike power, and these are not commoners, they are the realm's brightest minds, prodigies, and scholars alike. Even Oliver, a sixth circle mage, has been reduced to a puppet. Fear grips Nade's heart as Cyrone delivers the chilling verdict. Their enemies exist in a realm of power they cannot hope to touch. They are facing monsters beyond their wildest nightmares. Iruki commands them to stifle their heroics. A direct clash means death. Their only option is to stalk the enemy from the darkness. Suddenly, our protagonist spots the missing pieces of the puzzle. The principal and Professor Romy are nowhere to be seen. Meanwhile, atop a misty mountain peak, Professor Romy sits in deep meditation, sweat glistening on her skin as she channels mana. The earth trembles, birds scatter in panic, and her eyes snap open. Something is terribly wrong. A wave of demonic aura washes over her, choking the air. Realizing the unnatural silence of the school day, she warps space instantly, appearing at the academy only to find it a desolate ghost town. A blinding pillar of light erupts nearby. Thad has arrived. Relief washes over him at the sight of her, but there is no time for pleasantries. He delivers the news with a trembling voice. The academy has fallen. He screams that dark arts have swallowed the grounds, a calamity signaling a new era of chaos. The corruption is absolute. Even the gatekeeper's records have been wiped from existence. And the architect of this destruction? Victor Arcane. The name alone carries the weight of 1,000 nightmares, a mage who once brought the world to its knees. Romy freezes. Thad explains the terrifying hierarchy. These are not mere tricksters. Reaching the third rank bestows the title of Grand Mage, a status reserved for legends. Advancement is a path of blood and glory. Decimating a monster dungeon yields 500 points, and Imperial summons, a mere 100. The climb is steep and unforgiving. To rise from 10th to 9th takes 1,000 points, but to ascend from 4th to 3rd, a staggering 280 million. Even the great Alpheus sits at 4th, yet Arcane looks down from the 3rd. A century ago, Arcane built his throne on a foundation of dark mastery. Romy, herself a 6th circle mage, questions why a being of such godlike power would watch a mere school. Thad falters, the truth heavy on his tongue. He recalls Romy's past, her dossier handed down by a bishop of the Karsus order, the sworn protectors of the 12 holy relics. When the headmaster first met her, a potent bishop disguised as a 6th circle mage, he was baffled. Why would a lioness choose to walk among sheep? Romy revealed her heart. She followed the path of Bishop Young Karsus. While other towers forged weapons of war, Headmaster Alpheus forged character. Alpheus valued the soul over the spell, teaching autonomy and duty. Moved by his noble philosophy, she pledged her sword to his cause. Back in the cold reality, Thad closes his eyes against the pain. The truth strikes like lightning. Victor Arcane and the principal are one and the same. The air grows heavy, but Romy does not falter. She opens her eyes, blazing with resolve. Enemy or friend, headmaster or monster, if he threatens her students, he will fall. Expanding her spirit field, she detects the faint signatures of the students drifting toward the mountains. Thad gasps. They are marching toward the impassable bridge. 3 figures lead the flock to slaughter. But wait, there is another group shadowing them, lurking in the periphery. Thad squints, trying to pierce the distance. Romy's face hardens. The faces are blurred, but the uniforms are unmistakable. Back at the cliff, Nade watches in turmoil, questioning the grim purpose of this march. The procession halts at the precipice of the abyss. Nade fears a massacre, but Iruki's logic cuts through the panic without a motive. Mass murder is simply a waste of resources. He nearly cries out, but Nade holds him back. Cyrone offers a glimmer of hope. Even if the head has been severed, the limbs Romy and Thad are still active. Help is coming, but the clock is ticking. If the executioner's blade falls before reinforcements arrive, they will have to abandon stealth and wage war. Iruki grimly notes the numbers. It is a suicide mission. Nade grinds his teeth, acknowledging the peril. For now, they must be the eyes in the dark, waiting for the perfect moment. Cyrone's sharp eyes confirm it. The hostages are not being discarded. They are an audience waiting for a show. Meanwhile, Lucas's patience snaps, barking at Canis about their tardy master. Time is gold. Lucas sneers, asking if they plan to rot there. But Canis is a stone, immovable. The ritual waits for the master, and the contract is absolute. Aaron sends a magical transmission, echoing the confusion. Canis admits the delay is strange. He trusts the leader with his life, but punctuality was always his virtue. The leader has waited eons for this. Why delay now? Lucas kicks the dirt, cursing the boredom. Canis gazes up at the heavens, pondering the grand design. Why did the master choose that particular person? Canis turns his scowl to Lucas, calling him trash. Lucas erupts in manic laughter, mocking Canis's false nobility. You call me trash while you condemn them all? Suddenly, a student collapses from exhaustion. Lucas smirks cruelly. The mind may be enslaved, but the flesh is still weak. Starved and dehydrated, the hostages were already at death's door, but death would come much faster if they were tossed into the abyss. Lucas tightened his grip on Oliver's throat, his body erupting in a terrifying crimson aura. With a twisted, sadistic grin, he taunted Canis, asking if he planned to slaughter the entire group. Canis roared back that these were valuable hostages, not mere victims, but Lucas just laughed like a maniac. He argued that thinning the herd was simple logic. As Oliver struggled for breath, Lucas hoisted her high over the edge, warning that once the bodies hit the floor, history would brand them all as murderers anyway. Canis, furious, demanded to know if Lucas dared to violate their code. Lucas scoffed, admitting it was a waste to kill a girl. But before he could snap her neck, the ground beneath him exploded. Canis and Aaron spun around in shock. Emerging from the dust stood Nade and Aruki, battle ready. Nade smirked, wiping dirt from his cheek, remarking that he aimed to blow Lucas's leg clean off, but the rat was quicker than he looked. Lucas demanded to know who these brats were, but suddenly, a blinding flash of mana tore through the sky. Startled, Lucas turned just as Cyrone warped space itself, teleporting Oliver out of his lethal grasp.